Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku's sister was the Crimson Storm. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Hana Midoriya, an 18-year-old professional fighter, stood at 5 feet 7 inches and weighed 155 pounds. With an IQ of 132, she possessed a unique quirk known as momentum surge. This powerful enhancement quirk amplified the effectiveness of her physical strikes, allowing her to double the force of each consecutive hit as long as she maintained her momentum. However, any hesitation or missed attack would reset this buildup. Hana's physical appearance was striking. She had an athletic build, dense with lean muscle developed through years of rigorous training. Her lightly tanned skin bore the marks of her battles, showcasing her hard-earned experience. Sharp emerald green eyes sparkled with competitive fire, framed by wild, mid-length hair the color of deep forest green, typically tied back during fights. Her hands were calloused, and her stance was relaxed yet coiled, ready to spring into action. Outside the ring, Hana favored practical clothing such as hoodies, athletic gear, and boots, always prepared for an unexpected brawl or sparring session. When her quirk activated at full power, steam often rose from her body, giving her an almost supernatural appearance. Hana's quirk not only enhanced her striking power but also transformed her body. She had sturdier muscles and bones, which granted her improved reaction speed, agility, and durability. This allowed her to endure and deliver strikes that would incapacitate an ordinary person. Additionally, she could absorb and store limited external kinetic energy to fuel her attacks, though excessive buildup could lead to overheating. Even without activating momentum surge, Hana could dent high-grade steel with her raw strength. When fully utilizing her quirk in a seamless chain of strikes, she could level walls, crush reinforced armor, or create localized shockwaves. However, her abilities came with limitations. Any breaks in her attack chain would reset her momentum, and overheating could drastically reduce her speed and endurance. Psychologically, Hana was a natural-born fighter, thriving under pressure and finding genuine joy in the clash of combat. She had a fierce competitive spirit and a strong sense of pride, refusing to take shortcuts in her training. Having honed her skills in no quirks allowed fight circuits across Japan, she viewed fighting as both an art and a test of personal worth. Confident to the point of cockiness, her self-assuredness was backed by genuine skill and relentless destined. Though outwardly brash, Hana was loyal to those she respected, valuing the bonds forged in combat. However, her aggressive instincts often made her impatient outside of fighting, especially with authority figures she did not respect. She struggled with formal structures, preferring to express herself physically rather than verbally. Beneath her tough exterior, Hana was strategic and efficient, possessing the mind of a tactician sharpened by years of surviving in challenging fighting circuits without solely relying on her quirk. Hana's physical profile reflected her combat optimization, marked by dense, lean muscle mass that provided both agility and strength. Her reinforced bones allowed her to withstand the immense pressure generated by her amplified strikes. With an exceptional reaction time, she could dodge projectiles, including close-range gunfire, placing her above most quirk users in agility and reflexes. Her quirk's limitations required continuous action. If interrupted, her momentum would reset, diminishing her offensive potential. Extended use without rest could lead to significant overheating, causing steam to rise from her body as a result of excessive energy buildup. Hana's temperament in combat displayed a high level of aggression, influenced by her quirk's drive to maintain momentum. She enjoyed the thrill of battle, often adopting a playful, taunting attitude to disorient and intimidate her opponents. Her strong sense of personal pride and confidence shone through, especially in one-on-one competitions, where she believed her true strength could be proven. However, Hana's aggressive nature sometimes conflicts with societal norms, as she tends to view challenges as personal tests rather than collaborative efforts. Hana employs a hybrid fighting style that combines techniques from boxing, kickboxing, Muay Thai, Capoeira, and Sharkman Karate. She prefers to rely on her raw skill and instincts to overpower opponents, activating her quirk only when necessary. When she does use her quirk, it is in short bursts, strategically breaking her opponent's defenses in rapid succession. Known weaknesses. Mental overload. When Hana's quirk reaches its energy storage limit, it can lead to physical and mental exhaustion, resulting in sluggishness and impaired decision-making. Prolonged combat fatigue. Due to the body heat buildup from her momentum surge, extended fighting without proper cooling can diminish her reaction times and overall stamina. Disruption of momentum. If Hana's combo is interrupted or a significant hit disrupts her balance, her quirk's effect resets, leaving her vulnerable to counterattacks. Fighting record and notable achievements. Total fights, 157. Wins, 151. Losses, 6. Draws, 0. Started fighting, age 11. Notable fighting circuits. Japan Pro Boxing, age 11 to 13, competed in junior leagues despite being a child, winning 42 matches and earning a reputation for her speed and power. ZST Fighting Federation, age 13 to 15, stood out in the mixed martial arts community, competing against seasoned professionals, particularly in kickboxing and Muay Thai divisions. Rizin Fighting Federation, age 16 to 18, advanced through the ranks in top divisions, achieving a 6-0 record in international mixed-gender tournaments, renowned for her adaptability and quick combos. Special awards. Best Knockout of the Year, 2019, recognized for her impressive TKO finish against a former Rizin featherweight champion, where she landed 13 consecutive strikes in under 10 seconds, demonstrating her overwhelming power. Fighter of the Month, 2020, ZST acknowledged for her undefeated streak in the promotion and her ability to dominate across multiple fighting styles. Most Electrifying Fighter, 2021, Rizin celebrated for her unique fighting style, often integrating spontaneous movements like dance into her combat routines, which confused and overwhelmed her opponents. Nickname, Hurricane Hana. Known throughout the fighting world for her ferocious and unpredictable fighting style, her nickname was coined after an incident in her 16th professional match where she faced a powerful knockout artist and dismantled her opponent in less than 2 minutes, sending shockwaves throughout the fighting community. Notable habits and taunts. Dancing as a taunt. Hana has been observed to randomly dance mid-fight, often using Capoeira-inspired moves. This serves as both a psychological tactic to disorient and provoke her opponents and a playful expression of her confidence. Disregard for quirk restrictions. Hana's fighting record is unique because, despite her ability to tap into her momentum surge quirk, she often chooses to rely on her natural ability, especially in the early rounds. Her quirk is a trump card, used when her opponent is sufficiently worn down or when she faces stronger foes. HPSC Evaluation. Recommendation. Hana Midoriya presents a unique case for the Hero Society. Her professional combat experience, combined with her extraordinary natural abilities, makes her an incredibly effective candidate for potential hero work. However, her aggression, unorthodox fighting style, and tendency to taunt her opponents may pose challenges when interacting with the general public or in situations requiring restraint. Given her control over her quirk and her ability to quickly adapt to various combat situations, Hana shows potential for exceptional field performance, particularly in crisis zones that demand quick action and physical prowess. Her transition from professional fighter to UA college may require some adjustment to standard hero training protocols, but her unique background and skill set make her an asset to the next generation of heroes. Security warning. Ongoing monitoring is recommended due to Hana's ability to independently pursue combat in uncontrolled environments. While she is unlikely to engage in malicious activities, her independent streak and love for fighting may lead to personal challenges that could interfere with team-oriented hero work. The small apartment was filled with the warm scent of miso soup and simmering vegetables. Afternoon sunlight spilled through the window, painting long, golden bars across the wood-paneled floor. The television buzzed softly in the background, playing a rerun of an old hero documentary, but neither Hana nor Inko Midoriya was paying attention to it. Inko called gently from the kitchen, asking Hana to come help set the table. A loud scraping sound answered her. Inko's head snapped up just in time to see her 3-year-old daughter, barely tall enough to reach the coffee table, standing on chubby legs, both hands planted under the edge of the heavy living room couch lifting it. For a moment, the world seemed to freeze. The green couch, an old but sturdy piece inherited from Inko's mother, tilted into the air as if it weighed nothing at all. Hana's small face was scrunched in concentration, her tiny arms visibly flexing beneath her long-sleeved shirt. Then, with an innocent giggle, she dropped the couch back down with a soft thud, bouncing slightly on her feet as if proud of her new game. Hana beamed, her eyes wide with childlike wonder, claiming she was strong like All Might. Inko stumbled back against the kitchen counter, her heart racing. It wasn't normal. No 3-year-old could do that, not even a child of a powerful quirk user. Inko's mind raced. Hana had shown no signs of a quirk until now. No spark, no glow, no sudden transformation, just normal toddler things. She hadn't even had her mandatory quirk evaluation yet. Most children didn't until 4 unless something unusual happened. Inko swallowed thickly and rushed to the phone. By that evening, Hana was perched on an examination table, swinging her legs happily and munching on a lollipop, oblivious to the quiet tension that filled the room. The quirks specialist, a middle-aged man with thinning gray hair, glasses perched on his nose, scribbled rapidly into a chart. His assistant, a young woman with a quirk that let her fingers transform into medical probes, gently tapped different parts of Hana's arms and legs, taking readings and murmuring data. Inko sat stiffly on the plastic chair, clutching her handbag like a lifeline. Finally, the doctor cleared his throat and began to explain the situation. He noted that Hana's case was quite unusual but not unheard of. Based on their observations, Hana's quirk had already begun expressing itself. Inko leaned forward unconsciously, surprised that her daughter was already showing signs of a quirk at such a young age. The doctor confirmed that early quirk manifestation is rare, but it does happen, particularly in children with strong latent quirks or mutation-based traits. In Hana's case, they were looking at a hybrid quirk, part mutation, part emitter. He turned the clipboard around, revealing a series of X-rays and bioscans. Even Inko, with no medical training, could see the abnormalities. Hana's bones were denser than normal, almost twice as much. Her muscles showed signs of micro-reinforcement, akin to professional bodybuilders, but naturally occurring. The doctor explained that Hana had already begun to undergo physical changes associated with a mutation-type quirk, showcasing enhanced musculature, enhanced skeletal structure, reflexive density increase in response to stress. Most adults would struggle to lift that couch, Mrs. Midoriya. Your daughter did it with little apparent strain. Inko pressed her hand over her mouth, tears pricking the corners of her eyes not from sadness, but from sheer overwhelming emotion. She whispered, wondering if her baby would be okay. The doctor softened his tone, assuring her there was no cause for immediate concern. Physically, Hana was quite healthy, extremely so, in fact. Her vitals were impeccable, and she showed no signs of instability. However, he noted that the presence of an emitter component complicated things. Inko frowned, asking how it complicated matters. The assistant leaned in, speaking in hushed tones. They could detect dormant energy signatures in Hana's cellular structure, like a second stage waiting to trigger. The doctor explained that while the mutation portion had already activated, the emitter portion had not, and they did not yet know what it would do. It could be benign or significant. The words hung heavily in the air. The doctor continued, explaining that there was no way to predict when the emitter aspect would manifest, but based on her current readings, it was estimated to happen within the next year or two, likely around her 4th birthday. He tapped the bottom of the file, stating that due to the unknown nature of the emitter side, they were required by law to file a provisional notice with the Hero Public Safety Commission. Inko's heart dropped, and she asked if that was bad. The assistant quickly reassured her that it was standard procedure. Children with high potential quirks were monitored to ensure their safety and the safety of others. It didn't mean Hana was in trouble, it was just protocol. Still, Inko couldn't shake the image of government officials watching her daughter like a dangerous animal in a cage. The doctor handed her a folder thick with medical jargon and forms. He gently advised her to just love Hana and let her be a kid. They would schedule quarterly checkups to monitor her development, and if any sudden changes occurred, enhanced strength, overheating, signs of energy discharge, she should call them immediately. Inko nodded mutely, hugging the folder to her chest. Hana, oblivious, hopped off the examination table and skipped over to her mother, tugging at her sleeve, asking if they could get ice cream. Inko looked down at her daughter's beaming face, the same chubby cheeks and spark of joy, and felt her heart ache with love. She agreed, and they set off to get some ice cream. As they left the clinic, Inko glanced back one last time. Behind the closed door of the examination room, the doctor was typing out the HPSC provisional report. Subject: Hana Midoriya. Classification: hybrid quirk mutation emitter, subtype: unknown. Mutation activation: confirmed at age 3. Emitter activation: pending, estimated within 6 to 12 months. Potential threat level: moderate to high. Recommended action: quarterly monitoring emergency containment protocols prepared. He hesitated, then added one final note. Additional observations: subject displays accelerated reaction time exceeding age-standard benchmarks. Recommend reassessment if combat aptitude emerges before age. The file was quietly encrypted and transmitted to the HPSC mainframe, where it was buried deep within the registry of priority cases. Outside, holding her daughter's small hand, Inko whispered a silent prayer that whatever lay dormant inside Hana would never be needed. The late afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting the city streets in long, cooling shadows. Inko clutched Hana's tiny hand as they strolled down the sidewalk, weaving through light foot traffic toward the corner ice cream parlor. Everything felt strangely normal after the doctor's revelation, maybe too normal. Hana skipped happily beside her, swinging their connected arms back and forth, humming a tuneless melody. She babbled about all the ice cream flavors she wanted to try: chocolate, vanilla, mint, and the pink one that looked like bubblegum. Inko forced a smile, trying to push away the gnawing unease building in her chest. Everything's fine, she told herself. She's just a little girl. They would get ice cream, go home, and everything would be okay. The little green shop with the striped awning was just across the street. They were only a few steps away from crossing when it happened. A black van screeched around the corner, tires protesting as it hopped the curb, sending pedestrians scattering in all directions. Inko froze, instinctively pulling Hana behind her. The van's doors flew open. 3 figures leapt out, men wearing cheap ski masks, brandishing weapons. One held a rusted shotgun, another a crowbar, and the last had a pistol raised, finger trembling on the trigger. The gunman barked for everyone to stay still and hand over their wallets and phones. It was supposed to be a simple mugging, easy prey. Instead, the man's bloodshot eyes locked onto Inko and Hana. Perhaps it was because they were standing still, too stunned to run. Maybe it was the child's bright green hair catching the light. Or perhaps it was just bad luck. But the gunman swung his pistol toward them, demanding that they raise their hands. Inko's heart leapt into her throat. She raised her arms instinctively, shielding Hana behind her, her voice caught in her throat, pleading silently for her daughter's safety. The man's hand twitched, nervous and angry, and he pulled the trigger. The crack of the gunshot split the air. At that distance, the bullet should have hit Hana directly. But it didn't. In the space between one heartbeat and the next, Hana moved not in a blur, but with a simple, almost lazy tilt of her head. The bullet whistled past her, so close it ruffled her soft hair, and smashed harmlessly into the brick wall behind them. For a moment, no one moved. Even the gunman's mouth hung open in shock, unable to comprehend what he had just seen. Inko stared, wide-eyed, barely understanding it herself. Hana blinked, her green eyes wide with innocent curiosity. She looked up at her mother, confused but unafraid, and tilted her head the other way, mimicking the motion she had just made without realizing it. The gunman screamed in frustration and ped the hammer back again, but the commotion had drawn attention. Sirens screamed in the distance, and a patrolling hero, an older man with a body armor quirk, came barreling down the street. Civilians hiding behind cars began shouting for help. The thugs panicked, deciding to flee. They piled back into the van, the tires screeching as they sped away down the side street. A few officers gave chase on foot, and the armored hero sprinted after the van, radioing for backup. Inko remained frozen for a long moment, unable to move. Her legs felt weak. Hana gently tugged at her hand, asking for ice cream. The absurdity of those innocent words almost broke Inko. She sank to her knees on the sidewalk, pulling Hana into a tight, trembling hug, burying her face in her daughter's hair and sobbing silently. She felt as if she should be dead. There was no other way to put it. The doctor's words echoed in her mind, accelerated reaction time exceeding age-standard benchmarks. That hadn't been luck or chance, it had been instinct. It had been survival. The mutation wasn't just making Hana stronger, it was making her faster, sharper, and harder to harm. A part of Inko, the part that wanted to believe in a safe and predictable world, screamed in protest. But another part deeper and more primal felt a surge of grim gratitude. Her daughter was extraordinary, and soon, the world would know it. For now, Inko wiped her eyes and forced a shaky smile as she pulled away to look at Hana's confused little face. She reassured her daughter that they would get ice cream, and hand in hand, they crossed the street. Neither noticed the HPSC drone hovering high above, silently tracking them through the thinning crowd, recording every moment of their encounter. Inko and Hana were unaware that from that moment forward, the world had shifted around them. A silent countdown had begun, and somewhere deep inside little Hana Midoriya, a power still slumbered waiting for the day it would fully awaken. 1 year later, the small neighborhood park buzzed with the energy of a sunny afternoon. Children laughed as they swung from monkey bars, kicked soccer ball across cracked patches of grass, and zipped down old, sun-bleached slides. Parents sat on tired benches, sipping coffee and chatting idly, grateful for a moment of peace. Inko sat under the shade of a large oak tree, her watchful gaze following a familiar flash of green hair darting around the playground. Hana, now 4 years old, was as fearless, reckless, and radiant as ever. She was a blur of energy, scaling the jungle gym faster than children twice her size, her giggles bubbling out as she zipped from platform to platform. Inko's heart swelled with a mix of love and nervousness. She reminded herself that Hana was strong, careful, and learning control. The year since the incident at the ice cream parlor had been anything but normal. The HPSC had kept their distance officially, but Inko felt their invisible presence more often. Strange visitors seemed to appear in the same grocery store, and unmarked drones hovered a little too long outside their apartment windows. She tried not to think about it, focusing on giving Hana a real childhood, free from fear and pressure. For the most part, Hana stayed happy until now. Inko's sharp eyes noticed the change almost instantly. A boy, a little bigger and maybe 6 or 7, stood near the swings, glaring at Hana. His arms were crossed, and his face twisted in a sneer, while his friends crowded behind him, whispering and laughing cruelly. Hana hopped down from the jungle gym, heading for the swings, completely oblivious to the brewing storm. The boy stepped into her path, calling her a freak and shoving her shoulder. Hana stumbled back, blinking in confusion. The boy pressed forward, accusing her of lifting the teeter-totter by herself and calling her a weirdo. The other kids snickered. Inko felt a surge of protective fury flood her veins, but she hesitated. Hana had always insisted on fighting her own battles, even at her tiny size. Today would be no different. Hana stared at the boy, her green eyes darkening slightly. A strange stillness settled over her. She didn't cry or whine. Instead, she balled her little fists at her sides, breathing heavily. She simply told him he was mean and then lunged. The first punch was clumsy, a wild swing that the boy easily sidestepped, his laughter ringing out sharp and cruel. But Hana didn't stop. She pivoted immediately, throwing another punch, this one sharper and faster. The boy tried to dodge again but stumbled back, surprise flickering across his face. Hana advanced, her tiny fists blurring as she punched at the air, the ground, anything, each motion faster than the last. Then it happened. On the fourth strike, her fist smashed the ground, and the world cracked open. A shockwave blasted out from her, sending a deep echo through the park. The ground beneath her fractured like glass, spiderweb cracks racing outward. The boy was thrown backward, landing with a terrified yelp several feet away. Parents screamed, and children scattered. Inko shot to her feet, her heart hammering, but Hana didn't stop. Something inside her had snapped loose, a dam breaking under pressure. She punched again, this time at a nearby swing set. The metal poles twisted and tore free from their moorings, the swings flinging wildly through the air. Another strike caused another explosion, another wave of force. The slide shattered like a brittle toy, and the jungle gym buckled inward as if a giant's hand had crushed it. Hana's body shone faintly now, steam rising from her skin, her hair fluttering in an unseen wind. With every strike, the power doubled and doubled again. She screamed a high, raw, wordless sound of confusion, fear, and rage and slammed both fists into the dirt. The entire playground lifted off the ground in a rising wave of earth and twisted metal, debris raining down in every direction. Inko didn't think she ran. By the time she reached Hana, the little girl was kneeling in the middle of a crater nearly 15 feet wide, sobbing, her tiny body steaming in the cool afternoon air. The bullies were nowhere to be seen, their parents dragging them away in terrified haste. Inko dropped to her knees, pulling Hana into her arms and cradling her close. She whispered reassurances, rocking her back and forth, telling her that it was okay and that Mama was there. It was not okay. The park lay in ruins around them. Benches were splintered, equipment lay flattened, and trees had been uprooted. A police siren wailed in the distance, and Inko could see the men in black suits arriving at the edge of the chaos. HPSC agents, their faces grim and eyes hard. They had been watching and waiting. Now they would move. The HPSC internal report classified the incident involving Hana Midoriya. The summary noted that she had exhibited a spontaneous activation of her latent emitter-type ability during a physical altercation. Her quirk appeared to be linked to cumulative momentum, with kinetic energy and destructive power increasing exponentially with each successful consecutive strike. The report detailed the aftermath. A crater measuring 4.8 meters wide and 2 meters deep, with 87% of the playground destroyed. Fortunately, there were no minor or major injuries to civilians, as the incident had been contained by immediate family intervention. Analysis showed that the power amplification rate was calculated at 2 times per successful strike, with Hana's physical stamina at 21% during full activation, based on the thermal radiation observed. Remarkably, she remained conscious and mobile after the event. The risk assessment indicated a red threat level escalating. Recommendations included an immediate containment training program and consideration for the hero track or black site contingency. Later that night, after the police had left and government officials had politely but insistently requested that Inko bring Hana in for evaluation, Hana sat curled up in Inko's lap on the couch. Her tiny fists were still trembling. In a soft voice, she expressed her regret for the day's events, conveying her desire for the mean behavior to stop. Inko held her tighter, fully aware that today marked the beginning of something much larger. A power this significant couldn't remain hidden forever. One day, the world would know the name Hana Midoriya. One day she would either save the world or break it. Perhaps even both. The morning after the incident at the park was quiet, filled with a tension Inko hadn't felt since Hana had first lifted a couch with a giggle and a beaming smile. The phone call from the quirk regulation office came before sunrise, polite yet firm, mandating an evaluation. The HPSC's influence was evident. They presented it as a routine follow-up, a simple check-in. Inko wasn't deceived. She stared at the screen long after hanging up, her fingers trembling slightly around the receiver. In another life, she might have trusted the system, but she had heard the stories. Children with unusual or dangerous quirks whisked away for training, never to return. The experiments, the conditioning, the forced rehabilitations. She wouldn't let that happen to Hana. Not her baby. Not ever. Inko knelt by the couch where Hana was curled up in a blanket, quietly eating cereal and watching cartoons. She smoothed a hand through Hana's soft green hair and gently reminded her that they were going to see the doctor today, the quirk doctor. Hana blinked up at her, recalling the previous visit when she received a sticker. Inko smiled tightly, wishing she could share her daughter's innocence. Instead, her heart twisted painfully in her chest. The waiting room of Dr. Sasaki's quirk analysis clinic was just as Inko remembered: cheap pastel walls, crinkling magazines, and a faint smell of disinfectant and burnt coffee. But everything felt different. The receptionist greeted them warmly, yet Inko noticed the wary glance she cast at Hana, the subtle tension in her shoulders. They all knew. They were all afraid already. Hana hummed to herself, swinging her feet as they sat in the waiting chairs, blissfully unaware of the heavy gazes. When the nurse called their names, Inko gathered Hana up, clutching her small hand tightly, and followed the woman down the hall. They were led to a private examination room, this time not the usual open testing bays. More security. More containment. Waiting for them was Dr. Sasaki, a middle-aged man with thinning hair, kind but tired eyes, and an air of resignation. He greeted them, but his tone lacked warmth. Inko forced a smile as they took their seats. Sasaki tapped at his tablet, pulling up Hana's previous files. The screen displayed alarming statistics regarding Hana's quirk. He sighed heavily and explained that Hana had experienced the onset of her emitter-type quirk aspect. Inko nodded tightly, her fingers clenching in her lap. Sasaki hesitated before continuing, flipping to a new diagnostic screen showing new scan results, videos, and still frames from the playground incident. The data confirmed that the second component of Hana's quirk had awakened, and it was unique. He turned the tablet so Inko could see the details of Hana's quirk, which was described as a momentum accumulator. It classified her abilities as both a mutation type and an emitter type, allowing her to accumulate kinetic energy with each successful strike. The energy could be released passively or actively, and if uninterrupted, it could reach catastrophic levels rapidly. The limitations included a risk of self-injury at higher accumulations without enhanced durability. Sasaki warned that immediate stabilization training was advised. Inko felt her throat dry as she processed the information. She managed to voice her concern, questioning how such a powerful quirk could belong to a child. Sasaki's face grew grim as he revealed that the commission had already contacted him, expressing interest in enrolling Hana in a special development program. Inko's blood turned to ice at the thought. She immediately refused, her voice fierce as she declared she wouldn't let them take Hana. Sasaki looked genuinely sympathetic, explaining that they might not have a choice, as the situation was beyond normal. He warned that if she refused, they could petition for custody under emergency national security clauses. Inko stood up sharply, causing Hana to flinch at the sudden movement. She expressed her determination not to let them take her daughter, knowing all too well what happened to kids like Hana. Sasaki flinched at her words, not denying the truth of her fears. He softly conveyed that he wanted her to be aware before they came knocking. Inko knelt down, pulling Hana close and hugging her tightly. Hana clutched at her mother, sensing the tension even if she didn't fully understand the situation. Inko whispered fiercely into her daughter's hair, promising that she wouldn't let anyone take her away, regardless of who they were. The ride home was silent. Hana watched the world blur by outside the window, humming a quiet song to herself. Inko gripped the steering wheel so tightly her knuckles turned white. Plans spun through her mind. They would have to be careful, smart, and strong. She would teach Hana to control her abilities if necessary. She would find private tutors. Hana Midoriya was determined to protect her daughter at all costs. That night, after ensuring Hana was safely tucked into bed, Inko sat alone at the kitchen table, staring at a stack of urgent government letters and Hero Commission recruitment opportunities. With a flick of a match, she burned them all in the sink, the paper curling into black ash as she made a silent vow. They would not break Hana, nor would they break her. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, mother and daughter against the world. The house was unusually silent, save for the faint scratching of a pen against paper. Inko sat at the kitchen table, her sleeves rolled up and green hair tied back into a tight bun, papers spread out like battle plans. The polite threats from the Hero Public Safety Commission echoed in her mind, but she refused to let fear control her. Hana Midoriya, known as the Viper, got to work. This name was whispered in the darker corners of courtrooms and government offices, earned through years of dismantling corrupt corporations, crooked officials, and shady hero agencies. She was not the loudest or the flashiest. She was relentless, patient, precise, and lethal. When Inko set her mind to something, she never backed down. Now, the system had made itself her enemy. Inko rifled through her old Rolodex, dusty with age but still full of names. Most were useless, dead, retired, or cowards who would fold under commission pressure. But some still owed her. Her fingers stopped on a name written in neat ink: Kenji Arakawa, hero name, Raging Gale. Retired 8 years ago, he was a wind-based kinetic amplifier capable of absorbing impacts and redirecting them explosively. It wasn't an exact match for Hana's quirk, but it was close enough: build energy and release it. More importantly, Kenji was one of the few heroes who had walked away from the HPSC with both his body and soul intact at a cost. He owed Inko a very big favor. The meeting was arranged quietly through back channels, using burner phones and old friends as intermediaries. No official records, no paper trail. By noon the next day, Inko was driving Hana out past the edges of the city to the crumbling suburbs where weeds grew taller than the houses and old heroes went to be forgotten. Hana kicked her legs in the passenger seat, humming and clutching a juice box. She asked where they were going, and Inko smiled faintly, telling her they were going to meet someone special who could help her become even stronger. Hana beamed, excited at the thought of being stronger like All Might. The house they arrived at was old, the paint peeling from the porch but sturdy, defiant against the decay around it. Waiting out front was a man built like an oak tree, his broad shoulders blocking the door entirely. He wore a loose tank top and cargo pants, his body scarred from years of battles. His hair was a shock of silver tied back into a messy bun, and his face was lined deeply, but his dark eyes were sharp and alive. Kenji Arakawa looked at Inko as she stepped out of the car, a smirk tugging at his lips. He recognized her as the Viper and acknowledged her presence with a familiar tone. His gaze shifted to Hana, who peeked out from behind her mother's leg. He squatted down to her level, and she asked if he was going to teach her to punch better. Kenji laughed heartily, promising to teach her to punch so hard that the ground would cry for mercy. Hana clapped her hands gleefully, and Inko exhaled slowly, feeling the tension bleed from her shoulders. For the first time in days, she dared to hope. Training didn't start right away. Kenji was no fool. He spent the first 2 hours observing Hana tossing her a ball, having her jump rope, and making her run laps around the cracked parking lot behind his house. He scribbled notes on a battered clipboard, grunting occasionally. Hana treated it like a game, her energy boundless. Only when he was satisfied did Kenji finally wave her over, tossing her a pair of heavy-looking training gloves and telling her it was time to see what she was made of. The next few hours were intense. Kenji didn't coddle her. He made Hana throw punch after punch into a reinforced punching bag bolted to a concrete post. He instructed her to keep her rhythm, emphasizing that losing it meant losing her power. Sweat poured down Hana's face, her little arms trembling, but she kept going, her fists hammering the bag with increasing strength. Inko watched from the sidelines, her heart pounding. Then, on the 12th consecutive strike, the entire metal post snapped at the base, sending the punching bag flying into the air. Hana stumbled back, eyes wide and breathing hard. Kenji whistled low, impressed by her strength. He ruffled Hana's hair, making her giggle, and remarked that she was going to be dangerous. However, he turned serious as he glanced at Inko, acknowledging that Hana needed control quickly. Inko nodded, knowing the risks if Hana lost her temper in a crowded area. Kenji set down his clipboard with a heavy thud and agreed to train her 2 sessions a week, private, with no records. Inko exhaled shakily, feeling something warm and painful build behind her eyes as she thanked him hoarsely. Kenji shrugged, reminding her that old debts needed to be repaid. He smiled down at Hana, who was trying to lift the broken post as if it were a trophy. He thought that teaching her might just be the highlight of his retirement. That night, as they drove home under the stars, Hana slept in the back seat, curled up in her booster seat, clutching her gloves like they were precious treasures. Inko drove in silence, the road stretching endlessly before her. The future remained uncertain. The commission would still come, and there would still be battles to fight. But for now, on this night, Hana was safe. Hana Midoriya the Viper had proven once again that no one messed with her family. 2 days after Hana's first training session with Kenji Arakawa, a quiet storm began to brew in the corridors of power. Deep in the marble halls of the Hero Public Safety Commission headquarters, A conference room filled with tense officials buzzed with urgent whispers. Stacks of files and video footage from the playground incident were strewn across the long oak table. Security camera footage had captured it all: a 4-year-old girl, her fists igniting with invisible momentum, reducing reinforced playground equipment to twisted scrap metal. An analyst with sharp eyes muttered about the child being an emitter and mutation hybrid. Potential power index projections ranked her quirk at a Category 7 already, at just 4 years old. A heavy silence fell over the room. The director of development, an aging man with iron-gray hair and cold ambition gleaming in his eyes, leaned forward and stated that early containment was key. Recruitment and conditioning were necessary before she became problematic. The others murmured in agreement. It was standard procedure. The HPSC had shaped hundreds of promising children before through scholarships, special programs, and, if necessary, forced reassignments. It was messy work, but it was their work. One woman, a newer recruit, hesitated as she flipped through another file. She mentioned a complication, and the director's brow furrowed. When she revealed that the child's mother was Hana Midoriya, she pushed a slim, leather-bound dossier onto the table. Bold red ink crowned the file with the words, "Code name, the Viper." The room fell silent, and someone cursed under their breath. The director snatched up the dossier, scanning it rapidly. Every page revealed more troubling information: case files, courtroom victories, public investigations into hero misconduct, and successful takedowns of commission-affiliated programs. He saw the names of prominent officials whose careers had ended when they crossed the Viper. At the back of the file was a single sheet detailing an incident where Hana Midoriya exposed massive HPSC financial fraud, resulting in numerous arrests and resignations. The director slowly set the file down, his hands tight with barely suppressed rage. He stated that they couldn't touch her, his voice like ground glass. The room erupted into panicked argument, but he silenced them with a firm command. He reminded them that Inko had built a career dismantling people like them. She wasn't just a lawyer, she was a predator. The second they moved against her daughter, she would retaliate legally, politically, and socially. And worse, she would make it public. The commission thrived on secrecy and respectability, and a public scandal could cripple them for decades. Meanwhile, Inko was already moving like a master tactician. Using her vast network of connections, she began quietly closing off every possible avenue the HPSC might try. First, she called in favors with the media. Within a week, subtle human interest stories began to circulate, painting Hana as a rising star and Inko as a successful single mother raising a gifted child. Pictures of Hana smiling at the park and clips of her helping an old man with groceries showcased her kindness, creating public sentiment armor. If the HPSC tried anything, they would be seen as villains. Second, she leveraged her ties to political offices, reaching out to old senators and city council members whose careers she had quietly rescued. Within a month, Inko secured official guardianship protections, creating a legal wall that classified Hana's training, education, and healthcare decisions as private family matters, immune to commission oversight unless clear and present danger could be proven. Third, she moved to tie their hands financially. She whispered into the right ears at the Hero Regulatory Finance Board, and investigations into the commission's budgets suddenly reignited minor ones at first, but with real consequences. The HPSC had to redirect resources to defense rather than offense. In a dark conference room back at HPSC headquarters, the director seethed behind closed doors. A new report landed on his desk, summarizing the risks of pursuing acquisition or control of Hana Midoriya. It recommended observation only and noted that the Midoriyas were now classified as Tier 1 litigation hazards. The director crumpled the letter in his fist, realizing that the Viper had struck without ever stepping foot inside their building, and they were bleeding out without a single lawsuit filed yet. That night, in the cozy living room of their modest home, Inko sat quietly with a book open in her lap. Hana snored gently against her side, completely unaware of the invisible war being fought for her future. Inko brushed a hand through her daughter's messy hair, her heart swelling with fierce, protective love. They would try again, someday. She knew it. The system was patient and insidious, But so was she. This time, she would not just protect her daughter, she would prepare her, train her, arm her with knowledge, strength, and pride. So that when the world tried to chain her, Hana Midoriya would break those chains into dust. By the time Hana turned 6, she had already completed more structured quirk control training than most teenagers. Under the guidance of the retired pro hero Kenji Arakawa, she had learned how to temper the midder portion of her quirk, the momentum-stacking power that multiplied her strikes exponentially. She had learned to focus, control her breathing, and strike in combinations instead of reckless flurries. But now, she needed something more. Power was useless if one didn't know how to fight. So, at Inko's insistence and after countless background checks and contractual precautions, Hana was introduced to her new mentor, Iron Wolf Hayashi. Hayashi had once been a champion, not a hero or a celebrity, but a warrior in the underground circuit of professional mixed-style combat. Before laws regulated quirk-enhanced fighting, had been a dominant name, known for her cold discipline and precise technique. Now in her early 50s, her once sharp silver hair was cropped short, her limbs toned with wiry muscle, and her eyes were like two gray daggers that saw through lies, laziness, and weakness. When Hana first met her, was seated in the corner of a rundown gym in Mizudafu's industrial district. The place carried the scent of sweat and iron, the essence of battles won and lost. Remained silent for the first 10 minutes, observing Hana as she threw slow jabs at a heavy bag, her stance awkward with her legs too close together and her back foot dragging. Finally, stood and approached Hana, commenting on her form with a blunt observation about her technique. Hana blinked in surprise. Inko, who had accompanied Hana, raised an eyebrow but remained quiet, knowing Iam's reputation for honesty. Iam adjusted Hana's stance, repositioning her shoulders and gently guiding her elbows inward, then instructed her to try again. The training was unlike anything Hana had ever experienced. Kenji had taught her technique and strategy, but Iam introduced her to discipline and the art of fighting. On the first day, Hana learned to keep her guard up, receiving a light slap to the forehead with a focus mitt every time her hands dropped. The second day focused on footwork, requiring Hana to circle the mat for 2 hours without crossing her feet. If she stumbled, Iam made her start over. When frustration led Hana to collapse, Iam handed her water and encouraged her to rise, reminding her that storms do not quit. By day 5, Hana was introduced to kicks. Iam demonstrated a snapping low kick that could unbalance an adult, then unexpectedly instructed Hana to kick a tire hanging from the rafters 100 times with each leg. As Hana's legs shook and tears threatened to fall, Iam crouched beside her, imparting wisdom about pain, being a teacher of truth, urging her to learn from it rather than fear it. Hana quickly adapted to the rigorous training, absorbing the strikes and drills with remarkable enthusiasm. Each day, she arrived earlier, stayed later, and hit harder. She began to develop a fighting style that was raw, furious, and joyful. She punched in rhythm, danced between combinations, and twirled away from counterstrikes, laughing as she narrowly dodged low sweeps. One afternoon, Iam caught Hana spinning and bouncing during a spar with a sandbag, humming to herself. Amused, Iam asked why she was dancing. Hana grinned and explained that it made the punches more enjoyable. Iam chuckled, recognizing the spark of a true fighter within Hana, and decided to introduce kickboxing combinations that included knees, elbows, and spinning back kicks. Hana fell in love with the new techniques, her natural speed and agility making her unpredictable and difficult to read. Inko watched from the upper balcony nearly every evening, observing the bruises, sweat, and pain, but also the vibrant determination in her daughter's eyes. Initially, fear would grip her heart, but it soon faded as she realized Hana was building her strength through her own efforts, not through the commission's curriculum or empty promises. Inko meticulously documented everything: dates, injuries, progress notes, and met with Iam weekly to ensure the training remained safe. She even filed precautionary guardianship protections with the Hero Support Welfare Department to safeguard against any accusations of neglect or exploitation. By the 6-month mark, Hana had sparred with 3 teenagers in controlled environments, winning each match, one by decision, one by technical knockout, and one by forcing a SBMSN in under 20 seconds. Word began to spread about the small, young, and uniquely fast fighter who smiled while she fought. Whispers began to circulate, dubbing her the Hurricane, not for her strength, but for her unpredictable and playful movements that could be devastating when focused. One cold night, after a particularly challenging session, I sat beside Hana on the edge of the ring, both drenched in sweat. She asked Hana if she knew why storms were feared. Hana speculated that it was because they could break things. I corrected her, explaining that storms are feared because they do not care what they break. She tapped Hana's chest, emphasizing the importance of mastering the part of her that danced in chaos, cautioning that she could not let that side take over without knowing who she truly was. Though Hana didn't fully grasp the message, she nodded in understanding. And so Hana trained. She laughed and danced, stepping onto the path of a warrior not out of obligation, but because the storm within her had always called her name. Now, she was learning to respond with her fists. The gym transformed from a mere battlefield into Hana's temple. The scuffed mats, cold ropes, and the clang of chains suspending heavy bags became part of a language she was learning to speak through her movements. I, ever the demanding teacher, noticed something remarkable about Hana. She didn't just fight, she flowed. Each jab seamlessly transitioned into a slip, a sidestep, or a weave, her body anticipating each kick as if guided by music only she could hear. Hana didn't just want to win fights, she wanted to dance through them. One late afternoon, I observed Hana shadowboxing in the reflection of the cracked wall mirror. The girl threw punches and pivoted around imaginary opponents, incorporating unpredictable spins and flashy kicks. I quietly acknowledged that Hana was already seeking more complexity in her training. Her instincts were evolving faster than her technical foundation, and her body craved freedom and expression. Recognizing the need to adapt Hana's training, I made a few calls. 2 weeks later, 2 new mentors arrived at the gym. The Nam Kunperkorn, a former Muay Thai prodigy and champion, had once been a living legend. After a serious leg injury ended his fighting career, he had remained out of the spotlight until I reached out for a personal favor. He arrived wearing a traditional headpiece, his body still taut with muscle and his gaze sharp. Hana was in awe as he began her first lesson, emphasizing that Muay Thai is the art of 8 limbs and that she would learn to use all of them without any wasted motion. No fancy spins unless it kills. Understood? Hana nodded quickly, and the lessons began immediately. Phantom's training was intense. Hana learned to bring her knees up like a piston short, explosive bursts that could break ribs if aimed properly. The Nam constantly corrected her posture, snapping her back upright when she hunkered down. He instructed her that her elbow was a knife, not a club, emphasizing the need to slash rather than slam. Each session, he made her throw 500 knees into the heavy bag, alternating legs. Next came the elbows vertical, horizontal, spinning all sharp, controlled movements. By the 3rd week, Hana could slice a suspended coconut in half with her elbow. Then came the clinch, a challenging test of balance, posture, and dominance. The Nam had her clinch with a resistance dummy twice her size, teaching her how to break posture, throw knees in rhythm, and trip with precise timing. Despite the bruises, Hana grinned with every lesson, finding joy in the process. She once remarked that it felt like fighting up close with dance shoes on, eliciting a rare twitch of approval from the Nam. IM's second call went to an old contact in Brazil, a former vigilante hero turned capoeira instructor named Lucio Ritmo Alves. He was a tall man with cocoa-colored skin and long dreadlocks tied into a bun, always wearing a smirk. Where the Nam was about precision and steel, Lucio embodied fluidity and fire. He arrived with a berimbau and a duffel bag of music players. On his first day, he didn't speak, he simply played music, tapped rhythm on the floor, and let Hana watch him move. Lucio didn't walk, he glided across the mats, cartwheeling, flipping, dodging invisible strikes, and launching sweeping kicks that seemed impossible to read. When the music stopped, he turned to Hana and expressed that she danced with her fists and he would show her how to fight with her soul. Capoeira was unlike anything Hana had experienced. The jinga, the constant motion of swaying between stances, made her feel weightless. Lucio taught her to flow with rhythm, always moving, always unpredictable. Her first lessons were simple: Jinga for 30 minutes straight, then cartwheel to one side, flip back, dodge low, and spin high. She added a devastating spinning kick to the mix, all to the beat of the marimba. Every movement had to be precise and fluid, alive like dancing through combat. Lucio emphasized that fighting was a story, and Capoeira made hers impossible to predict. The Nam, and Lucio did not always see eye to eye. The Nam scoffed at Capoeira's flair, while Lucio called Muay Thai too angry. But Hana absorbed it all. From Muay Thai, she gained crushing knees, slicing elbows, and balance in close combat. From Capoeira, she acquired evasion, rhythm, deception, and a natural ability to spin, feint, and strike in unexpected ways. Watched with pride and caution, realizing Hana wasn't just becoming a brawler, she was becoming an artist, a storm given form. Arranged a sparring match between Hana and one of her former students, a 13-year-old boy named Ryuto, who was trained in karate and had a unique quirk that hardened his skin on impact. He underestimated Hana immediately. She danced around him, laughing with her hands low, playful. When he charged, she dropped into a Muay Thai stance, clinched him, and delivered a series of rapid knees to his side, finishing with a spinning elbow as she twisted free. He staggered, dazed, and Hana flipped backward, danced in a half circle, and concluded with a capoeira spinning kick that knocked him to the mat before he even saw it coming. Called the match, and while Ryuto groaned, Hana offered him a hand. That night, as they left the gym, walked beside Hana and remarked that she was no longer just a fighter. Hana looked up, grinning, and asked what she was then. Smirked, saying she was a storm with a rhythm. Hana laughed, excited by the idea, likening herself to thunder with jazz. At 7.5 years old, Hana Midoriya had already mastered 4 different ways to incapacitate an opponent with just her elbow. Yet she felt a hunger not for violence, but for potential. She knew she could be more and do more. Ever watchful, recognized this. Hana had nearly outgrown her current regimen. Capoeira had given her rhythm, Muay Thai had provided precision, and boxing and kickboxing had forged her fundamentals into something formidable. But wanted to give her an edge, something primal, something that trained the body to strike without hesitation. That's when introduced her to Sharkman Karate. Sharkman Karate was not a style commonly taught to humans. It originated from a now-defunct hero whose shark-like quirk influenced his hyper-aggressive martial arts. Built for aquatic efficiency, it emphasized powerful, bone-crushing palm strikes, brutal chop-based counters, and low, sweeping kicks designed to unbalance opponents with minimal effort. Called in another favor, bringing Hana to a facility in Okinawa, where she met Master Raiga Yabanaka, a retired pro-hero with shark mutation traits. He was quiet, intense, and had an air of authority. Raiga tested Hana by throwing a palm strike at her face, which she caught. Training began. Sharkman Karate was not elegant, it was raw and aggressive. Raiga made her strike logs until her hands were sore, then pushed her to strike harder with elbows, forearms, palms, and shoulders. He taught her to lead with her entire body, hips, spine, breath, where every motion was a command to dominate. While Capoeira taught her evasion, Sharkman Karate instilled a sense of control. Hana learned to drive her foot through shin guards as if they were made of paper, dislocate shoulders with a single twist, and move through combat like a shark through water, fast, direct, and relentless. When she finally mastered a rapid sequence of strikes, Raiga grunted in approval, indicating she was ready for the next step. At 7.5, Hana had completed over 4 years of intensive training under multiple masters, while most children her age were still finishing coloring books. Decided it was time for her real trial, but she didn't inform Inko. That night, under the guise of an extended sleepover, took Hana underground literally. They drove to the edge of Narahata, entered a derelict warehouse, passed 2 security checks and an encrypted elevator, and descended into a massive concrete bunker illuminated by high-mounted floodlights and caged steel lamps. The atmosphere was electric and intense, the underground circuit, where unlicensed fights took place. No quirks. No mercy. Just fists, blood, and cash. Brought Hana to the manager, stating her intention to have Hana fight. The man laughed, but his amusement faded when Ayam hissed in response. She insisted that weight class didn't matter, Hana would face the toughest middleweight they had. The opponent, a 24-year-old named Goru, was formidable. Ayam looked down at Hana, who nodded, her emerald eyes gleaming with determination. The match began with the introduction of Hana the Hurricane. Her opponent, Goru, stood tall at 6'1", built like a beast, with hands that seemed like concrete blocks. He grinned confidently, and some in the crowd booed, thinking it was a joke. Then the bell rang. Goru charged at her. Hana sidestepped, ducked low, and struck his ribs with a series of quick, precise blows. He swung wide, and she slipped under his arm, pivoted, and delivered a back fist to his side, causing him to stagger. The crowd gasped in surprise. Goru approached again, this time more cautious. Hana unleashed a flurry of strikes. A palm to his chest, a downward elbow to his clavicle, and a spinning sweep that sent him crashing to the mat. It was the first knockdown, just 10 seconds into the fight. He rose, now angry. He feinted left and kicked, but Hana absorbed the impact on her shoulder, stepped in, and executed a Capoeira crescent kick to his jaw. The crowd erupted in cheers. Then she stomped on his foot, clinched him in a Muay Thai hold, and drove her forehead into his face. The atmosphere was electric with excitement. Goru fell again, and Ayam watched with an impassive expression as the referee began the count. When he reached 10, it was declared a knockout. After the match, backstage, Hana sat quietly while Ayam wrapped a towel around her shoulders. Hana acknowledged Goru's strength, but Ayam reminded her that she had been smarter and faster. Hana wondered if her mother would be upset if she found out the truth. Ayam smiled faintly, suggesting that if Inko found out, she would definitely be mad. Hana laughed, despite her swollen knuckles and bruised eye, feeling more alive than ever. In the shadows of the underground, she had proven something vital. She didn't need her quirk to be a weapon. She was the weapon. The hum of street lamps buzzed faintly in the backdrop of a quiet suburb as Hana Midoriya tiptoed out the back door of her house. The stars twinkled above, and the moon was a mere crescent, providing just enough cover for her secret mission. Her bag was packed with gauze tape, wraps, a water bottle, and a mouthguard. To her mother, Inko Midoriya, Hana was simply attending a sleepover at her friend Mika's house. The reality, however, was much harsher. Ayam, a retired pro fighter and quirkless martial artist, waited in an old, dark blue van parked down the street. She nodded curtly when Hana slid into the passenger seat, asking if Hana was sure about this. Hana affirmed her decision, and thus began her double life. For the next few months, this routine became her norm. On the surface, Hana maintained her image as a promising young martial artist and a typical girl attending sleepovers. But every other weekend, under Ayam's watchful eye and strict rules, Hana plunged into the brutal underground circuits of unsanctioned fights, where money, pride, and survival were the only things that mattered. Each fight took place in different locations: abandoned warehouses, backrooms of pachinko parlors, and even a half-collapsed subway station. Word spread quickly about the fiery girl who fought fiercely. She earned the nickname Hurricane, a title that reflected the storm of strikes she unleashed in the ring. Hana never used her quirk, adhering to Ayam's unyielding rule. If she wanted to be the best, she had to earn it without shortcuts. Her opponents scoffed at her when she entered the ring. Adult men in their 20s and 30s mocked her size and age until the bell rang. Then they found themselves overwhelmed by her whirlwind of strikes and evasive maneuvers. One opponent was knocked out in 12 seconds by a spinning back kick. Another tried to tackle her and ended up with broken ribs and a dislocated shoulder. The crowd was left in awe and disbelief. Each victory earned her whispers of legend, sharpening her reflexes, timing, and instincts. With each fight, her body grew stronger and more resilient. Ayam observed with quiet pride, though concern lingered in her eyes. After one particularly intense bout against a 28-year-old brawler who had underestimated her, Ayam pulled Hana aside. She acknowledged Hana's rapid growth but warned her that this life could be dangerous if she wasn't careful. Hana, still catching her breath, assured Ayam that she was fighting to prove herself, not to lose her identity. Ayam sighed, cautioning her to ensure that her ambition didn't consume her. At home, Inko remained blissfully unaware. Hana concealed her bruises with makeup, wore long sleeves even in warm weather, and took ice baths to reduce swelling. She maintained good grades, practiced her routines, and visited her friends for sleepovers. But inside, she was transforming into something else, something dangerous and unstoppable. The underground ring had become her crucible, and she was emerging forged in flame and fury. The morning light streamed through the school windows as Hana Midoriya leaned back in her chair, spinning a pencil in one hand and humming quietly. Her body was compact and well-toned, carrying the energy of someone accustomed to movement. While the other children around her fidgeted or stared into space, Hana's emerald eyes scanned the classroom, flicking toward the door each time it opened. Now 8 years old, she was still small for her age, but her presence was striking. Even in her school uniform, the muscle definition in her arms and legs was evident. Her aura radiated a low, humming tension, like the calm before a storm. Years of underground fighting had sharpened her instincts, but outside the ring, she wore a mask of casual ease. That morning, a new girl entered the classroom. She had purple hair tied into twin pigtails and a cool, detached expression. The headphone jacks dangling from her earlobes caught everyone's attention. Her name was Kyoka Jiro, a transfer from another district. The teacher introduced her, and Kyoka gave a brief bow. Her eyes scanned the room and paused when they met Hana's, a flicker of recognition passing between them, not of familiarity, but of understanding that they were both different. At recess, Hana approached Kyoka without hesitation, complimenting her earphone jacks and inquiring if she had a sound-based quirk. Kyoka raised an eyebrow but confirmed that she did. When Hana mentioned her own quirk, momentum surge, and offered to demonstrate, Kyoka smirked, intrigued by Hana's fighting spirit. "You have no idea." From that point on, the two became inseparable. They spent lunches trading stories, laughing at other kids' antics, and practicing their quirks in secret. Kyoka's reserved, laid-back nature balanced Hana's explosive confidence. Where Hana was fire and motion, Kyoka was rhythm and control. Later that month, back at home, Inko Midoriya quietly closed the front door behind her. The apartment was silent, except for the distant sound of the shower. In her hand was a thick manila envelope she had received from one of her legal associates. Inko set the envelope down on the kitchen table and opened it. Inside were grainy photographs from underground fighting rings, dimly lit arenas, cheering crowds, and in the center of it all, a young girl wrapped in tape and determination, dancing around older, larger opponents. Hana. Inko didn't panic. She didn't cry. She simply sighed, pinched the bridge of her nose, and waited. An hour later, Hana emerged from the bathroom, hair damp and wearing her sleepwear. "Hana," Inko called calmly. Hana froze. "Yeah, Mom?" "Come sit." The envelope was already open. Hana walked over, knowing exactly what this was about. She didn't lie or pretend. She simply sat down and met her mother's gaze. "I'm not angry," Inko said slowly. "Well, I am, but not for the reason you think." Hana tilted her head. "You're not mad I fought?" "I'm furious you didn't tell me," Inko said, her voice sharp now. "Do you have any idea what could have happened if something went wrong? If you got seriously hurt?" "I knew what I was doing," Hana said, a bit too quickly. "You're 8. "I'm a fighter," Hana shot back. Wouldn't have let me fight if I wasn't ready. And I always made sure to follow the rules: no quirks, no cheating. I won fair. Inko exhaled slowly, her green eyes so much like Hana's softening. "You have talent. Raw, terrifying talent. And I won't stop you from fighting if that's your choice. But you don't get to keep me in the dark. I'm your mother. I'm not just some obstacle in your path. If you're going to live this life, I need to be in it too." Hana nodded, her expression unusually solemn. "I promise." Inko reached across the table, gently taking her daughter's hand. "From now on, we do this together." Over the next few weeks, the underground circles that once whispered about the child prodigy now buzzed with the name Hurricane Hana and the fact that her mother, the Viper, had been seen ringside. Inko became an active if not quietly feared presence. No one dared question her authority or attempt to exploit her daughter. With Inko's legal mind and connections, Hana's safety was never left to chance again. And with Kyoka now in her life, Hana was starting to discover something new, that fighting didn't have to be her only identity. For the first time in a long time, Hana Midoriya felt like a kid again. A dangerous, battle-hardened, steel-boned, bullet-dodging kid. But a kid nonetheless. After that first shared snack on the rooftop, Hana and Kyoka became nearly inseparable. Their bond formed quickly but solidly, rooted in something raw and unspoken. Hana, with her fire and fists, and Kyoka, with her sarcasm and sound, clicked in ways that confused their classmates. Kyoka didn't care that Hana was aggressive, and Hana didn't mind that Kyoka preferred the corner of the classroom with her headphones on. Lunches turned into training sessions in Hana's backyard. Kyoka didn't train much herself, she mostly watched. But every now and then, Hana would toss her gloves aside and shout, "Come-gi! Hit me!" At first, Kyoka hesitated. "I'm not about to fight you." Hana grinned, eyes alight with challenge. "Then at least try to make me flinch." Eventually, Kyoka gave in, throwing half-hearted punches that Hana dodged with lazy ease. It became their thing, sparring and laughing and ribbing each other, followed by ice cream or a trip to the music shop. Kyoka brought music into Hana's world. Her room, once bare and utilitarian, slowly filled with vinyl records, used speakers, and a second-hand bass guitar that Kyoka helped her choose. Hana wasn't very good at first, but she practiced diligently more out of loyalty to her friend than love for the instrument. In return, Hana introduced Kyoka to discipline, to movement, and to fearlessness. "You're small G," she once said, "but so is a stick of dynamite." Meanwhile, in a white-walled office nestled in the heart of the Hero Public Safety Commission headquarters, a small task force had begun compiling information. Subject file, Hana Midoriya. Quota, beginning threat assessment. Eyes only HPSC internal. Preliminary scans indicate mutation manifested at age confirmed enhanced physical speed, reflexes, muscle structure, and skeletal durability. Emitter-type portion surfaced at age, full classification still pending. Recently, scattered civilian reports mention subject Midoriya being trained in no fewer than 5 martial arts disciplines: boxing, kickboxing, Muay Thai, Capoeira, and a unique form believed to be Sharkman Karate. Data remains incomplete. Surveillance assets have yet to verify the extent of training. Public schools report normal academic performance. No direct evidence of active quirk use in civilian areas yet. One agent stared at the notes grimly. At 8 years old, she's more dangerous than most adult sidekicks. Another leaned back in their chair. And we only know half of what she's doing. The rest's being protected by that woman Inko Midoriya. The first nodded. The Viper. She's already shut down 3 separate surveillance operations and got one of our operatives reassigned to Hokkaido. A silence settled over the room. She's not letting us near that girl. Not now. Maybe not ever. But if the girl ever steps out of line, we'll be ready, said the agent coldly. We always are. Back at home, Inko watched the 2 girls through the kitchen window as Hana demonstrated a spinning heel kick on a punching dummy in the backyard. Kyoka clapped and mimicked it awkwardly. Hana doubled over laughing. Inko sipped her tea, eyes narrowing slightly. The laughter of 2 children filled the air. She knew what the HPSC wanted. They always came for the ones with power too great to be ignored. But Inko had power of her own, and she would use every last legal thread she could pull to protect her daughter. Just let them try. Tokyo Dome Arena, underground ring C. Evening lights glittered above the ring, casting a silvery halo over the canvas floor. The crowd roared low, impatient, and full of hunger. Not the kind of hunger for blood, but for promise. They weren't just here to see a fight. They were here to see the arrival of something terrifying. Backstage, Hana Midoriya sat on a steel bench, arms folded, eyes closed. Her head swayed ever so slightly to the beat of music thumping faintly from a pair of wireless earbuds, Kyoka's own mix, a blend of aggressive rhythms and thick bass meant to rattle the bones. Her hands were taped. The gloves sat beside her, untouched for now. Her dark green robe, hood up, covered her slim but chiseled form. The gym lights had done their job well at 11 years old, Hana had the physique of a teenager sculpted from marble. Every muscle and tendon was refined and coiled with precision. Jiro stood beside her, adjusting his hood, nervous but trying not to show it. He believed she was going to excel in the match. Hana cracked an eye open and acknowledged that it was the kind of victory that came with a reward. Inko entered the prep room, her heels clicking against the concrete floor. Dressed in a sleek black pantsuit with her hair elegantly pinned back, she corrected Jiro, noting that the opponent was 17. She had ensured everything was sanctioned and approved, giving Hana a sly smirk and confirming that she was clear to fight. Hana stood, her robe whispering as she moved. Inko's eyes softened momentarily before turning icy as she looked toward the curtain leading to the ring. She reminded Hana to win clean, without using any quirks or causing any accidents. Hana assured her mother that she wouldn't slip up. Inko nodded, urging her to make a statement. The announcer's voice boomed over the PA system, introducing Hana with excitement. As the curtain drew back, the crowd surged to life, a tidal wave of noise and disbelief. Hana walked forward, flanked by Jiro and Inko. She paused at the ropes, then with one smooth motion yanked off her robe. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as she revealed her deep green boxing shorts, a black sports bra and ankle wraps. Despite her age, she owned the ring. The opposing boxer, a 17-year-old local champion, blinked in disbelief as his confident demeanor faltered. He looked to the referee, questioning if Hana was a joke, but received no answer. Across the ring, Hana rolled her shoulders and grinned, showcasing her agility with a casual sway of her hips and a flash of footwork that mocked him. As the bell rang, the boy charged in hoping to end the match quickly. He threw a left jab, a right cross, and a solid uppercut. Hana bobbed, weaved, and ducked, evading his attacks with elegant precision. She countered with a right to the ribs, a left to the temple, and a combination that ended with a shot to the liver, causing him to stumble. Hana backed off, her expression unchanged, while Jiro cheered from the sidelines. In the second round, the boy was more cautious, keeping his distance and attempting to catch her in a trap. But Hana's instincts, honed through years of martial discipline, wouldn't let her fall for it. She slipped his feint, ducked under a hook, and delivered a powerful body shot followed by an uppercut that sent him hitting the ropes. The crowd erupted in excitement as he barely held on. The third round concluded with a single punch, a straight left that landed perfectly. The impact was decisive, and he collapsed to the mat. The referee counted him out, declaring a knockout just 47 seconds into the round. The arena fell silent before erupting into cheers for Hurricane Hana. Cameras flashed, scouts took notes, and reporters pushed forward, amazed by the youngest professional fighter in the country who had just defeated someone 6 years older. Jiro tackled Hana in a hug, celebrating her victory, while Inko stood at the edge of the ring, a subtle smile on her lips. In a distant upper balcony, 2 men in suits observed through binoculars, recognizing Hana as no ordinary child, noting the presence of a looming threat. In the press room beneath the arena, the fluorescent lights buzzed as reporters packed in, eager to hear from the young fighter. Seated at the front was Hana, clad in her ring gear and an oversized hoodie, a gold medal resting on the table before her. Her eyes were calm, and a faint smile played on her lips. Jiro sat beside her, shifting awkwardly, while Inko stood behind them with an air of composure. A reporter leaned in, asking Hana how she felt after knocking out a nationally ranked amateur in her first match. She leaned forward slightly, stating that she felt like she had done her job. Another reporter inquired about her training regimen, to which Hana corrected that she was learning 6 different martial arts, but today was solely about boxing. When asked about critics who believed she was too young for the pro circuit, Hana's expression sharpened as she emphasized her adherence to the rules and her ability to win without relying on quirks. Inko nodded approvingly in the background. When asked about her future plans, Hana stood, draping the gold medal around her neck and declaring that she was just getting started. 2 days later, in the Osaka Regional Arena, the locker room smelled of antiseptic and stale sweat. The atmosphere was rougher than Tokyo's polished stage, filled with gamblers and hardcore fans. But Hana remained unfazed, shadowboxing near a hanging bulb while Jiro wrapped her hands. The music pulsed low from an old stereo. Jiro asked if she was ready for her opponent, and Hana confidently replied that she had studied his tapes and would break his rhythm in the second round. Ayam poked her head in, announcing that they had 10 minutes to ring time and that the crowd was mostly in favor of her opponent. Hana was determined to change their minds. As the announcer introduced her, Hana moved like a loaded spring, studying her opponent's rhythm while allowing him to score a few light jabs to build his confidence. Then she struck with precision a sidestep, a jab to the body, a shift left, and an uppercut that staggered him, quieting the crowd in anticipation of what was to come. Broke his rhythm. Every time Jean adjusted his stance, Hana beat him to the pivot. When he tried to clinch, she slipped under and delivered punishing body shots. The third round ended with a decisive knockout from a liver hook. It was clean and final. Post-fight aftermath, Osaka Diner, midnight. Hana sat in a corner booth with Jiro and Ayam. Her eyes were slightly swollen, her knuckles bruised, but her grin was wide as the moon. Jiro, between bites of katsudon, remarked that if she continued this way, they would soon run out of opponents willing to face her. Ayam laughed, suggesting they take their talents international. Hana raised her soda in a toast to the next fight, and they clinked glasses, the storm just beginning. The crowd at Saitama Super Arena was thunderous, a sea of cheers and chants rising like a wave as the announcer's voice boomed across the stadium. The new lightweight champion of Japan was crowned, Midoriya Hana. Hana stood in the center of the ring, gloves raised high above her head as sweat dripped down her face and body. Her opponent, a seasoned fighter with over 40 wins, was slumped in the corner, barely able to stay upright after 12 rounds of intense competition. Despite the no-quirk rule in the ring, Hana's raw strength, honed reflexes, and near-inhuman endurance carried her through. Every strike was precise, measured, and powerful. Years of mastering various martial arts blended seamlessly into her form. As the championship belt was strapped around her waist and gold confetti rained down, Hana scanned the crowd. Her sharp eyes found Jiro near the front row, standing and clapping with a proud, tearful smile. Inko, beside him, beamed with pride. Without hesitation, Hana hopped down from the ring, gloves still on. Cameras followed her every move as she walked straight to Jiro, chest heaving from exertion. The crowd hushed slightly as they realized what was about to happen. Hana expressed her excitement about the match, and in a moment of spontaneity, she cupped Jiro's face with her gloved hands and shared a brief, gentle kiss. The crowd erupted in a mixture of cheers and laughter. Jiro's face flushed bright red as Hana pulled away, her grin mischievous. She reminded him that she had promised to win for him. 1 week later, the skies above Tokyo were tinged orange as the sun set, painting the skyline in warmth. Hana, dressed in casual black jeans and a white crop top under a bomber jacket, stood outside a music-themed cafe with Jiro. Her calloused hands were stuffed in her pockets, her championship belt left at home, but the aura of confidence around her was undeniable. Jiro, in a purple hoodie and black skirt with studded boots, looked both excited and nervous. They acknowledged that this was technically their first date, and Hana chuckled at the memory of kissing him in front of half the country. As they entered the cafe, live music played in the background, and soft lighting created a cozy atmosphere. They grabbed a booth by the window, where they could people watch while sharing food and talking. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, covering everything from music and training to favorite foods and future plans. Hana spoke about her desire to take on international circuits before attending UA college, while Jiro shared her dreams of becoming a pro hero who also made music on the side. At one point, Hana reached across the table and took Jiro's hand, her grip gentle but firm. She confided that Jiro was the only person she trusted to see the real her. Jiro smiled softly, acknowledging that while Hana was known as Hurricane Hana to the world, to her, she was simply the girl who hummed fight music before taking on an opponent. Hana grinned, declaring that was love. The rest of the night passed in warmth, laughter, and shy moments of affection. For all her strength, Hana's heart was young, and in Jiro, she found something she could never knock out: a sense of peace. Even as her name echoed across Japan's boxing circuits, Hana realized her biggest win had nothing to do with the ring. It was the girl holding her hand under the table. Tokyo, HPSC headquarters. The mood inside the high-rise building of the Hero Public Safety Commission was tense. A heavy silence filled the executive chamber, broken only by the humming flicker of a paused screen. On it was the image of 13-year-old Hana Midoriya standing atop the boxing ring ropes, one glove raised high, her expression fierce as camera flashes lit her up like a star. She had just won the Japan Pro Boxing Lightweight Championship undefeated, underaged, and unregistered. Commissioner Genji Arakawa remarked that she was a time bomb, noting her combat-based quirk and the fact that her entire existence revolved around combat. Another board member leaned forward, highlighting her extensive martial arts training and reflexes that could dodge a bullet. She was a teenage weapon who had become a public icon overnight. Genji reminded them that she was unregistered, with no full profile on her quirk, as her family had refused access since she was 4. A third voice suggested changing that. Later that week, Midoriya residence. The knock came at sunset. 3 agents in full regulation suits stood at the Midoriya family's doorstep. They were clean, professional, and all carried a distinct badge golden phoenix wings over a scale of justice. Inko Midoriya opened the door, still dressed in her evening lawyer's robe, glasses glinting under the hallway light. She didn't need to ask who they were. The lead agent stated they were there to discuss Hana's future. Inko coldly replied that they could discuss it through her office. The agent continued, mentioning their preparedness to invoke Article 46C of the Youth Hero Development Act, which allowed for guardianship reassignment if a minor was deemed a high-risk, unregulated quirk user. Inko sharply interrupted, asserting that Article 46C was void unless the minor was engaged in hero-related activity, a public safety risk, or abandoned. She emphasized that her daughter was none of those things and revealed that she had written the counter-appeals clause to 46C. The agent stiffened at her words. Inko warned them that if they attempted to take her daughter, she would pursue litigation that would haunt them for generations. The door slammed shut, leaving a heavy silence in the air. 2 days later, public statement from Inko Midoriya, SQ. The media was already a circus. Hana's rapid ascent in the ring, her youth, and her undeniable charisma had captured massive attention across Japan. Now, her mother had ignited a wildfire. Standing at a podium outside her law office, Inko Midoriya faced dozens of cameras and reporters. She declared that she had filed a federal suit against the Hero Public Safety Commission for attempted coercion, unlawful child welfare overreach, and abuse of Article 46C. Inko emphasized that she would not stand by while unelected officials tried to turn her daughter into another mindless tool. This was not about public safety, it was about control, and she would not allow Hana or any other gifted child to be reduced to property under bureaucratic manipulation. The internet exploded with headlines proclaiming Viper strikes again. Legal experts debated the implications, and citizens questioned the true reach of the HPSC. Support for the Midoriyas surged, with the hashtag #HandsOffHana trending within hours. The Hero Public Safety Commission remained silent publicly, but behind closed doors, they began drafting a new strategy. That night at the Midoriya residence, Hana sat on the couch with Jiro, watching the news coverage with clenched fists. She expressed her shock at the actions of the HPSC, to which Inko responded that she had kept much of the situation from Hana to allow her a normal childhood. Hana realized that this normalcy was now over. Inko placed a reassuring hand on her daughter's shoulder, encouraging her to carve out her own path, not one dictated by others. Hana looked at her mother and then at Jiro, who offered her a supportive smile. With a determined smirk, Hana resolved to see how far she could go. On the Tokyo Broadcasting Network, the news anchor highlighted Hana Midoriya's historic victory at the Japan Pro Boxing Lightweight Championship. At just 13 years old, undefeated, and with a remarkable record, she was being hailed as the most promising fighter of the decade. Clips of her fight showcased her sharp footwork, disciplined stance, and the decisive uppercut that secured her title. Analysts noted that her fighting style was an orchestration of refined martial disciplines, and surprisingly, none of it involved her quirk. A street poll revealed public sentiment, with many expressing their belief that Hana should become a pro-hero. Some compared her to past heroes, while others admired her for her current achievements. However, whispers of concern arose regarding how she had acquired such fighting skills and what her quirk was truly capable of. One institution in particular sought answers. In the Tokyo Supreme Judiciary Hall, the courtroom buzzed with energy as media, attorneys, and government representatives filled the space. Inko Midoriya, dressed in her signature black suit with a deep green silk scarf, commanded attention. Her eyes were calm yet fierce as she faced the lead counsel for the HPSC, who was surrounded by a team of legal experts and a mountain of paperwork. Inko addressed the judge, stating that the Hero Public Safety Commission had attempted to misuse Article 46C under the pretense of public safety. She asserted that her daughter had committed no crime, shown no instability, and had not even registered as a hero applicant. She was a civilian. The HPSC's lawyer argued that Hana's abilities were beyond standard classification, making her a statistical anomaly. Inko countered that her daughter had committed no acts of violence outside of regulated sport and that fearmongering based on potential did not justify custodial seizure. Inko stepped forward, declaring that the HPSC aimed to mold another child into a state-licensed weapon, not out of necessity but for profit. The courtroom murmured in response, and the judge tapped his gavel, though journalists quickly shared her words on social media. As the opposing counsel shifted, Inko leaned in, revealing her true strength. She reminded them that they had underestimated her, declaring her identity as Inko Midoriya, the Viper, who had dismantled politicians in larger courtrooms. She threatened to expose their actions if they continued their pursuit. When the gavel struck for recess, the courtroom erupted in chaos. Inko exited not as a victor but as a queen who had never lost. That night at home, Hana curled up on the couch, her championship belt beside her. She scrolled through articles and tweets praising her, noting that hero agencies were beginning to take notice. Some fan pages even referred to her as Black Viper, a blend of her mother's legacy and her own fierce precision. Jiro had texted her earlier, expressing pride in her achievements. Hana smiled, feeling a rare softness bloom within her. She pondered whether she wanted to be a hero. Perhaps not, but the idea of someone watching her on the battlefield, someone with earphone jacks and a charming smirk, was appealing. She wouldn't say the name aloud just yet, but for the first time, the prospect of being a pro-hero felt like something she could claim on her own terms, if only to see that smirk ringside every time she won. Ms. Midoriya had made it clear that she was not interested in becoming a hero. Inko leaned forward, her expression calm yet filled with quiet determination. The HPSC had been watching her daughter for years, attempting to manipulate her family since Hana's quirk first manifested. Inko was resolute that their efforts to use Hana as a pawn in their game of power would not succeed. Her voice was low but commanding, capable of bringing anyone to heel without raising a word. The HPSC lawyer shifted uncomfortably but pressed on, stating that they had documentation suggesting Hana's quirk could be a powerful tool in the fight against crime. The fact that she had been allowed to compete in underground fighting rings without oversight was a serious concern. Inko's lips curled into a smile that was anything but friendly. Her daughter was a fighter who had earned her skills through hard work and made her own choices. Inko was not there to defend Hana's actions. She was there to ensure that Hana's future was hers to decide. Inko continued, her voice growing colder, reminding them that the last time they tried to intervene in a parent's decision regarding their child's future, it ended with a lawsuit. They should have learned by now that she did not lose. The judge nodded, having seen enough. He announced that the court would adjourn for now, with the case to be revisited in 2 days. He recommended that both parties come to a resolution before the matter dragged on any further. The HPSC lawyers shot glares at Inko, but she met their gaze with unwavering confidence, knowing they had no leverage left. The battle was nearing its conclusion, and she was determined to win. 2 days later, on a cold and rainy morning in Tokyo, the decision was handed down. Inko Midoriya had triumphed, defeating the HPSC at their own game. The court ruled in her favor, granting her sole guardianship over her daughter, Hana, with no room for interference from the HPSC. This landmark case would set a precedent for how the government could, or rather, could not meddle in the lives of individuals with quirks. While Inko reveled in her victory, the real fallout was just beginning. The HPSC had lost, and they had lost spectacularly. Hana Midoriya, now 14, found herself in a whirlwind of attention following the courtroom victory. With the case against the HPSC concluded, her life had taken yet another unexpected turn. Standing at a crossroads, she felt the weight of her recent accomplishments and the eyes of the public upon her. Although she had always found solace in fighting and the discipline of martial arts, the idea of becoming a professional hero had never resonated with her. In fact, she was determined not to follow that path. To that end, Hana made a bold decision: she would leave Japan Pro Boxing. Her title was relinquished for reasons that no one fully understood. This shocking decision bewildered the media and her fans, who had expected her to ascend higher in the world of boxing, but Hana was not one to follow the expected path. Instead, she entered the ZST Fighting Federation, a popular mixed martial arts competition that allowed fighters from all disciplines to test their abilities against one another. The rules were straightforward. No quirks allowed, just pure physicality and strategy. Having already fought using her quirk in underground rings, Hana now faced a new challenge where her raw talent had to suffice. Her first match in ZST was against Kaito, a seasoned veteran known for his grappling and striking abilities. The crowd buzzed with excitement, having heard rumors of the young prodigy, but Hana was ready to prove that she wasn't just the hurricane because of her quirk. She was the hurricane due to her relentless drive and mastery of various martial arts. Kaito was a formidable opponent, launching a barrage of punches at Hana. She dodged effortlessly, her reaction time so quick that it seemed as if time slowed around her. Hana's movements were fluid and controlled, as if she had anticipated every strike before it came. Her footwork, honed through years of boxing, kickboxing, Muay Thai, and Capoeira, was flawless. The fight progressed through several intense rounds. Hana refrained from using her quirk; she didn't need it. Kaito grew frustrated, searching for an opening that simply wasn't there. Hana was untouchable. In the final round, she delivered a punch that sent Kaito sprawling to the mat. The crowd erupted into cheers as Hana stood tall, victorious once again. Later, when asked why she chose ZST over other professional leagues, Hana shrugged, her expression unreadable. She simply stated that she didn't need to prove herself to anyone; she fought because she loved it. Her decision to fight in ZST and leave her boxing career behind shocked everyone. The media, her fans, and even her own family were confused, but Hana felt content. She was ready for a new chapter in her life. In the weeks that followed, she began to notice a new temptation not to become a hero or join the ranks of professional crime fighters, but to spend more time with Jiro. Although she had always dismissed the idea of being a hero, Jiro had a way of making Hana reconsider. She knew that joining the hero ranks would allow her to spend more time with Jiro, but that wasn't enough of a reason to sacrifice everything she had worked for. Still, the thought lingered in her mind as the days passed. She had no interest in becoming a hero, but perhaps the prospect of a shared future was enough to make her reconsider. As Hana prepared for her next fight in ZST, the crowd roared, but her mind was elsewhere. Each victory was another step forward, and with each step, she drew closer to an answer she hadn't quite figured out yet. One thing was clear: Hana's future was hers to shape, and no one, not even the HPSC, could take that from her. As the sun set in a warm glow over the Tokyo skyline, painting the clouds in brilliant gold and crimson, Hana Midoriya stepped out of the arena, fresh from another dominating win in the ZST Fighting Federation. Her body was slick with sweat, knuckles bandaged, and a towel slung across her neck. Jiro walked beside her, chatting animatedly and holding Hana's duffel bag as she always did post-fight. Inko trailed closely behind, fielding calls from media outlets eager to interview Hana after her recent technical knockout. The area outside the arena was packed with fans, journalists, and streaming influencers. Dozens of cameras were aimed in Hana's direction, some even live-streaming the event as it unfolded. A local news drone hovered above, capturing the vibrant energy of the crowd. Hana, calm and relaxed after the adrenaline rush, raised a hand to wave at the fans. Then it happened. A black, unmarked van screeched to a halt on the curb ahead, and doors flew open. 12 individuals in tactical gear, faces masked, rushed out. Three others emerged behind them, well-known HPSC-licensed pro heroes. Red Bastion, a quirked brute known for his body-hardening, Ether Rail, who manipulated magnetic fields, and Nightpath, a stealth specialist with teleportation. The moment was broadcast live. Streamers froze mid-sentence. Viewers around the world watched in horror and confusion as the 12 agents attempted to surround Hana. One of them barked into a comm, declaring, "Target in sight. Neutralize and extract." It seemed the HPSC had finally lost its mind. For a split second, everything was quiet. Then Hana moved. Before the first man could finish raising his tranquilizer gun, Hana closed the distance in a blur. Her elbow shattered his mask and likely his nose before he crumpled. The second and third agents flanked her. Hana pivoted, using one as a shield while she swept the legs of the other. She drove a knee into the shield's back and launched herself over him, landing squarely in the middle of the next wave. Nightpath attempted to teleport in from above, only for Hana to grab his arm mid-transport and slam him headfirst into the pavement. He phased out just in time to avoid a serious blow but reappeared disoriented 10 meters away. Jiro screamed at the chaos, her voice echoing from the nearby microphones, "Everything is being live-streamed, you idiots." Inko stood frozen for only a moment before her eyes went cold. She raised her phone and began filming herself, declaring, "This is a live federal crime committed by the HPSC. You're all finished." Red Bastion, the brute, charged. Hana waited calmly. His arm swung out like a hammer. Hana ducked low, pivoted on her heel, and delivered a powerful body shot into his exposed ribs. His quirk couldn't fully harden what he didn't protect. He gagged and stumbled, and she followed up with a spinning back kick to his sternum, sending him crashing through a parked car. The crowd roared in disbelief. Cameras zoomed in, and commentators on streaming platforms were losing their minds. Ether Rail tried to use nearby metal objects to ensnare Hana, drawing iron signs and barriers toward her. Hana vaulted through them, her years of reflex training and multi-discipline conditioning making her untouchable. She grabbed a steel sign midair and flung it back, perfectly aimed, clipping Ether in the temple and knocking his helmet off. With 6 more agents down, the remaining ones hesitated. One tried to run, but Hana didn't chase him. Instead, she kicked off a wall and dove at 2 others trying to regroup. A fierce combination of Muay Thai elbows and savate strikes dropped them both before they even realized what was happening. The final 3 agents fell back, confused, horrified, and utterly outclassed. Hana walked calmly toward them, breathing controlled, eyes steady. She simply stated, "Stand down." They complied. Sirens wailed in the distance as police flooded the scene within moments. The HPSC agents and heroes were immediately surrounded and placed under arrest. Reporters swarmed, asking questions while drones recorded every second. One officer, clearly high-ranking, turned to Hana with a respectful nod and asked if she was injured. Hana shook her head, replying that she was fine. Inko arrived beside her, voice shaking with fury. She demanded that every one of the agents be charged with attempted kidnapping, assault, and abuse of authority. The officer assured her that she would have the full backing of Tokyo's prosecutor's office. Across the world, news networks broadcast the footage. Social media exploded with hashtags like #HPScandal, #Midoriya Unbroken, and #Hero Commission Fall trending for hours. Within 24 hours, a full investigation was launched into the HPSC's rogue operation. Public trust collapsed as the attempted abduction of a minor, captured live with dozens of witnesses, turned the commission into a global disgrace. Hana, for her part, gave a short statement the next day, asserting that she was not a weapon or a pawn and warning that if they came after her again, she wouldn't be so forgiving. That was all she said, but the world had heard enough. The footage spread like wildfire. 12 well-dressed men in black tactical suits, and 3 clearly identifiable pro-heroes attempting to detain a 14-year-old girl in broad daylight during a live-streamed event and being completely dismantled by her was not something the Japanese public would forget anytime soon. The recording was streamed live to an audience of over 1.2 million people during the post-fight wrap-up of a ZST event. Hana Midoriya, still in her post-match attire, had barely finished a post-fight handshake when the attackers descended. Hana had not hesitated. She had barely blinked. When the first attacker lunged at her, she pivoted, slipped under his arm, and drove her fist into his gut with such force that he was launched across the room. The next 10 minutes were a blur of motion, power, and precision. 12 agents incapacitated. 3 pro heroes knocked unconscious. 0 injuries to Hana. The entire incident was rewatched, dissected, and analyzed across every media platform. Experts broke down the footage frame by frame. Martial artists praised Hana's technique, while legal analysts condemned the HPSC's blatant abuse of authority. Hero agencies remained largely silent. The backlash against the Hero Public Safety Commission was immediate and fierce. #ProtectHana trended #1 in Japan for 3 days. Mass protests emerged outside HPSC offices across the country, with citizens demanding accountability. Petitions calling for a complete restructuring or disbandment of the HPSC gained millions of signatures. Anonymous whistleblowers began leaking internal HPSC documents, revealing a pattern of illegal surveillance, coercion, and manipulative attempts to acquire custody over powerful children. Hana, meanwhile, gave only one short press statement, expressing her confusion over what they thought would happen, reiterating that she was not a tool or a weapon, and stating that she was not scared. Hana Midoriya, known in the legal world as the Viper, moved with terrifying efficiency. Within 48 hours, she had filed a Class A civil suit against the HPSC for attempted abduction, assault, and conspiracy to violate parental rights. She also submitted a criminal referral to the public prosecutor's office naming the HPSC director and deputy directors as complicit, along with an emergency injunction with the Hero Oversight Council demanding suspension of the licenses of the 3 involved pro-heroes. The courtroom battle was swift and intense, with Hana's reputation ensuring the media followed every moment. The prosecution presented the live-stream footage in court, followed by testimonies from bystanders, event organizers, and hero professionals who expressed their outrage at the actions of the Hero Public Safety Commission, HPSC. During the cross-examination of the HPSC's legal representatives, Hana methodically dismantled their justification for the ambush. Hana questioned the sanity of the HPSC's claims, suggesting that a state-sanctioned agency had authorized a covert extraction of a civilian minor during a public event, without warrant or communication with her legal guardian, who had maintained custody since birth. The gallery erupted in cheers, and the judge did not intervene. Within a week, the 3 heroes involved were suspended indefinitely, the agents were detained and charged, and multiple high-ranking officials within the HPSC were placed under investigation. Public affection for Hana surged. Already a sensation in the combat sports world, her refusal to be victimized and her calm dismantling of what was essentially a covert operation solidified her as a symbol of defiance, control, and self-determination. Interviews flooded her management inbox, and fan letters piled up by the hundreds. Some called her the Storm's Wrath, while others preferred her fighting nickname, Hurricane Hana. However, Hana remained indifferent to the labels. She focused on training and spending time with Jiro. Each time she recalled the HPSC's actions, her fists clenched tighter, not from fear but from the temptation of retaliation. The idea of becoming a hero began to take root in her mind, if only to confront those who hid behind that title. The storm that followed the failed HPSC kidnapping attempt continued to shake Japan's political and cultural landscape. Footage of Hana Midoriya, 14 years old, 5 feet 1 inch, weighing just over 100 pounds, effortlessly taking down a team of 12 operatives and 3 licensed pro-heroes went viral within minutes. Every punch she threw, every evasive maneuver, and especially the moment she pinned the lead hero with just 1 foot and a fierce glare were analyzed and replayed by media outlets worldwide. What made matters worse for the HPSC was that the entire event had been live-streamed. Millions watched in real time as a teenage girl defended herself against what appeared to be a state-sanctioned kidnapping attempt. The court of public opinion rendered its verdict swiftly and mercilessly. The HPSC had crossed an irrevocable line. At the Prime Minister's residence in Tokyo, an emergency cabinet meeting was in chaos. Prime Minister Yosuke Amamiya stared at the footage playing on the large monitor as ministers shouted and whispered in panic. The Minister of Foreign Affairs declared it an international scandal, noting formal inquiries from half the UN and unofficial condemnations from the other half. The defense minister remarked in disbelief that Hana had dismantled a top-tier HPSC retrieval team without even using her quirk. Yosuke turned to his chief policy advisor for recommendations. The advisor suggested that the HPSC had become a national liability and recommended immediate restructuring or even dissolution. The emperor had privately expressed that the HPSC's existence undermined the ethics of Japan's hero society. Yosuke nodded in agreement and decided to bring forward a bill for the full dismantling of the HPSC, transferring oversight functions to independent civilian watchdog organizations. At the Imperial Palace in Kyoto, Emperor Tenjiro Morita, who had not been active in politics for decades, felt compelled to respond. After watching the footage, he penned a rare public statement condemning the actions against Hana Midoriya as unlawful and unethical, unworthy of Japan's ideals. The impact of his message was profound, prompting the National Diet to enter emergency session and journalists to express their shock on air. Meanwhile, Hana sat quietly under the overhang of an outdoor cafe in downtown Mizudafu, across from Jiro. They were dressed casually, enjoying a plate of takoyaki while fans and reporters passed by at a distance. Jiro teased Hana about trending again, jokingly referring to her as Hurricane Hana for taking down a corrupt government agency. Hana shrugged, downplaying her actions, but Jiro reminded her of the injuries she had caused to the operatives. They both laughed, and after the tension of the past week, this moment felt refreshing. Jiro expressed her pride in Hana, not just for fighting back but for remaining unshaken. Hana admitted that the ordeal had almost affected her, but thoughts of Jiro and her mother had strengthened her resolve. Jiro reassured her that she would never have to fight alone. 4 days later, Inko Midoriya stood at the podium of Japan's Supreme Court, surrounded by reporters and legal aides. She declared that the HPSC had acted without oversight, restraint, and humanity for too long, demanding justice and accountability for every quirk child in Japan. Her voice resonated with cold precision, earning her the nickname, the Viper of the Courts. That same night, Hana and Jiro walked along the riverbank, enjoying the warm air of twilight. Jiro casually asked if Hana had considered becoming a hero. Hana took a moment to respond, revealing that she sometimes thought about it, not for fame or glory, but because she wanted to be wherever Jiro was. Jiro smiled, and they leaned into one another under the starlit sky, while across the nation, change began to unfold like an approaching storm. The public fury that had once simmered beneath the surface now boiled over. The footage of Hana Midoriya, age 14, defeating a squad of Hero Public Safety Commission operatives and 3 professional heroes, all while remaining calm and composed under the bright lights of a livestream, had been viewed over 127 million times within 48 hours. The sheer intensity and restraint she exhibited shook the nation. However, what sent the entire country into an uproar was the fact that this ambush was orchestrated by the Hero Public Safety Commission. In response, Prime Minister Daigo immediately held a joint emergency session with key members of his cabinet and the emperor's private advisors. The stakes were monumental. 3 days after the incident, the Prime Minister submitted an official bill to dismantle the HPSC. It was titled, the Hero Accountability and Oversight Reform Act, a sweeping legislative proposal that aimed not only to dismantle the current HPSC but to replace it with a new, transparent civilian oversight committee devoid of military or authoritarian power. The National Diet in Tokyo was electric with tension. Politicians, heroes, and civilians all watched closely as the bill began its path through the lower house. Representative Komura, one of the most outspoken supporters of the bill, emphasized that this was not about heroes versus villains. It was about power being abused in the dark. He declared that they could not allow an organization designed to protect to become one that hunts children. The opposition was fierce. Some Diet members, backed by old HPSC money and influence, argued that the bill would destabilize Japan's delicate hero infrastructure. But the footage of Hana was unrelenting. Another member pointed out the absurdity of the HPSC sending armed professionals to abduct a child who had won a national boxing championship under legal sport guidelines. They questioned whether they were protecting citizens or running a rogue state. Cheers erupted across the lower house floor as more members began to waver. Public hearings were opened as required by law for such a bill. Civilians, retired heroes, and even pro-heroes offered testimony, many anonymously. Former employees of the HPSC stepped forward with accounts of internal abuses and covert operations. Their statements painted the HPSC as an unchecked leviathan drunk on power. One particularly damning testimony came from a retired quirk analyst who revealed that they were instructed to categorize children by potential threat level. If they were deemed too strong and lacked proper obedience, they were flagged for surveillance. Hana Midoriya, he stated, was not seen as a concern but rather as a target. A week later, a special broadcast was arranged. Standing on the steps of the Diet building under a gray sky, dressed in a tailored suit, was the symbol of peace himself, Toshinori Yagi. He appeared thinner than ever, but when he spoke, it was with a voice that still carried immense weight. He expressed that for decades he fought to uphold peace and believed in justice, truth, and protecting the innocent. He never imagined that those ideals would be used to cage children and punish the powerful for simply existing. His gaze hardened as he spoke of Hana Midoriya, a child who had shown more grace, discipline, and restraint than most adults ever could. He noted that she had followed the law, honored sport, and had not initiated conflict. Yet, the Hero Public Safety Commission, an institution meant to uphold their values, had attacked her like criminals in the night. The crowd listening live and across the country held their breath as he declared that heroes are not created through fear, peace is not protected through tyranny, and children should not be abducted for their strength. He emphasized that the bill was not just about justice. It was about redemption and showing the next generation that they would protect them, not fear them. He concluded by stating that he stood with the Midoriyas and with Japan, prompting the nation to erupt in support. By the end of the month, the lower house voted on the bill. The results were 321 in favor, 19 against, and 5 abstained. The bill passed the lower house with a historic landslide majority and was immediately moved to the House of Councilors. Inko Midoriya, seated in the gallery with Hana and Jiro at her side, gave the faintest smile when the result was announced. She leaned down and whispered into Hana's ear that snakes don't lose, they constrict. Hana chuckled but kept her eyes forward, her heart pounding. She didn't want to be a hero, not yet, maybe not ever. But for the first time, she thought that maybe she could be. The wind was gentle that Sunday afternoon, brisk but not biting, the kind that carried petals through the air without rushing them. The sky was clear, and the streets of Tokyo were bustling yet somehow relaxed. For Hana Midoriya, now 14 and carrying scars deeper than most adults could imagine, it was oddly unnerving to feel peaceful. She adjusted the collar of her slate-gray jacket as she stood outside a modest but cozy-looking house in the Narima ward, her foot tapping with restrained, nervous energy. She glanced sideways at Jiro, who stood beside her with a mix of mischief and nervous affection. Jiro assured Hana that it was a good idea to visit, explaining that her mom had practically forced her to invite Hana after the championship match aired. Hana raised an eyebrow in surprise when Jiro mentioned that her mom watched boxing. Jiro clarified that her mom watched Hana specifically, saying she fought like a jazz solo, improvised violence with rhythm. Before Hana could respond, the front door opened. Kyotoku and Mika Jiro stood side by side, dressed casually but with clear excitement on their faces. Kyotoku, tall and wiry with half-dyed hair and a soft jawline, stepped forward with an outstretched hand, introducing himself as Kyoka's dad and expressing his admiration for Hana's strength. Hana thanked him as she shook his hand, then turned to Mika, who embraced her warmly, welcoming her and stating that they already thought of her like family. Jiro turned beet red at her mom's words, while Hana blinked in surprise. Dinner at the Jiro home was filled with laughter and conversation. Mika shared embarrassing stories about Jiro's childhood music phases, while Kyotoku asked Hana about her fights in the ZST Federation, making her really laugh for the first time in weeks. When asked about her interests outside of fighting, Hana hesitated before admitting that she liked cooking and Jiro's music, earning a squeeze on the hand beneath the table from Jiro. Eventually, after dinner, Kyotoku brought out his guitar while Mika set up a vintage vinyl system. They all gathered together, with Jiro joining in, and eventually encouraged Hana to try a few strikes in rhythm with the beat, her jabs synchronized with the drums like a physical metronome. Kyotoku observed her and remarked that she truly fought like jazz. Meanwhile, at the National Diet, Upper House, political gears turned with solemn intensity. The Hero Accountability and Oversight Reform Act had passed the lower house in a landslide and now entered the House of Councilors for final deliberation. The upper house chamber was quieter and more composed, but the undercurrent of emotion was undeniable. Representative Shigeru Nakayama, a centrist with deep ties to the pro-hero establishment, stood at the center podium. He calmly stated that he was raised by a hero whose father had died in service to the nation. However, even his father had warned him never to let unchecked power rot behind patriotism. He held up a still image from the infamous livestream, Hana, bruised but composed, standing over 3 unconscious pro-heroes and 9 battered operatives. He declared that this was what their system had become. That child had been attacked in broad daylight, without legal authority, because she threatened their illusion of control. They were not debating this bill as a matter of convenience but as a matter of national integrity. His voice dropped into a grave tone as he warned that if they failed here, if they chose to protect the predator over the prey, then the heroes of tomorrow would no longer trust the people meant to guide them. Back in Narama Ward, as the night wound down, Hana found herself seated with Jiro on the rooftop balcony. The sky was full of stars, something rare in Tokyo's haze. Hana expressed that the event had gone better than she expected. Jiro reassured her that he had told her they would like her. Hana admitted she was worried they might think she was too rough or too violent. Jiro snorted, reminding her that she had been trained since she was 6 by underground fighters, fishmen martial artists, and pro boxers, yet she remained the gentlest person he knew. Hana turned toward her and explained that she had to be gentle. A moment of silence passed as they both gazed at the stars. Then Hana shared her thoughts about possibly becoming a hero. Jiro was taken aback and asked if she was serious. Hana clarified that she didn't want to be someone else's weapon, but she wanted to work beside Jiro, protect her, and be with her more. Embarrassed, she looked away and questioned if that was reason enough. Jiro smiled, feeling her heart thud, and replied that it was the best reason. Hana leaned forward and shared a soft kiss with her girlfriend, the world quiet around them. The following morning at precisely 10:34 a.m., the vote was called. After hours of deliberation, lobbying, and emotional speeches, the bill passed the upper house with a majority, 187 in favor, 43 against, and 12 abstentions. The Hero Public Safety Commission was officially set to be dissolved within 6 months. A new civilian oversight committee would be formed, guided by transparency, law, and input from both heroes and the public. That evening, media headlines announced that Japan had entered a new hero era with the disbandment of the HPSC. Below the headline, a photo of Hana Midoriya and Kyoka Jiro on the balcony, hand in hand under the stars, began to circulate. The fallout from the HPSC's dismantling was swift and all-encompassing. The first and most immediate impact was the firing and reassignment of thousands of staff, operatives, analysts, and affiliated personnel. Offices shuttered, contracts dissolved, and black sites were seized by government auditors. However, the true earthquake came not from the disruption of bureaucracy but from the realization of how deeply compromised the Hero Public Safety Commission had become. Within a week of the vote, the Ministry of Internal Affairs released a joint statement alongside the new Civilian Oversight Committee. It confirmed what many had long feared: the HPSC had been riddled with spies, manipulators, and ideological infiltrators. From all for one's hidden pawns, embedded to steer hero society into stagnation and dependency, to the Meta-Liberation Army's sleeper agents, sowing chaos and dissent while disguising it as reform, years of manipulation were laid bare. All for one's inner circle, hidden in a subdimensional stronghold beneath Japan's crust, received the news in eerie silence. The towering villain sat in his high-backed chair, an ancient relic of another era, his face unreadable beneath the armored mask. He rasped that their entire web within the commission was undone by a child with fists. Kurogiri bowed his head and noted that the girl Hana Midoriya sparked the investigation, but public sentiment had fanned the flames. Even All Might's speech had tipped the scale. All for One's fingers curled around the armrest as he reflected on years of positioning and grooming policymakers and officials unraveled by transparency, calling it the weakness of democracy. Dr. Ujiko, standing nearby, adjusted his glasses with a trembling hand and asked if they should proceed with extraction protocol theta, suggesting they might need to accelerate Nomu production. All for One growled that the commission was a tool, now scrap, and they would move to plan Dread March, using the disarray. He paused and added that they should keep an eye on the girl. She wasn't a hero yet, but she had cast her shadow. In a different corner of Japan, beneath a luxury logistics hub in Osaka, Rikiya Yatsubashi, known to the world as Ridestro, watched the broadcast with fingers steepled. His lips curled in a smirk that betrayed both irritation and intrigue as he noted that the tower had fallen. Skeptic, pale-faced and twitchy, scrolled through data streams beside him, reporting that 16 agents had been neutralized, 4 retired, 7 were in custody, and the rest scattered. They had lost every surveillance hook in the old HPSC. Ridestro tilted his head and inquired about the girl. Hana Midoriya, who was 14, had no declared career path, but enjoyed exceptional public favor. He noted that she was a national sweetheart who met an underground warrior, and her romantic link to the Jiro family had further insulated her. He found her inspiring, a symbol of youth rejecting institutional rot, exactly the kind of ideal that fueled their movement. Skeptic asked if they should reach out, but Ridestro narrowed his eyes and said no, not yet. She was unpredictable and not theirs. He decided to let the people crown her. If she chose the hero path, they would brand her as a product of broken systems. If she stayed independent, even gods needed enemies. He stood, pulling on his coat, and instructed to monitor her but not to touch her until he said so. Public trust in the hero system dipped temporarily, but support for transparency and reform skyrocketed. New heroes, freshly licensed and uncompromised, began to fill the vacuum left behind. Smaller agencies rose, built on grassroots models. Community protection projects, many inspired by Hana's public refusal to bend, gained momentum. The Civilian Oversight Committee began drafting new laws to prevent the centralization of authority like the HPSC once wielded. Among them were mandatory hero audits, psychological evaluation reforms, and publicly available disciplinary records. All Might was named one of the honorary advisors to the Oversight Committee, and his speech had gone viral, shared and subtitled in over 50 languages. It had not only rekindled national faith, it had drawn international eyes. Japan, for the first time in decades, looked ready to redefine what heroism meant. In the eye of the storm, Hana Midoriya sat on a rooftop beside Jiro, her hands wrapped in gauze, the scent of sparring sweat still lingering. They watched the sun set over a society slowly healing from its wounds. Hana pondered her choices, wondering if she had made the right one. Jiro leaned against her, affirming that making a choice was more than they had ever been allowed. Hana smiled faintly. The war wasn't over, but the ground had shifted. The web was broken, and she had just begun to write her legend. The fall of the Hero Public Safety Commission sent shockwaves throughout Japan. It began with iron-handed arrogance and ended in utter disgrace. With the cabinet's support and the emperor's rare intervention, the Diet passed the bill to dissolve the HPSC in record time. The newly established Civilian Oversight Committee for Quirk Regulation and Accountability, a politically neutral body, began its work, opening every sealed file, digital vault, and classified dossier the Commission had hidden away for decades. What they found was horrifying. Dozens of investigators poured through rooms filled with records, both physical and digital. Servers that once buzzed in silence behind heavily guarded walls were decrypted and made public. Testimonies that had been buried under threats of treason charges surfaced like forgotten secrets from the depths of a poisoned lake. On the second week of the audit, a particular folder titled Containment Priorities, Threats and Compromises stunned the committee. The files exposed that Enji Todoroki, known to the world as Endeavor, had been flagged by multiple internal watchdogs for domestic instability and abuse against his family. Complaints had been filed by patrol officers, doctors, and even a few heroes over the years, but each one had been redacted or erased under HPSC orders. The narrative of the number 2 striving for number 1 had been a lie built on bruises and silence. Kigo Takami Hawks was next. His profile revealed him as Case File 779 Beta, a child forcibly recruited by the HPSC under the pretense of hero-focused child rehabilitation. He was trained from the age of 7 as an espionage asset and deployed by the file detailed psychological programming and an off-the-books ledger of covert operations. One of those entries had a single name, Kana Tsutsumi Lady Nagant. Her story was the most Ming. Labeled a traitor, she had been imprisoned for the alleged murder of a civilian. However, the file marked the event as a necessary political sacrifice to preserve narrative control. She had been framed used as a scapegoat for the murder of a lobbyist who had discovered the HPSC's exploitation of child sidekicks. Then came the worst of the revelations. A redacted folder, opened after a court-ordered clearance override, revealed a list of licensed heroes involved in criminal conduct. 17 names. Some were household names, regular guests on talk shows, authors of self-help books, and even teachers in hero academies. Among them were 8 men, 6 women, and 3 non-binary individuals, all protected by the Commission's leverage hidden behind NDAs and quirk malfunctions. Most of their victims had never been taken seriously, and some had vanished entirely. One folder, labeled S-Class Assets, Irregular Profiles, revealed a pattern of silencing dissent through bribery, coercion, and false imprisonment. An entire government-backed shadow network had operated beneath the mask of heroism. The fallout was volcanic. Social media exploded with hashtags. Hashtag disband the old guard, hashtag heroes or monsters, hashtag Nagant deserves justice, hashtag save the sidekicks, hashtag where was the oversight. Talk shows turned somber. Pro-hero networks fumbled through apologies. Sponsors dropped heroes in droves. Entire pro-hero agencies shuttered within days. Some heroes surrendered their licenses quietly, while others attempted to flee the country and a few were caught in the act. Trials began almost immediately, with civil suits flooding in by the hundreds. Hana Midoriya sat at home beside her mother, watching the entire country reel. She muttered that she had fought for a sport, while others were fighting to hide their sins. Inko, her mother, watched a special report on Kana Tsutsumi, her hands clenched in quiet fury. Then she turned to her daughter, affirming that Hana had done more to change the system than most so-called heroes ever dreamed of. Across Japan, a man in a dark, heavily shielded chamber read the leaked audit reports with cold, unblinking eyes. All for one felt disgust not at the HPSC for being evil, but for being sloppy. Their failures had undermined everything. He whispered to himself that his network within their ranks was now worthless. One of his lieutenants entered, trembling, and asked for orders. All for One's voice was low as he commanded them to regroup and watch, noting that Hana Midoriya might be more dangerous than they had thought. Meanwhile, in a luxurious facility in Daika City, Rikiya Yatsubashi Ridestro stared in silence at his monitor. His advisor noted that the state had collapsed, and the public had lost faith in the hero system. Ridestro slowly stood, flexing his massive arms behind his back, asserting that the public was chanting someone else's name, the girl, Hana Midoriya. He frowned, insisting they must not lose their grip. Later that evening, Inko sat down with her daughter. She warned Hana that she would be talked about, called a hero, and asked about her future. Hana looked down, quietly digesting it, expressing her desire to simply be with her people, with Jiro, and with her mother. Inko smiled softly, assuring her that they would proceed on Hana's terms. The bright lights of the courtroom were nothing compared to the darkness Kana Tsutsumi had lived through. Her mind, still trying to shake the effects of years of false imprisonment, was clouded with confusion. She had always been a pawn, a scapegoat. Now, in the wake of the revelations brought to light by the Civilian Oversight Committee, she was a free woman. Kana sat in a small holding cell for the last time, staring at the walls, her thoughts a tangled mess. The harsh concrete, The cold air, the silence, it all seemed too normal now. After everything, this place was her home. That's when the door opened. A single figure stood in the doorway, a man in a suit, not one of the prison officials. His face was obscured by shadows, but his authoritative manner was clear. He addressed Kana, stating that she had been exonerated. Kana blinked, the words barely making sense at first. Exonerated? Her pulse quickened. Could it really be true? A second man, another official, stepped forward and placed a folder on the table before her. He announced that Kana Tsutsumi's conviction for the murder of So Yamashita was nullified, revealing the true circumstances of that incident. Kana's heart raced. The name Sato Yamashita stirred bitter memories, reminding her of the figure who had been used to frame her and condemn her for crimes she did not commit. His death had been staged, making her the scapegoat for a much darker plot. Now, the truth had come to light. Her mind spun as she tried to comprehend this revelation. How could she piece her life back together after everything the HPSC had done to her? The man continued, his words jolting her back to reality. He explained that the HPSC's corruption had been exposed, and the entire system had been dismantled. They were offering her a chance to reclaim her life and start anew. Kana looked at him, feeling a whirlwind of emotions, a bitterness that twisted in her stomach, but also a flicker of hope. She wanted to scream, to demand answers about why she had been left in that hell for so long, but all she could manage was a tight, trembling smile. She struggled to find the words, overwhelmed by everything she had endured. The official assured her that arrangements would be made for her release, emphasizing that she was free now. The news of Kana Tsutsumi's release spread rapidly. Major news networks covered the story, showcasing her stepping out of the prison gates into the bright light of a world she hadn't seen in years. The nation watched in stunned silence, having been led to believe that Kana was a cold-blooded murderer, a traitor to her country. Now the truth was out. The HPSC had framed her to silence one of their own soldiers, and this revelation was just the beginning of the changes that would ripple through the country. Meanwhile, across Japan, the groundwork for public hero reform began in earnest. The fall of the HPSC had exposed a vast network of corruption, and it was time for the world to rebuild. The Civilian Oversight Committee for Quirk Regulation and Accountability was tasked with overseeing a complete audit of all licensed heroes. Every file, every case, and every incident report was being scrutinized. Reform was not just about uncovering past sins, it was about creating a system that would not repeat the same mistakes. At a press conference, Hana Midoriya, the newly appointed head of the Public Hero Reform Committee, stood before the cameras. A retired pro-hero turned politician, she was an older woman with sharp eyes and a determined demeanor, her once bright hair now silvered from years of fighting for justice. She declared that this day marked the beginning of a new era. For too long, the HPSC had held the reins of hero regulation without accountability. Now, that power was being returned to the people. This was not just about punishing wrongdoers. It was about rebuilding trust that had been shattered by those meant to protect them. Rika paused, allowing her words to resonate. Behind her, screens displayed the faces of several high-profile heroes, each marked with allegations of corruption, their profiles becoming part of the public record. She emphasized the need for a system that valued transparency, one that would not treat heroes as untouchable figures. Communities would be empowered to decide how they were protected, and a new code of ethics would be established for all heroes, demanding integrity, accountability, and respect for the people they served. The room fell silent until a reporter raised his hand, inquiring about heroes accused of misconduct. Rika's expression hardened as she explained that reforms would include mandatory investigations for all heroes with allegations against them, starting with the highest-profile cases. Those who could not be trusted would lose their licenses, ensuring there would be no more shielded figures or unchecked power. The public response was electric, with social media buzzing with mixed reactions, some cautiously optimistic, others skeptical. But one thing was clear, the old system was gone, and a new dawn had begun. Hana Midoriya watched the proceedings from her living room, her daughter by her side. It had been a long and difficult road, but it seemed the country was finally taking the right steps. Hana looked up at her mother, asking if she thought the reforms would work. Inko smiled softly, her eyes tired but hopeful, expressing her desire for a better future. Hana nodded, gazing out the window, aware that things were changing and determined to contribute to making the world a better place. With one chapter of her life ending, another was beginning. At the same time, all for one observed the public shift from the shadows. The fall of the HPSC had left him more vulnerable than ever. His network of spies and informants had been decimated, their secrets scattered. He had relied on the HPSC's unchecked power to maintain control over the quirked population, but now, the foundation he had built for decades was crumbling. The girl, Hana Midoriya, was becoming a force he could not ignore. He noted that she was becoming too much of a symbol and wondered how she would handle the spotlight when it was fully on her. Kana Tsutsumi sat in a quiet room, her first moments of freedom feeling fresh and surreal. For the first time in years, she felt something she hadn't known for a long time: hope. She was free from the HPSC's lies and had the opportunity to make choices for herself, to carve out a life not dictated by the shadows of a false narrative. Her path ahead was uncertain, but the possibilities were endless. The public hero reform had just begun, but one thing was clear: the truth had set everything in motion. The fall of the HPSC was just the beginning, and with it, a new chapter for the heroes of Japan and for the people had begun. Thousands of fans in the Saitama Super Arena surged with energy as the announcer called her name, introducing Hana Midoriya, the youngest fighter in Rizin history and the winner of ZST's Knockout of the Year. The ground nearly shook with the crowd's excitement as Hana stepped into the ring, Rizin rules permitting a dazzling entrance. Strobe lights painted the air around her in hues of red and gold, matching her chosen fight colors. Her music thumped behind her, an aggressive, high-octane beat as her bare feet touched the canvas. At nearly 16 years old, Hana had already defied every expectation. After her public exposure of the HPSC and her role in its dismantling, many had assumed she would lay low, retreat into training or recovery. But instead, Hana had turned her sights to a new stage: professional MMA. Her debut in ZST had shocked everyone. Her raw strength, honed reflexes, and relentless fighting spirit had led to an unbelievable knockout just 35 seconds into her first pro bout. The image of her spinning elbow catching a grown fighter mid-combo had gone viral overnight, earning her the title of Knockout of the Year. She had been offered a fast track to Rizin soon after, the youngest ever to enter their ranks. The decision had been controversial. Some questioned the ethics of letting a teenager into such a demanding sport. But the athletic commissions had cleared her, impressed by her physical maturity and combat discipline. Now she stood across from her opponent, a 24-year-old striker named Kei Yamashita, known for her precision and fast kicks. Kei had 9 wins under her belt, but even she looked cautious as Hana rolled her shoulders and bounced on her toes, eyes locked on her like a predator. The bell rang and the crowd hushed. Kei struck first, a jab feint into a body kick. Hana leaned just outside the range and countered with a blistering left cross that grazed Kei's cheek. She pressed forward, her footwork aggressive but fluid, reminiscent of a fighter twice her age. They exchanged blows. Kei clipped Hana with a hook, but she absorbed it, ducked under a straight, and slammed her shin into Kei's thigh. The impact echoed in the arena. 1 minute in. Kei backed up, circling. Hana feinted a low kick, then lunged in with a Superman punch that forced Kei to clinch. They struggled for control, but Hana's raw strength was overwhelming. She shoved Kei into the corner, landing a flurry of elbows that opened a cut above her eyebrow. The crowd roared. 2 minutes. Kei threw a desperate knee, but Hana caught it, twisted her balance, and took her to the mat with a judo-style trip. The canvas thudded beneath them. Before Kei could react, Hana transitioned to full mount, rained down hammer fists, and forced the referee to intervene. The fight ended at 2, the arena exploded with cheers. Hana stood, chest heaving, adrenaline surging. The referee raised her hand, and the crowd chanted her name. Even Kei, groggy and bloodied, acknowledged her skill with a raised hand. In the post-fight interview, still catching her breath, Hana smiled faintly into the microphone. She expressed her love for fighting and her determination to define her own limits. The next day, headlines exploded. Teen phenom Hana Midoriya destroys in Rizin debut. Meteor Fist makes MMA history. Midoriya's power real or myth? Pros weigh in. Social media was a storm. Fighters from all over Japan, Korea, and even the US commented on her performance. Offers came in for endorsements, training camps, and interviews. But Hana didn't let it go to her head. She returned to training the next morning, a bruise on her cheek, her knuckles sore, her body tired. Jiru greeted her at the door to the gym, tossing her a bottle of water and smirking about her terrifying presence. They shared a laugh, and for a moment, the world outside the politics, the legacy of the HPSC, the whispers of villains regrouping faded. But beyond the ring, trouble stirred. Public hero reform continued slowly. Some heroes had retired. Others resisted oversight. But people had a new icon now, one that wasn't born from the old system. Hana Midoriya was becoming something else. Not just a fighter, but a symbol. It was a quiet evening after another exhausting training session. Hana, though not sore, was content with the burn in her muscles. IM had insisted she take a day off. So Hana decided to walk through the Shibuya district alone, hood up, mask on, eyes scanning the crowd. Just another day. Or so she thought. Hana wasn't looking to be a hero. She never had. But as fate would have it, heroism found her. She was about to duck into a side alley shortcut to grab takoyaki when her sharp hearing caught a muffled cry for help. It was small, soft, and frightened. She turned immediately, rushing toward the source of the noise. What she saw ignited her determination. A young girl, maybe 5 years old, was being shoved into the back of a nondescript black van by 2 masked men. A third stood nearby as lookout, checking his phone. Hana's pupils narrowed. She didn't shout. She didn't warn. She moved. Faster than any of them could comprehend, she closed the distance. Her body went low, weight shifted. The lookout barely turned before she struck, sending him crashing into the brick wall, unconscious before he hit the ground. The 2 inside the van turned in panic. One reached for a weapon, but Hana was quicker. She ducked the swing of the van door, pivoted, and struck the second kidnapper with a powerful knee to the face. He fell, silenced by a follow-up strike that ended the fight. The last man tried to use the girl as a shield, a knife pressed to her side. Wrong move. Hana's eyes went cold. She took one step, then another as the man shouted threats, waving the knife. In one smooth motion, she grabbed a loose pipe from beside the dumpster, feinted left, and threw the pipe. It struck his hand, forcing him to drop the blade. The girl stumbled back into Hana's arms. The man tried to run, but Hana wouldn't let him escape. A single spinning back kick caught him clean in the chest, sending him crashing into the side of the van. He didn't get back up. Seconds later, sirens wailed as pedestrians, some of whom had caught everything on livestream, began crowding the alley. The little girl clung to Hana's side, trembling. Hana knelt down, gently brushing her hair from her face, assuring her that she was safe and that they would get her home. Hours later, the footage had gone viral, not because Hana used her quirk, but because she hadn't. She had stopped the kidnappers using only her training and strength. Her resolve was unwavering. News anchors praised her composure, and social media erupted with support. The headline across multiple platforms read the same: Rizin fighter, Hurricane Hana, stops child kidnapping without quirk use. Even the Hero Public channel featured a segment questioning if Hana Midoriya was the next symbol of strength. At home, Inko watched the news with tears of pride, while Jiro beamed beside her. She remarked that Hana truly was a hero, and Inko responded that Hana was something even better. She was simply Hana. Deep inside, Hana felt a quiet thought emerge for the first time. Perhaps being a hero wouldn't be so bad after all. The gym was filled with the familiar sense of sweat, vinyl, and lemon-scented disinfectant, exactly how Hana liked it. The early morning haze had barely lifted when she laced up her gloves, her toned muscles stretching beneath her sports bra and compression shorts. As the punching bag swayed from the last round of strikes, Hana stepped back, flexed her fingers, and exhaled with the control of a seasoned athlete. But today, she wasn't training alone. Hana turned to her girlfriend, Jiro, who was awkwardly wrapping her fists, and teased her about doing it backwards. Jiro, dressed in a tank top and leggings, looked sheepish and joked that they weren't guitar strings. Hana chuckled and knelt beside her, expertly rewinding the raps. Jiro watched in awe as Hana's fingers moved with practiced ease. Hana explained that rapping hands was second nature to her, sharing how easily one could injure their wrists by punching incorrectly. Jiro found it both reassuring and amusing, and they discussed their training plans. Hana emphasized the importance of footwork, leading them into an hour filled with movement pivoting, sliding, blocking, and short jabs, all accompanied by light-hearted teasing from Hana. Despite her fierce reputation, she exhibited nothing but patience while training Jiro. After their workout, they visited a cozy cafe not far from the gym, a place that had become their regular spot. Hana ordered a protein-heavy sandwich while Jiro indulged in a strawberry parfait. They sat outside, the vibrant buzz of Tokyo surrounding them, occasionally drawing glances not just because they were two teenage girls in love, but because one of them was Hurricane Hana, the knockout queen of the ring. They laughed together, unbothered by the attention. Back at home, Hana Midoriya was in the kitchen, chopping vegetables. She had traded her blazer for a casual cardigan, and the warm air was filled with the delightful aroma of miso and grilled chicken. Hana entered, kissing her mother on the cheek and complimenting the delicious smell. Inko remarked that they both smelled like hard work, to which Hana playfully assured her that she hadn't hit Jiro too hard during training. Jiro chimed in with a light-hearted warning about concussions, prompting Inko to raise an eyebrow. Dinner was filled with warm conversation as Inko inquired about Jiro's music, Hana's upcoming match, and their weekend plans. The table was alive with teasing, sarcasm, love, and laughter, everything Hana had fought for her entire life. That weekend, they escaped to the countryside, just a few hours from the city. Inko had booked a small rental cabin near a riverbank, surrounded by thick forests and hot springs. It was a peaceful retreat, far from the noise of crowds and the pressure of media. Hana and Jiro spent the day hiking, with Jiro plucking leaves and playing soft riffs through her earbuds while Hana sprinted ahead, using tree branches like monkey bars. They took breaks to lean against each other, sharing water bottles and stories from their childhoods. Jiro's experiences moving between cities and Hana's early years spent learning to channel her intense emotions. That night, while relaxing in the hot spring, Jiro rested her head on Hana's shoulder and asked if she ever thought about the future. Hana reflected on her thoughts of Jiro, her mother, and perhaps something more than just fighting. Jiro suggested the idea of being a hero, and Hana considered it, expressing her desire to do it her way, without restrictions. Jiro agreed, promising to be by her side. A few days later, during her morning jog, Hana passed groups of kids practicing sports in the park. Some waved, while others pointed. A small girl with pigtails whispered that Hana was the girl who saved a child. Hana slowed down, smiled, and waved before continuing her run. The world was changing. Heroes were being questioned, and systems were collapsing. In the midst of it all, a girl who once fought fiercely was discovering that life held more than just victories. She had people who cared for her, and for now, that was enough. It began like most days. The early morning sun filtered through the smoggy clouds, and the rhythmic pulse of Tokyo life started to pick up. Hana had been awake since 5, not for training, but to run without gloves, without an opponent, just her and the pavement. Her earbuds played Jiro's latest track, and her muscles moved with the ease of years of destined. As she slowed at a crosswalk near Shibuya Station, something tugged at her instincts. It was subtle, a muffled scream and the sound of shoes scraping against concrete behind a van parked askew. Hana's eyes narrowed as she moved instinctively, her feet silent against the ground. Sliding past the van, she spotted 2 men attempting to force a small boy into the back. One man had a quirk that produced tendrils of smoke from his arms, while the other, with a prosthetic metal jaw, gripped the child tightly. Hana's resolve hardened as she approached, ready to intervene. With swift precision, she struck the man with the smoke, sending him crashing against the van. The other man attempted to retaliate, but Hana was faster, delivering a precise blow that incapacitated him. The boy scrambled free, clinging to Hana's leg in fear. The entire encounter lasted mere seconds. Soon after, bystanders began filming, and police arrived, followed by media vans. Hana stood off to the side, arms crossed, as the boy rested on a paramedic's gurney, safe at last. She offered no comment, no dramatic quote, just a scowl, her face set like stone. When she got home, the footage had already gone viral. Headlines proclaimed, "Hurricane Hana stops second attempted kidnapping without a quirk," 16-year-old fighter delivers justice faster than any hero, and "Should Hana Midoriya be a hero?" That night, Jiro showed up unannounced. She didn't knock, she never had to. Inko opened the door with a smile and let her in. Hana was on the balcony, staring at the skyline, feeling the weight of the day's events. Jiro gently noted that Hana was going to break her jaw if she clenched it any harder. Hana didn't look back, her thoughts consumed by the recent events involving a 5-year-old child. She questioned what kind of monsters would commit such acts. Jiro understood the gravity of the situation, and the silence that followed was heavy. Hana expressed her frustration about the pros taking 14 minutes to arrive, wondering what could have happened if she hadn't been there. Jiro reminded her that she was there, and that was what mattered. When Hana finally turned to face her, her dark eyes were haunted by the implications of 2 kidnappings in 4 months. She worried about what would happen to the next child if she wasn't around. Jiro reached for her hand and suggested it might be time to stop fighting in rings and start fighting for people. Hana looked away, feeling the tension in her jaw return. She pointed out that she wasn't licensed and wasn't even in college yet. Jiro reassured her that she was only 16 and had just 1 more year before she could walk into any hero college she wanted, where they would likely be eager for her enrollment. Hana muttered that she wasn't a hero, but Jiro insisted that she was becoming one anyway. Those words echoed in Hana's mind as she slept, during her morning run, and throughout a workout where she hit the bag with enough force to split it. She wasn't trying to be a hero, but perhaps it was no longer about trying. 3 days later, she sat across from her mother and Jiro at the kitchen table, declaring her decision to apply to Heroics College after graduation. Inko froze mid-sip of her tea, and after a moment, she carefully placed her cup down, asking if Hana was sure. Hana surprised herself with how certain she sounded as she expressed her desire to help people and be there when heroes couldn't. She wanted to stand for something. Inko nodded slowly, her eyes misting slightly, and promised they would make it happen. Jiro leaned in and kissed Hana's cheek, assuring her she wouldn't regret it. Hana smirked, joking that the place better have a decent gym. Meanwhile, across social media and news networks, the tone surrounding Hana shifted from awe to expectation. People who once viewed her as an anomaly now spoke of her potential. Despite the public outcry, the law remained firm. To obtain a provisional or full hero license, Hana would need to finish high school, enroll in a heroics program at the college level, and pass through rigorous training and exams. She accepted this challenge, knowing it wouldn't be easy, but she had already become the strongest fighter in Japan. 1 week later, in a rare interview, Hana sat in a clean button-up beside her mother, answering questions about her decision to pursue the path of a hero. She clarified that she wasn't doing this for the sake of wearing a cape, but because someone had to step in when the system hesitated. When asked about her fighting career, she stated she would finish the current season in Rizin but would focus entirely on heroics next year. The room fell silent until the final question came: what kind of hero did she want to be? Hana glanced at the camera, thought of Jiro, and expressed her desire to be the kind of hero that shows up. The day started off hot. Tokyo was in the grip of an early summer heat wave, and Hana had spent her morning in the gym, the ring slick with sweat and the air conditioning barely keeping up. But today wasn't about blood and fists, it was about her girlfriend, and Jiro had a plan. At 2 p.m. in the Shibuya shopping district, Hana tugged at the collar of the black tank top Jiro had chosen for her, questioning why they weren't just getting ramen and watching a movie. Jiro, dressed in a violet halter top and tight denim shorts, smirked and pointed toward a lingerie store entrance, insisting that it would be much more fun. Hana was taken aback, realizing they were indeed going in there together. 15 minutes later, inside the store, Hana stood frozen, arms folded and face flushed, surrounded by satin, lace, and confident mannequins. She muttered that it felt like a trap as Jiro emerged from behind a curtain wearing a black baby doll and thigh highs. Jiro playfully asked for Hana's opinion, twirling with a smile. Hana struggled to respond, feeling overwhelmed. Jiro leaned in close, teasing that Hana was allowed to look. Hana insisted she was just trying not to get into trouble. The attendant nearby giggled, and Jiro kissed Hana's cheek before disappearing to try on a red set. Left alone, Hana focused on not combusting. 10 minutes later, Jiro dragged Hana into a fitting room, insisting she try on a sheer muscle-cut crop top. Hana protested, questioning why she was wearing it, while Jiro watched with admiration, calling her a snack. At 4 p.m., they ended up in a cozy rooftop cafe, still buzzing from their playful outing and the many selfies Jiro had taken. Hana poked at her dessert, noting that when Jiro had asked her out again, she had expected a movie or ice cream, not an adventure in a lingerie store. Jiro laughed, leaning her chin on her palm, asking if it had been that bad. Hana met her gaze and admitted it had actually been fun. For once, she wasn't fighting, running, or protecting someone. She felt normal. Jiro acknowledged that one day, Hana would be doing all three and coming home to her. They smiled at each other, leaning in for a quiet kiss, unnoticed by the crowd around them but captured by cameras. At 7:30 p.m., back at Hana's apartment, they returned together, both pretending the night was almost over, though neither wanted it to end. Jiro slipped off her sandals and flopped back on the couch, legs sprawled. Hana mentioned that her mother was away on an overnight spa trip, glancing toward the fridge. "You want anything?" Jiro asked. "Water," Hana replied, stretching as her halter top shifted slightly, causing Hana to pause. "You do that on purpose?" Hana accused playfully. "Do what?" Jiro feigned innocence. Hana tossed her a cold water bottle and sat beside her. "I could have been a normal girlfriend, you know. Shy, awkward, bad with words. Babe, you choke slam grown men for fun. You could never be normal," Jiro responded with a smirk. "Thanks," Hana replied, raising an eyebrow. "I like you this way," Jiro said, her voice softening. "Strong. Protective. Mine. Yours, huh?" Hana grinned, her eyes sparkling. Jiro crawled onto Hana's lap, declaring, "All mine." Later that evening, in Hana's bedroom, after several playful kisses, a tickle war and an intensely competitive game of Uno, which Jiro won, they curled up together under the covers. There was no rush, just warmth, laughter, and a closeness that spoke of something deeper, something earned. As they began to drift off, Hana murmured, "Do you think I'll make it as a hero?" Jiro pressed a gentle kiss to her temple. "You already are." Across the city, on an anonymous online forum, a thread titled, "Hana and Jiro Sighted Again" caught attention. The original poster exclaimed, "Bro, she was literally wearing a crop top that said, 'Hit me harder.' Jiro is winning." Replies flooded in. "I shipped them so hard. When are they going to co-star in a hero anime?" Imagine the dual finisher moves though. Still waiting for Hana to flex out of another shirt. "Simp. Let me simp in peace." The sun dipped low in the sky, sending soft orange-pink hues across the cityscape as Hana and Jiro lounged lazily in Hana's apartment. The day had been a whirlwind of teasing, shopping, and laughter. Now it was time to wind down. Jiro sprawled on the couch, scrolling through her phone with earbuds in, enjoying the quiet comfort that only years of friendship could bring. Hana stood in front of the full-length mirror near the window, stretching after their mini-workout session earlier. Hana flashed her signature mischievous grin as she turned sideways, planted her feet firmly, and began to flex. Her eyes gleamed with playful challenge. First, she showcased her biceps, rising like twin mountains of strength. The definition in her shoulders and the sinewy line of her forearms were impressive. Then she moved on to the ultimate flex. With a sharp inhale, Hana tightened every muscle in her upper body, biceps, deltoids, pecs, abs all at once. The veins popped along her arms and chest, a testament to her hard work. Jiro's jaw dropped in awe. Suddenly, a low tearing noise echoed in the room. Hana froze mid-pose, eyes wide, realizing that the black crop top she had worn was now a shredded ruin, fragments of fabric clinging desperately around her ribs. The sports bra beneath, meant to hold everything in place, gave one last stretch before it snapped. Hana stood there, frozen in shock. Before the full realization hit her, she was completely unprepared for this moment. Jiro's eyes widened in disbelief, and she quickly grabbed a cushion from the couch to cover her face, her cheeks flushed. Hana, ever the warrior, stood tall and proud, her chest rising and falling with quiet, powerful breaths. Her figure glimmered softly in the fading light, a perfect balance of strength and softness that only enhanced her fierce aura. Jiro, still half hiding behind the cushion, tried to look away but found it impossible. The sight was too captivating. Hana joked about needing a new wardrobe, flexing her abs just for good measure. Jiro finally dropped the cushion, her mouth dry, her voice low and breathy as she expressed her admiration. Hana's grin widened as she sauntered over and wrapped her arms around Jiro's neck, feeling the warmth of their connection. The night stretched on, filled with gentle touches, laughter, and promises whispered in the soft glow of the city lights. Hana knew Jiro's eyes would be locked on her forever, just as hers were on Jiro. The air buzzed with excitement and nervous energy as Hana and Jiro stepped out of the crowded auditorium, diplomas in hand and smiles stretched wide across their faces. They had graduated high school. For years, they had trained, fought, and grown side by side. Now, the world felt vast and full of promise. Outside, the streets were alive with groups of students laughing, tossing caps into the sky, and gathering for after-parties. Hana and Jiro exchanged glances, fingers intertwining instinctively. Ready for the party? Jiro's eyes sparkled with mischief, and Hana smirked, feeling ready for whatever came next. The party was hosted at a close friend's spacious home, a perfect blend of casual and festive. Music thumped through the rooms, colorful lights pulsed along the walls, and the scent of food and laughter mingled with the night air. Hana and Jiro moved through the crowd, celebrating with classmates and old friends. Hana's legendary fighting prowess and championship wins were topics of odd conversation, but tonight she felt lighter than ever, just a girl enjoying her moment. Jiro kept close, her protective gaze never wavering. As the night wore on, the crowd thinned, and the two slipped away quietly. Back at Hana's apartment, the city lights twinkled through the windows as they stepped inside, the soft hum of night surrounding them. Jiro pulled Hana close, their bodies pressing together in a warm, familiar embrace. She expressed her pride in Hana, who smiled and felt lucky to have Jiro by her side. Their lips met in a slow, deep kiss, soft at first, then growing more intense. Hana's hands slid down to Jiro's waist, pulling her closer, while Jiro's fingers explored Hana's back, tracing every muscle. The heat between them grew, a spark igniting into a blazing flame. Hana spun Jiro gently, pressing her against the door as their kisses deepened. Her hands roamed, settling firmly on Jiro's hips. Jiro gasped into the kiss, her body arching into Hana's touch. Hana murmured about waiting for this night, and Jiro teased her in return. They moved together through the dimly lit room, hands never letting go, breaths mingling. Hana's fingers danced along the curve of Jiro's waist, tracing the line of her spine. Their kisses grew more urgent, the passion of years built up spilling over. Clothes became a distraction, a barrier they eagerly discarded. Hana reached behind her to pull off her shirt, recalling the last flex. With a grin, she shrugged off her jacket and shirt in one swift motion, standing confidently. Jiro's eyes sparkled with admiration as they roamed over Hana's toned muscles. Jiro tugged at the hem of her own top, letting it slip over her head. Now in just their underwear, they came together again, bodies pressed tight. The soft fabric was soon forgotten as their hands explored every inch, lips never ceasing their passionate journey. The night stretched on with whispered promises and gentle intimacy, but the scene slowly faded to black, leaving their story to the imagination, filled with warmth, connection, and the certainty of their unbreakable bond. The morning light filtered softly through the curtains, casting gentle golden hues across the room. Hana and Jiro lay tangled together beneath the rumpled sheets, the warmth of their bodies pressed close, skin still tingling from the night before. Both were clad only in their underwear, the cool morning air teasing exposed skin, but the heat between them kept the chill at bay. Hana's arm draped protectively over Jiro's waist, fingers tracing lazy patterns on the soft curve of her hip. Jiro's head rested on Hana's chest, listening to the steady beat of her heart, a calming rhythm after the storm of the night. Jiro stirred slightly, blinking up at the soft morning light before lifting her head to meet Hana's sleepy gaze. With a mischievous grin and a gentle blush on her cheeks, she remarked that Hana was something special. Hana raised an eyebrow and smirked, curious about Jiro's comment. Jiro laughed softly, shifting closer and teasingly admitting that she hadn't realized Hana was so skilled. Hana's eyes sparkled as she tightened her embrace, playfully asking if it had been that obvious. Jiro bit her lip, glancing down at her trembling legs, admitting that she could barely stand. She teased Hana about leaving a mark. Hana chuckled, a warm sound that resonated in her chest, claiming she was full of surprises. Jiro lifted a hand to trace the sharp lines of Hana's toned abdomen, her touch light but affectionate. She whispered that Hana was the best surprise she had ever received, her eyes shining with unguarded affection. They lay together in the quiet intimacy of the morning, savoring the peaceful aftermath of a night spent exploring each other. Neither needed words to express how much this meant to them, their growth, trust, and the journey they had taken together. Hana brushed a stray lock of hair from Jiro's face, her fingers lingering on the softness of her cheek. She spoke with a voice thick with promise about the future they had ahead of them. Jiro smiled, closing her eyes again as she melted into the warmth of Hana's embrace, agreeing that they would face it together. Outside, the city was waking up, but in that quiet room, time seemed to pause, honoring the bond forged between two young women ready to face whatever came next. As the morning deepened, the soft light grew stronger, and the cool air nudged Hana and Jiro to move. They stretched lazily, still wrapped in the pleasant afterglow of their morning together. Hana smiled at Jiro, her fingers brushing the soft curls framing her face, suggesting they should get dressed before her mother woke up and knocked on the door. Jiro laughed softly, sitting up and reaching for her clothes on the floor, agreeing that there was no need to give her mother a heart attack. They dressed slowly, enjoying the comfort of being close, Hana slipping into her favorite loose shirt and jeans, while Jiro pulled on a cozy hoodie and leggings. Just as Hana was putting on her sneakers, the bedroom door creaked open, and Inko poked her head inside, arms crossed but eyes twinkling with amused exasperation. She playfully accused them of causing an earthquake that morning, her voice dripping with humor. Hana's cheeks flushed a bright shade of pink as Jiro stifled a giggle behind her hand. Inko continued, saying they had been loud enough to wake the whole neighborhood, joking that she thought the ceiling might cave in. Jiro gave a sheepish grin, apologizing and admitting they had gotten a little carried away. Inko shook her head, a small smile tugging at her lips, teasing that she was expecting grandbabies someday. Her voice trailed off as she raised a playful eyebrow. Hana and Jiro exchanged glances, both breaking into laughter. Hana tried to hide her amusement as she reminded her mother that they were just getting started and there was no rush. Inko wagged a finger, recalling how Hana had said the same thing at 12, and now she was already giving her heart attacks. Jiro grinned, assuring Inko that they would keep the noise down next time or at least try. Inko gave them both a knowing smile and affectionately ruffled Hana's hair, reminding them that she was watching and expecting great things from them both. The room filled with laughter and warmth, the teasing a reminder of the strong bonds that held them together: family, love, and the promise of whatever the future might bring. The UA College campus towered like a monument to ambition, sunlight reflecting off the pristine glass and metal. Hana and Jiro stood among hundreds of hopefuls, students from every corner of Japan and beyond, all gathered for the entrance exam to the elite heroics institution where the next generation of pro-heroes would be trained. Hana wore a dark red zip-up hoodie over a compression shirt and jeans, her backpack slung over one shoulder. Her long hair was tied into a low ponytail, and her expression was unusually calm, though her fingers subtly tapped against her thigh, a habit she had picked up during underground fights to keep her rhythm steady. Jiro stood beside her, her expression focused, lips pursed, and eyes scanning the crowd. She wore a leather jacket over a black t-shirt and ripped jeans, with her signature headphone jacks tucked behind her ears. Despite her cool exterior, Jiro kept sneaking glances at Hana. Hana nudged her with a smirk, asking if she was nervous. Jiro snorted, insisting it was just a test. Hana arched a brow, and Jiro admitted with a shrug that maybe she was a little nervous not about the questions, but about the kids from hero high schools who seemed overly confident. Hana grinned, declaring they were about to rock their world. Inside the written exam hall, the main exam building was modern, cool, and filled with natural light. Rows of test stations awaited the examinees' desks fitted with biometric scanners, tablets, and anti-cheating safeguards. The testing proctors, some teachers, some government observers stood around the massive room like silent sentinels. Hana and Jiro sat side by side in the HC section of the hall. A robotic voice welcomed everyone through the speakers, explaining the rules of the written portion of the exam. The timer on the screen began to count down, and when it reached 0, the exam began. The first section was multiple choice, heavy on science, math, and quirk theory. Hana immediately dove in. Years of DSPLN in training had wired her brain to focus on tasks, and her memory sharpened through repetition and visualization allowed her to breeze through the questions. She tackled each one confidently, recalling everything she had studied. Meanwhile, Jiro moved through the questions at a brisk pace, pausing occasionally to reread complex inquiries about support tech regulations or hero ethics laws. Her mind was a steady drumbeat. Music theory had taught her rhythm and timing, and that carried her through as she scribbled notes in the margins and tackled questions one by one. Midway point, essay section. Hana paused when the prompt appeared. Do you believe heroism should be defined by ability or intent? Support your stance with examples from current or historical events. She stared at it for a moment, her pen hovering in her grip. Her thoughts flashed to the underground rings, to stopping a kidnapping without her quirk, to the HPSC's attempts to capture her, to the courtroom, and to the countless times she chose to act, not out of obligation, but because she could. Hana began to write. She referenced Stain and the traction his ideals gained. She brought up Lady Nagant and the injustices she faced. She dissected the failures of heroes who had the ability but lacked integrity. Then she highlighted those who, despite lacking power, stood for what was right, including Jiro. Her conclusion was blunt, bold, and clear. A hero is not measured by how many villains they confront, but by the choice to stand against wrong even when they gain nothing. Intent is everything. Power without purpose is just violence. Jiro finished her own essay a few moments later, tapping her pencil against the desk in thought. Her essay leaned heavily into moral philosophy. She had even cited Hegel and framed her argument with her own experience as a music performer, that harmony between ability and intent created true heroism. Final section, quirk ethics and legal theory. This was the real separator, the portion most general applicants struggled with. They were tested on everything from Article 9 of the Quirk Use Regulation Act to obscure subsections about evacuation protocols, quirk misuse clauses, and hero agency liability. Hana had studied hard for this, not just with textbooks, but with Inko, IAM, and even some lawyers from her mother's old legal contacts. She wasn't just training to fight anymore, she had spent nights poring over case studies. One question stood out vividly. A licensed hero has accidentally injured a civilian while pursuing a villain. The agency refuses to acknowledge fault. What is the correct legal and ethical response for the hero involved? She answered without hesitation, outlining the correct legal process, filing the agency's liability clause, the civilian compensation fund process, and the hero's ethical obligation to step forward with full transparency. The end of the test. Time. Pencils down. Tablets locked. The room fell silent, save for the collective exhale of relief from hundreds of students. Hana leaned back in her chair, arms behind her head, a small smirk on her lips. Jiro let out a soft whistle, commenting on the difficulty of the exam. Hana dismissed it, saying it was just a warm-up. Jiro shot her a flat look, noting that only Hana would consider a 3-hour gauntlet a warm-up. They filed out of the testing hall into the sunshine, walking past clusters of students who anxiously discussed answers and compared what they had written. Hana and Jiro walked in silence for a moment, taking in the sky, the breeze, and the low buzz of excitement in the air. Outside the gate, Jiro asked if they thought they passed. Hana playfully bumped her shoulder against Jiro's, confidently asserting that they had crushed it. Jiro teased her about being cocky, to which Hana corrected her, insisting she was simply confident. Jiro rolled her eyes but smiled, suggesting they celebrate with milkshakes. Hana eagerly agreed. They walked off together, leaving behind the towering walls of UA, fully aware that the next part of the exam would be even tougher, the practical. But for now, they had survived step 1, and that was enough. The midday sun beat down on the massive urban simulation zones that made up UA College's practical testing grounds. Designed like sprawling cities with multiple sectors, each was a carefully calibrated gauntlet of physical and tactical challenges. Dozens of drones hovered overhead, recording every second, every movement, every heartbeat. Hana stood alone in Sector C, bouncing on the ball of her feet. She rolled her shoulders, clad in a sleeveless compression top and athletic pants that hugged her powerful frame. Her hands were wrapped in reinforced tape, knuckles exposed, and her hair was tied high in a tight ponytail. Across the cityscape, she could already hear the thunder of combat erupting in nearby sectors. Jiro had been sent to Sector A, the urban ambush simulation. Hana had landed in open warfare. More robust, less hiding. It suited her just fine. A proctor's voice boomed across the zone from the speakers overhead, signaling the start of the test. Time, midnight, the first hit. Hana dashed forward instantly, her body a blur of movement. Her quirk, momentum surge, thrummed in her veins like a pulse. As she picked up speed, her kinetic energy built naturally with every motion. She vaulted over a wrecked car and spotted a one-point robot turning to face her. She didn't even slow down. Her foot lashed out in a flying sidekick that sent the robot crashing backward into a wall, sparking. 1 point. She barely registered it before charging into the next alley. Time, 5 o'clock, the rising pace. She moved like a storm through Sector C, weaving between collapsed buildings and mock civilian debris, turning every encounter into a blur of fists, elbows, and knees. Robots crumpled beneath her raw power and precision. A 3-point machine was taken down by a suplex followed by a downward punch that shattered its armor. A 2-point robot was thrown straight into another for a combo takedown. By the 15-minute mark, her score was already higher than most, but she hadn't even begun using her stored energy. Not yet. In Sector A, meanwhile, Jiro crouched in a ruined convenience store, using her headphone jacks to send seismic vibrations through the ground. She picked off robots with directional blasts and precise sonic attacks, calculating each encounter like a tactician. Her score was solid and she was still just getting warmed up. Back in Sector C, Hana suddenly stopped. The ground trembled. Time, 2000 hours, the 0-pointer arrives. Sector-wide alarms blared, and cameras pivoted to follow. Rubble shifted, and then it rose a towering, 50-foot-tall behemoth of twisted metal and armor. The 0-point robot. Students screamed and scattered. Hana stood perfectly still, her breath slow and measured. This wasn't a scoring target, it was meant to be a scare tactic, a test of judgment. But Hana wasn't running. She clenched her fists, her veins lighting up with kinetic energy. Her feet scraped the concrete, and then she charged. Time, 2100 hours, breaking limits. She ducked under a massive metal fist that cratered the ground where she had just stood. The shockwave hit her, but she rolled with it, came up spinning, and landed a hammer fist into the robot's foot, causing the steel to dent. Sparks flew as Hana Midoriya unleashed her power. With a fierce determination, she leaped into the air, her quirk igniting as her fists began to glow with kinetic energy. She struck the robot's knee with a rising punch, then the thigh, and finally the torso, climbing it with each powerful blow. Each strike propelled her higher into the robot's armor until she reached its chest, where she unleashed a devastating twin-fisted uppercut that tore through the robot's torso. The machine collapsed under her might, not in an explosion, but in a defeated heap. Every camera focused on her as she stood atop the wreckage, her hair whipping around her in the aftershock. Her muscles flexed, bruised and trembling, yet she remained calm, breathing heavily, bathed in sweat and raw kinetic discharge. The announcement came through the comms, marking her achievement. As the final horn sounded, signaling the end of the exam, students emerged from their zones, some collapsing or limping away. Hana walked back to the gate, barely winded, her score unchanged despite her impressive feat, but every eye was on her, and she didn't care. She had proven her point. Meanwhile, Jiro emerged from her own zone with a respectable score, having disabled numerous robots through precise sound bursts and traps. Upon seeing Hana, her jaw dropped in disbelief. Hana, with a casual shrug, acknowledged the compliment about her performance, confirming that she hadn't used her stored energy. A slow smile spread across Jiro's lips as she teased Hana about being a show-off, to which Hana simply replied that Jiro loved it. In a large conference room at UA College, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement as respected figures in Hero Academia gathered around a polished table. Principal Nizu, Recovery Girl, Shota Aizawa, Vlad King, Midnight, All Might, and Present Mike discussed the results of the entrance exam. Nizu, with a stack of digital files before him, initiated the conversation. He highlighted the buzz surrounding the top candidate, Hana Midoriya, whose unique quirk had impressed everyone. All Might adjusted his tie, curiosity glinting in his eyes, while Present Mike expressed enthusiasm about Hana's incredible performance against the 0-point robot. Aizawa noted the rarity of candidates who could excel without relying solely on their quirks. Niza brought up Hana's file on the large wall screen, detailing her quirk, Momentum Surge. This powerful enhancement quirk amplified the effectiveness of consecutive physical strikes, doubling the force of each hit as long as she maintained momentum. Her physical mutation granted her enhanced reaction speed, agility, and durability, allowing her to endure and unleash strikes that would typically incapacitate a normal human. Midnight leaned forward thoughtfully, recognizing the potential danger of such exponential scaling. Vlad King raised concerns about her reaction times, which allowed her to dodge bullets at close range. A grainy surveillance clip confirmed her impressive agility even at a young age. Recovery Girl reflected on Hana's unique physical attributes, while Present Mike marveled at her stamina and power output. Aizawa cautioned that while Hana demonstrated raw power and precision, she needed to manage her momentum and heat buildup to avoid vulnerability. Nizu acknowledged the challenges Hana faced, emphasizing that her quirk demanded not just power but also control and endurance. All Might expressed admiration for Hana's spirit, finding her determination refreshing. As they discussed the other top candidates, Nizu presented Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki's files, noting Bakugo's explosive power and Shoto's versatility, but also their respective flaws compared to Hana's relentless aggression. Present Mike smirked, recognizing the competitive spirit among the students. Recovery Girl acknowledged the point about Hana's fighting style, noting that her quirk involved not just physical power but also psychological endurance. She had to keep fighting and pushing herself without any breaks for her quirk to be effective. Niza remarked that this was merely the beginning of Hana's journey, emphasizing that managing such a quirk without breaking physically or mentally would require immense training and discipline. All Might expressed his excitement about Hana's potential, believing she could rival the greatest heroes. The conference room dimmed as Nizu tapped the screen, bringing up a file titled Hana Midoriya Fighting Record and Notable Achievements. The statistics revealed Hana's impressive fighting career, a total of 157 fights, with 151 wins, 6 losses, and no draws. Starting her fighting journey at the age of her notable achievements included competing in junior leagues of Japan Pro Boxing, where she won 42 matches and earned a reputation for her speed and power. In the ZST Fighting Federation, she became a standout in mixed martial arts, particularly in kickboxing and Muay Thai. By the time she reached the Rizin Fighting Federation, she had advanced through the ranks with a perfect 6-0 record in international mixed-gender tournaments, known for her adaptability and quick combos. Hana received several special awards, including Best Knockout of the Year for a swift finish against a former champion and Fighter of the Month for her undefeated streak across multiple fighting styles. Her nickname, Hurricane Hana, reflected her unpredictable fighting style and rapid-fire strikes, and she was known for her unique habits, such as dancing mid-fight and using Capoeira-inspired moves as psychological tactics. Present Mike expressed amazement at Hana's achievements, noting the intensity of her career starting at such a young age. Aizawa acknowledged the significance of her quirkless fights, emphasizing her reliance on raw skill, conditioning, and tactics. Recovery Girl admired Hana's resilience, considering it rare for someone so young to handle such challenges while maintaining an undefeated record. Nizu then displayed a montage of Hana's fights, showcasing her lightning-fast jabs and precise footwork in her early boxing matches. Midnight pointed out her perfect balance and motion, essential traits for a master boxer. The montage transitioned to her mixed martial arts matches, where she effortlessly combined kickboxing and Muay Thai, demonstrating adaptability and a fluid fighting style. Vlad King noted Hana's ability to switch between disciplines mid-fight, highlighting how her capoeira footwork kept her opponents guessing. Present Mike shared a story about how she earned her nickname by outmaneuvering a knockout artist in under 2 minutes. Niza displayed a highlight reel of that match, illustrating Hana's elegant yet fierce fighting style, which was a true extension of her fighting spirit. Aizawa commented on Hana's taunts during fights, recognizing them as a form of psychological warfare that could disrupt her opponent's rhythm. Niza then presented a file detailing Hana's martial arts expertise, which included mastery in boxing, kickboxing, Muay Thai, Capoeira, and an unorthodox style known as Sharkman Karate. Midnight expressed curiosity about Sharkman Karate, and Nizu explained that it complemented Hana's need for continuous momentum, training her to maintain pressure and maximize energy transfer. Recovery Girl noted that this training likely contributed to Hana's stamina and quick recovery after intense exchanges. Present Mike highlighted Hana's heart and showmanship, while Aizawa expressed concern about the demands of her quirk, emphasizing the importance of control under pressure. Nizu pondered whether UA College's heroics course could help Hana develop that control and endurance. All Might expressed confidence in Hana's potential, believing she embodied the spirit of a great hero. Midnight added that Hana was not just a fighter but also a performer and strategist, qualities essential for heroes. As the screen faded to black, the UA staff remained in thoughtful silence, reflecting on Hana Midoriya's impressive fighting record and the challenges ahead. Principal Nizu broke the silence, shifting the conversation to the matter of placement. Considering whether Hana should be placed in Class 1A or 1B, Vlad King pointed out that students like Hana would typically be placed in 1B due to their experience, but he acknowledged that she did not fit that mold. Midnight noted that Hana had more combat experience than many pro heroes under 30. All Might remarked that Hana would likely want to be placed in the same class as her girlfriend, Kyoka Jiro, who was expected to be in 1. Present Mike confirmed Jiro's impressive rankings, and Nizu noted that with Hana placing first overall, there was no reason she couldn't join 1A. Aizawa expressed concern about the potential clashes with Bakugo if Hana were placed in that class. That kid didn't take kindly to competition, especially from someone who clearly outclassed him. Midnight added with a smirk that they had seen the clip of Hana dancing after her final hit during the exam, which would surely get under his skin. All Might remarked seriously that it could be a good test, allowing him to learn humility. Present Mike muttered that it could also lead to an explosion. Nizu chuckled lightly, stating that regardless, her placement should be based on her potential and how well they could help her grow, rather than avoiding interpersonal conflict. Nizu clicked back into the main file and highlighted a section in red, noting that there was no current documentation on Hana Midoriya's level of mastery over her quirk. Manifestation had been recorded at age 4, along with physiological mutation. No academic records reflected formal quirk usage training, leaving it unknown whether her quirk had been integrated into her combat techniques. He turned back to the staff, tapping the red section and declaring it their greatest mystery. Vlad frowned, questioning if she could have been fighting quirkless this entire time and still achieved such a record. All Might's brows furrowed, realizing that if that were true, they hadn't even seen her at full power yet. Aizawa rubbed his temples, noting that it also meant they didn't know how she used her quirk. There was a possibility she had trained herself to manage the overheating, or she hadn't, which could become a severe liability. Midnight nodded, explaining that the body mutations, denser muscles and bones, shock absorption were natural adaptations. However, the momentum surge stacking required rhythm, timing, and precision. If she could already control that, she might be one of the most dangerous close-quarters students they had ever had. Nizu's expression grew serious, and he softly stated that if she hadn't learned control, They must prepare her before she burned herself out, literally. Recovery Girl spoke next, her voice calm and maternal. She explained that Hana's overheating issue was likely due to excessive lactic acid buildup, muscular strain, and quirk-driven heat output, and they would need to tailor a medical routine. She pulled up a proposed regimen that included cryogenic recovery pods for post-fight cooldown sessions, hydrotherapy to prevent heat-induced muscle fatigue, electromyographic monitoring to track muscular stress in real time, and adaptive cooling gear with temperature-sensitive materials. She suggested developing a cooling vest for her hero costume to draw heat away from her core during fights, as long engagements could drop her efficiency to dangerous levels. Aizawa added that for training, they needed custom sparring environments, as she was used to real fights with real pain, and simulated matches wouldn't push her enough. All Might nodded, proposing to pair her with high-endurance, close-quarters specialists, possibly even upperclassmen. Eventually, she would need multiple combat instructors, as boxing and kickboxing only scratched the surface of what her quirk could amplify. Present Mike suggested that Capoeira might also provide insight into how she integrated flow with momentum, and her unpredictability might not just be flair but the key to resetting momentum manually without stopping. Niza mused that this would mean she had already found a workaround for one of her quirk's main weaknesses. Vlad expressed his expectation that she would become a top candidate for internships within months, noting her fame in the underground fighting world. Nizu's tone turned cautious, warning that with fame came risk and she would draw attention, with the press digging into her past. Some might criticize them for allowing a brawler into UA. Aizawa flatly stated that she had more than earned her place, and if they sheltered her, they would only hold her back. All Might raised a hand, emphasizing the need to watch for burnout not physical, but psychological. With a record like hers, she had never really been treated as a kid, and now they were placing her in an environment where she would be a student again. Recovery Girl nodded, noting the importance of evaluating her stress levels, as fighting adults for years had an impact on the mind. Nizu smiled gently, expressing hope that with the right mentorship and environment, she could finally grow, not just as a hero, but as a young woman. The silence settled again, but it was no longer uncertain. There was resolve in the air, now a determination to guide, shape, and protect. Niza finally stood and announced that Hana Midoriya would be placed in Class 1A. He looked to All Might, instructing him to observe her closely, as she was not just a fighter but could be a symbol, a new kind of hero. All Might nodded solemnly, acknowledging the task. Nizu concluded that they were preparing for the arrival of a hurricane. The quiet hum of an early spring breeze stirred the curtains of the Midoriya household, with sunlight filtering through the windows in delicatesse. It was peaceful, oddly so, considering the chaos that usually surrounded Hana Midoriya. For once, her knuckles weren't bruised, and no training wraps adorned her hands. No lingering soreness clung to her spine from endless hours in the ring. Today, her hands were clean, her nails painted black, and her hair loosely tied back in a messy ponytail. Her piercing yellow eyes glimmered with something rare for her, anticipation. Her mother, Inko, had been bustling around the apartment all morning, not out of worry, but pure nervous excitement. She wondered if the package would arrive soon, as it was already close to noon. Just then, a chime echoed through the apartment like the toll of destiny. Hana and Inko exchanged glances, staring at the front door. Then Hana moved, walking briskly toward the door and opening it to reveal a sleek black package, no larger than a lunchbox, resting on the welcome mat. The symbol of UA High was engraved across the lid in gold, stylized and proud. Inko covered her mouth in surprise, and Hana nodded, scooping it up with a smooth motion and closing the door behind her. It was time. She didn't open it right away. Instead, she walked slowly to her room, savoring the silence, the anticipation, the crackle in the air. This wasn't a moment to rush. Her room was decorated minimally, with a few posters of old boxing legends, a training mat rolled against the wall, and some hand-carved trophies and framed newspaper clippings from her underground fighting days. She sat on the edge of her bed, exhaled slowly, and opened the box. A soft mechanical hum emanated as the top split open like petals. A small circular device rose from the center, hovering slightly before projecting a brilliant blue holographic figure. It was him. All Might. The symbol of peace stood tall, a wide grin on his face, eyes sparkling with that signature energy. He announced her acceptance into the UA Hero course, Class 1A, and Hana blinked in disbelief. Her chest rose and fell slowly, emotions churning beneath the surface like magma. The instructor's voice resonated with pride as he praised her performance in the entrance exam, noting her remarkable ranking in precision, awareness, and adaptability. He acknowledged her past battles and victories, emphasizing that her choices were what truly defined her as a hero. Hana's fingers clenched the blanket beneath her, realizing she had been holding her breath. The instructor continued, welcoming her to Class 1A, alongside her peers, including Jiro Kyoka. A grin cracked Hana's serious demeanor as she heard this. He encouraged her to celebrate her achievements, reminding her that this was just the beginning of her journey. As the hologram faded, the room fell silent, save for Hana's quiet breathing. Just a few blocks away, Kyoka Jiro sat cross-legged on her bed, headphones resting around her neck, her electric guitar across her lap. After finishing a riff, the doorbell rang. She called for her mother, who was busy cooking, and with a sigh, Jiro placed her guitar aside and shuffled to the door. Like Hana's, her UA acceptance letter arrived in a box that resembled a sci-fi collector's item. Staring at it, her heart raced as she recognized her name. Taking it to her room, she opened the box, and a holographic projection of Present Mike sprang to life, larger than life with his flashy jacket and shades. He congratulated her on making it into the UA Hero course, Class 1A, celebrating her smooth control of her quirk and tactical instincts. Jiro felt a mix of pride and embarrassment but couldn't suppress a small smirk. Present Mike highlighted her rhythm and precision, mentioning that she would be in class with Hana Midoriya, calling them a power couple. Jiro's cheeks flushed, and she asked him to tone it down. He ended the hologram with a mic drop, leaving Jiro in stunned silence before she sank back onto her bed, whispering to herself that they were both in. Later that night, a video call connected instantly, revealing Hana's face on Jiro's screen, her expression soft and almost dazed. They exchanged greetings and shared the news of their acceptance into Class 1A, relief washing over them. Hana mentioned that she received a message from All Might, while Jiro revealed she had Present Mike, who had been quite the character. They both laughed at the mention of being called a power couple, their cheeks flushing but neither looking away. In the warm virtual silence, they acknowledged the significance of their new journey together, marking the end of a long storm in their lives. As the sun dipped behind the city skyline, casting a shimmering glow over downtown Mizudafu, music thumped from inside Club Pulse, the heartbeat of a city that never sat still. Outside, Hana Midoriya, dressed in a sleeveless black crop top and cargo pants, stood confidently in line beside Kyoka Jiro, who sported a black leather jacket and fishnet sleeves. Jiro questioned if the club was too much, but Hana, with a cocky grin, reminded her that she wanted to dance. The bouncer recognized Hana and waved them in, recalling a past misunderstanding that led to her being banned. They entered the club, the atmosphere a blur of lights and energy, with music roaring from every corner. Hana moved through the crowd with Jiro in tow, eyes locked on the dance floor. Without hesitation, she grabbed Jiro's hand and spun her into the fray, their movements syncing naturally. Hana's sharp and fluid style contrasted with Jiro's melodic flow, creating a captivating dance that drew the attention of onlookers. As the Cupid Shuffle began, the entire club erupted in synchronized chaos. Jiro, excited, pulled Hana into the dance. Despite her powerful build, Hana followed the steps with surprising grace, adding her own flair with spins and drops. The crowd cheered as Hana showcased her skills, turning the dance floor into a spectacle of energy and rhythm. She dance-walked, her hips swaying as she winked over her shoulder at Jiro. Jiro muttered under her breath, feeling a blush creep onto her cheeks. Hana knew she loved the attention. Then the unmistakable beat hit. The crowd erupted in cheers as Hana stiffened, realizing what was about to happen. Jiro, with a mischievous grin, encouraged her to embrace the moment. Hana started bouncing to the rhythm, her earphone jacks bobbing in the air. Trying to maintain her composure, She attempted a casual shoulder roll, but Jiro stepped behind her and playfully gave her a light slap. Hana jerked forward, surprised. Jiro leaned in, explaining that it was tradition. Hana growled, her face turning red, questioning why it always had to be about that. As the music continued, Jiro playfully slapped her again, each time making Hana squirm. She tried to escape but found herself caught up in the beat. Jiro teased her, insisting that her moves were too captivating to ignore. Then, the DJ shifted the atmosphere completely, dropping a new song that sent Jiro's eyes wide with excitement. Hana firmly said no, warning her to stop, but Jiro couldn't resist singing along. As the song played, the spotlight hit Hana, and she froze before dropping into a perfect combat-ready crouch. The crowd went wild, amazed by her form and confidence. Jiro laughed so hard she could barely stand, while Hana maintained her low position, earning the nickname, the Hurricane Squat. Each time the beat dropped, Jiro playfully slapped her, making the crowd erupt with laughter. Eventually, Hana stood up gracefully, cracking her neck as Jiro caught her breath. Hana smirked, claiming she had never felt better, but warned Jiro that she would pay for this later. Jiro, unfazed, called for the DJ to play the song again. As the night wore on, the tempo slowed, and the crowd began to thin. Jiro leaned against Hana, exhausted but content, their foreheads touching as they shared a moment of closeness. They both knew they would make quite an impression at UA, especially when their playlist dropped. Hana jokingly requested that Jiro refrain from slapping her during combat training, to which Jiro made no promises. It was only day one of dorm life at UA College. The halls of Heights Alliance were filled with the fresh scent of new paint and the buzz of excitement as students settled in and got to know their neighbors. In the communal kitchen, sunlight poured through the tall windows, and the atmosphere was peaceful until it was shattered by Hana's loud exclamation about a long wait at a breakfast cafe. Suddenly, a deep beat filled the kitchen, shaking the ceiling tiles. Students peeked out of their dorm rooms, and there stood Hana, dressed in bike shorts, an oversized muscle shirt, and a bright pink apron. She held a spatula in one hand and a mimosa in the other, completely unbothered. The beat of Montero, Call Me By Your Name, played from speakers she had connected to the entire floor, and she began to sing at the top of her lungs. With a tower of waffles forming on a platter and multiple pans sizzling, Hana was in her element, cooking like a professional chef. Jiro, watching from the hallway in one of Hana's hoodies, felt a mix of disbelief and admiration. Other students emerged, equally stunned by Hana's culinary performance. Yayarozu, in silk pajamas, looked on in horror, while Uraraka stood frozen, captivated by Hana's strength and skill. Mina filmed the scene, clearly impressed. Even Todoroki peeked in, questioning the normalcy of it all, while Bakugo shouted from above, demanding silence. Hana responded playfully, challenging Bakugo to try and stop her. She continued to cook and rap, effortlessly flipping pancakes and preparing breakfast with flair. Jiro, overwhelmed, wondered why Hana was like this, while the others expressed their admiration and confusion about their feelings toward her. As the song built to a climax, Hana kicked open the freezer, grabbing frozen hash browns with enthusiasm. She poured another mimosa while managing to flip eggs, showcasing her multitasking skills. The energy in the kitchen was electric, and Hana was at the center of it all, embodying the spirit of breakfast and fun. Breakfast in the eve. At this point, Hagakure had fainted. Mina was crying and clapping, while Yayarozu held a pillow over her face, questioning her entire orientation. Ida burst into the scene at full sprint, only to stop abruptly in front of Hana as she belted out her song. Send an eggs benedict down into my grave. With all the hollandaise, slip in a hash brown beside it. Ida, taken aback, simply nodded solemnly and moved on. Finale and aftermath. Hana concluded her rap with a final flourish, declaring, "Watch out, Frosted Flakes, there's a serial killer inside me. Just wanna smother a little sugar on top." She struck a pose, and the music abruptly stopped, leaving a moment of silence. Then, Mina shrieked with excitement, proposing marriage. Jiro, now bright red, stomped into the kitchen, expressing her frustration over Hana's performance and questioning the meaning of a breakfast WAP. Hana, grinning, offered her a mimosa, explaining that it meant waffles and pancakes. Jiro accepted the drink, muttering her disdain, but deep down, she knew it wasn't true. The staff room at UA College was a sacred space, a refuge filled with coffee-fueled whispers and just enough peace to stave off mental breakdowns until lunch. Present Mike had claimed the couch, while Midnight lounged in a beanbag chair, groaning softly. All Might sipped tea, contemplating retirement, and Aizawa arrived, half awake and clutching a coffee pot. Suddenly, the TV flickered to life. Cementas yawned and announced that the security feed from the dorm kitchen had triggered a decibel limit alert, likely due to Bakugo's yelling. No one paid much attention until the speakers played Hana's song. I went to a breakfast cafe, they said an hour was the wait. Pardon my French, I don't give a crepe. I wake up in the morning, and here's what I crave: gigantic patty cakes and bacon piled high. Stack 'em taller than the buildings in Dubai. All Might's teacup shattered in surprise. Midnight, wide-eyed, confirmed it was indeed Hana. Aizawa blinked at the screen, bewildered by her antics with 3 frying pans and a flamethrower. The video continued, showcasing Hana's energetic performance. Waffles with huckleberry jam. Avocado toast so heavy in my hand. Waitress, you better get a pen, 'cause when I order breakfast, keep up if you can. Snipe leaned forward in disbelief, while Vlad King questioned the size of the subwoofer shaking the walls. Power Loader explained that Hana had built it herself, calling it the Bass Tectonic Grill Mix 9000, which he had initially mistaken for a blender. Nizu, sipping espresso, smiled warmly, appreciating the coordination involved in Hana's performance. Present Mike cheered her on, while Aizawa's eye twitched in response. The feed showed Hana dancing in front of the fridge, mimosa in hand. Oh, Denny's Grand Slam crammed in the hole where I speak. Ham in a pan is the spam that I seek. Grand Slam once again, that's my 10th in a week. Silence followed her performance, and Midnight whispered her concern about potential legal consequences. The video reached its climax, with Hana posing dramatically on the counter, mimosa in one hand and egg yolk on her cheek. Send an eggs Benedict down into my grave. With all the hollandaise, slip in a hash brown beside it. Syrup on my face if you don't love breakfast, you're lying. The footage paused, leaving the room in stunned silence. Aizawa took a sip from the coffee pot, contemplating the implications of Hana's performance. Well, Midnight remarked, I'll never eat French toast without thinking of her again. Mike wiped a tear from his eye, marveling at Hana's talent. Niza beamed, suggesting she could be both a gifted performer and a brunch-themed menace. Administrative consequences and breakdown. A new file appeared on the screen. Internal Behavior Report, Dormitory Decibel Violation. Attached were numerous emails from students in other departments, along with a fan cam titled, Waffle Warfare, the Hana Cut. Vlad King questioned whether they should punish her, but All Might countered that she had made pancakes with a smiley face, which was too charming to penalize. Midnight expressed her admiration for Hana's clever rhymes, while Aizawa voiced his deep concern. Present Mike, with a mix of awe and fear, admitted he was both impressed and unsettled. Satellite antenna location, UA faculty Wi-Fi server, 10:17 a.m. Inside a hidden subfolder marked, Do Not Open or Die. Principal Nizu, the clever strategist, sipped Earl Grey tea while preparing to upload a new video titled, All the Hollandaise, Hana Midoriya, UA Security Footage Remix. With a satisfied smile, he clicked post, eager to see the chaos that would ensue. 3 o'clock 10:18 a.m., YouTube, 1 view. 3 o'clock 10:21 a.m., TikTok, 1.3k reposts. 3 o'clock 10:24 a.m., Twitter, Who is Hollandaise Girl? Trending. 3 o'clock 10:29 a.m., Reddit, Our Music Memes, All the Hollandaise, is the most important song since Beethoven's Fifth. Laptop computer social media meltdown, 10:30 a.m. Twitter, at Lil Yoke in the game, she rhymed OnlyFans with put sausage in my hands. I'm shaking, crying, throwing bacon. At Meganst, I woke up to a pancake-peddling demon rhyming waffles with awfuls, and I have never been more alive. At Chicken Union Official, As representatives of hens worldwide, we demand Hana Midoriya stop consuming 48 eggs a day. Our cloacas can't take it. Celebrity reactions flooded social media. Gordon Ramsay, reacting live on Instagram, expressed a mix of admiration and frustration over breakfast. Cardi B, sharing a humorous take on the situation, joked about a playful interpretation of a popular phrase. The Rock joined in, posting a video of himself flipping pancakes in solidarity, while Beyoncé shared a light-hearted video, playfully lip-syncing a catchy line about breakfast. On TikTok, a new challenge emerged, called the Hollandaise Hell Drop, where participants performed a series of acrobatic moves while mimicking a popular brunch-related gesture. Edits featuring anime characters making pancakes accompanied a catchy tune, and fans showcased their creativity through cosplays of Hana wielding spatulas like weapons. Government agencies in the USA took notice. The FDA announced a temporary suspension of the National Hollandaise Reserve due to overwhelming demand, humorously advising against bathing in egg yolk. NASA reported hearing a unique sound from the International Space Station, while the Pentagon classified Hana Midoriya as a culinary force not to be trifled with near popular breakfast spots. In the UA admin group chat, Aizawa noted the widespread fame of Hana, mentioning the influx of fan letters. Midnight shared a humorous image of Hana riding a syrup wave, while Present Mike expressed his excitement for a potential collaboration. All Might, confused, inquired about a term that had become popular, and Nizu reflected on the unexpected turn of events. On streaming platforms, a catchy song titled All the Hollandaise climbed the charts, sitting just behind a new hit from Taylor Swift. It even gained attention from rogue DJs in Tokyo, who broadcasted illegally on subway speakers. Back at the UA dorms, Hana, dressed casually, celebrated her rising follower count while indulging in breakfast. Jiro, overwhelmed by the situation, questioned Hana's newfound fame, while Mina expressed her own feelings of confusion. Ochako looked at Hana with admiration, and Bakugo, in the hallway, acknowledged Hana's growing reputation. Todoroki, curious, wondered if he could learn from her. In downtown Tokyo, a massive holographic billboard displayed Hana's anthem, featuring a cartoon version of her riding a wave of breakfast foods into the sun, with a playful caption inviting everyone to stream the song. The morning sunlight filtered through the towering windows of UA High's newest campus, casting warm golden streaks across the bustling hallways. For many, today marked the first day of the new academic year and the beginning of their journey toward heroism. For Class 1A, it was the day they'd find out just how much pressure would be put on their quirk mastery, starting with the infamous quirk assessment test. As the students filed into the classroom, some chatted nervously while others tried to exude calm confidence. Hana and Jiro entered side by side, their eyes scanning the room, where some students whispered and others openly stared at Hana's undeniable presence. Aizawa appeared from the back, his eyes half-lidded and clad in his trademark scarf. The classroom instantly quieted. Aizawa announced that the quirk assessment test was coming up, emphasizing its importance and the consequences of failure. A collective gasp rippled through the room as he clarified that the lowest scorer would be expelled, leaving some students pale and others clenching their fists in determination. Later that morning, the girls gathered in the locker room, buzzing with anxiety about the upcoming test. The atmosphere was tense as they discussed strategies and fears, but all eyes soon turned to Hana. Known as Hurricane Hana, for her unmatched ferocity, her powerful frame radiated confidence. The girls exchanged glances, some filled with awe, others with envy. Jiro, noticing the attention Hana was receiving, walked over to her. Without hesitation, she playfully smacked Hana's back, making a bold declaration. The room fell silent, and the girls exchanged wide-eyed glances, surprised by the boldness of her actions. Hana, unfazed, responded with a teasing remark, challenging Jiro to keep up. As the girls scattered, some continued to steal glances while others whispered about the unexpected dynamics in the locker room. Mina broke the silence, acknowledging the shift in atmosphere, while Ochako found humor in the situation. Meanwhile, Hana and Jiro moved toward the exit, their casual touches a reminder of their bond. As the day wore on, the students regrouped in class. Aizawa's voice cut through the chatter once more, reminding them to prepare for the test, urging them to train hard, train smart, and watch their backs. He observed several students, his gaze lingering a moment longer on Hana, as if he sensed the potential chaos she could unleash. The first day had just begun, yet the pressure was already mounting. UA Training Field Gamma, 9:12 a.m. Aizawa commanded the students to line up, standing beside a small monitor and a basket of testing equipment. He informed them they would be evaluated across 8 physical categories and that they were expected to use their quirks. Some students perked up, while others flinched. This evaluation would help gauge their capabilities under real combat and field conditions. He reminded them of the categories and announced they would start with the 50-meter dash. 50-meter dash. Each student ran in pairs, with a timer recording their sprints. Bakugo shot forward like an explosion, finishing in 2.8 seconds with a fierce expression. Then it was Hana Midoriya's turn. As soon as the whistle blew, she dug her heels into the turf and surged forward not with explosions or teleportation, but with sheer, overwhelming force. Her powerful legs propelled her with such speed that the turf cracked beneath her first step. The air howled in her wake. Time, 2.5 seconds. Everyone stared in disbelief. Kaminari wondered aloud about the lack of boosters, while Shiro questioned the absence of jetpacks. Ida exclaimed in astonishment, gripping his arms tightly, and Yaoyorozu whispered in awe, realizing she had simply run. Even Bakugo was taken aback, twitching slightly. Grip strength. Aizawa distributed digital grip testers and instructed them to demonstrate their grip strength without damaging the device. Mina squealed when she barely managed 40 kilograms, while Kirishima proudly showcased his hardening quirk with a clean 540 kilograms. When it was Hana's turn, she flexed her arm, steam already rising from her shoulders. She calmly took the grip tester, exhaled, and squeezed. The device shattered under her grip, and silence fell over the field. Aizawa blinked and informed her she would need to pay for that. Hana shrugged sheepishly, and Bakugo whispered in disbelief about what she was made of. Standing long jump. The goal was to jump as far as possible from a standing position. Uraraka floated gracefully, landing 15 meters away by nullifying gravity, while Todoroki used ice skates mid-air for a smooth 17-meter flight. Hana crouched, steam curling from her back as she warmed up. She bounced once on her heels and launched like a railgun bolt, clearing 37 meters and creating a divot in the ground upon landing. Present Mike shouted from the sidelines, exclaiming that Hana had set a new record. Repeated side steps. The test began with side-to-side motions over a central line, evaluating agility, speed, and reaction. Most students managed around 90 to 110 steps in 1 minute. Hana cracked her knuckles and bent her knees before vanishing in a blur of motion. She zipped back and forth, her feet moving with machine-like precision, steam erupting from her calves and shoulders by the 40-second mark. By the end, she clocked in 206 clean steps, a visible heat haze shimmering around her. Yaoyorozu fanned herself, expressing concern about Hana overheating, while Jiro pointed out the unusual nature of the situation. Ball throw. Aizawa tossed a yellow rubber ball toward Hana and gestured to the designated throwing ring, instructing her to use maximum power. Hana grinned, cracking her neck as she stepped into the ring. The moment she drew her arm back, the air vibrated with anticipation. She bounced the ball twice, and with each impact, her muscles coiled like spring-loaded cables. She launched the ball in a flawless spiral, and it vanished from sight. The scanner processed the distance, 3,013 meters. Ida's eye twitched, and Mineta fainted, while Aizawa muttered something about her extraordinary abilities. Distance run. The final test involved 2 laps to assess endurance, speed, and efficiency. Hana paced at the start like a coiled panther, with some classmates giving her a wide berth. When the whistle blew, she exploded forward. The first lap was swift and efficient, but by the second lap, she pushed herself harder, driven by her own high expectations. She crossed the finish line first, maintaining a steady pace, sweat beading on her brow. Seated toe touch. Hana's muscles were built for power, but flexibility was another matter. She sat down with her legs extended, while some girls struggled to reach their toes. Jiro encouraged her to show her versatility. Hana reached forward, her palms going beyond her feet, touching the mat by a solid 5 inches. She declared her versatility with a wink, while Mina marveled at her combination of strength and flexibility. The last test assessed core strength. Most students managed 60 to 80 reps, but Hana completed 137 with controlled, precise movements. Jiro counted aloud, grinning proudly with each 10 reps. By the end, steam poured off Hana, and her tank top clung to her, emphasizing her muscular definition. Aizawa glanced at her, unimpressed but slightly amused, noting her overheating condition. Hana assured him she had managed her limits just fine, while Aizawa scribbled something on his clipboard that hinted at her extraordinary nature. Final rankings, unofficial, projected. Hana Midoriya shattered multiple measuring devices. Possibly a kaiju in disguise. Shoto Todoroki, clean, efficient, and cold as ice. Katsuki Bakugo caused explosions, including damaging his own shoes. Tenya Ida, fast and efficient, slightly too focused on rules. Momo Yaoyorozu, smart and resourceful, needs more physical push. Mina Ishido, agile and flashy, though inconsistent. Kyoka Jiro, quiet strength, dangerous when focused. Eijiro Kirishima, solid and dependable. Minoru Mineta, hospitalized from witnessing Hana's ball throw. As the class gathered for debriefing, Aizawa gave them one last glare, welcoming them to UA High and warning that if they thought this was tough, they hadn't seen anything yet. As they dispersed, Jiro linked her arm with Hana's and leaned in, teasing that if she didn't already love her, she would be terrified. Hana smirked, still radiating heat. A whisper of anticipation rustled through the room as the door swung open. A towering figure filled the entrance all might. The room fell silent, every eye immediately drawn to the symbol of heroism himself. Even Bakugo paused, his lips tightening. All Might's radiant smile seemed to fill the room with warmth and hope, a light that could brighten even the dullest corner. He greeted the students with a booming voice that echoed with the power of conviction, announcing that today marked their first heroics class. Here, they would learn what it truly means to be a hero, not just how strong they were, but how to use that strength to protect others. The room stirred with excitement and some nervous jitters. All Might explained that they would be heading to the training grounds in groups, where they would be tested on their judgment, teamwork, and quick thinking. This was no simple physical challenge. He emphasized that their quirks, powers, and spirits must all work together. His eyes briefly scanned the room before settling on Hana Midoriya, expressing his anticipation to see what she would bring to the field. Hana nodded, barely meeting his gaze. The bell rang, signaling the next phase. The students filed out, buzzing with excitement as they made their way to the changing rooms to prepare their hero costumes. Hana's outfit awaited her, a sleek, modified version of her old boxing gear. The gloves were gone, replaced with reinforced finger wraps that allowed for tactile precision without restricting her momentum surge. The suit clung to her muscular frame, flexible and breathable, designed for maximum mobility and heat ventilation. She slipped into it quietly. No one noticed the subtle way Hana's shoulders sagged just a fraction, how her smile felt like a mask. Another day, she thought, another show. I'm the girl who runs fast, hits hard, blows minds, yet when I'm alone, it's like my body's just dragging me down, an anchor too heavy to carry. Her fingers curled tightly around the fabric at her waist. Is this what they mean by being a hero? She wondered, swallowing the lump rising in her throat. Because if it is, how am I supposed to believe I'm worth all this? Hana's thoughts spiraled quietly, the fog of doubt settling in her chest, a silent shadow behind the roaring heat of her quirk. What if the momentum stops? What if I never catch the next hit? Her breath caught, but she forced herself to stand tall, slipping the last zipper up. The room bustled around her, laughs, chatter, the clatter of boots and zippers, but Hana felt a quiet stillness inside, a separate world of shadows and doubt she kept locked away. No one needs to know. They don't see. They just see momentum surge, the unstoppable force. But inside, I'm breaking. Hana emerged from the locker room, the outfit hugging her like armor. Her muscles tensed, adrenaline mixing with that cold, creeping emptiness. Jiro caught her eye and smiled softly, asking if she was ready. Hana nodded, affirming her readiness without revealing the slight hesitation in her voice. The group walked out together, a mixture of enthusiasm and silent focus. The first heroics class was about to begin, and for all the excitement outside, Hana carried a quiet battle within herself, one she wasn't ready to share. The classroom was electric with anticipation as All Might clapped his hands together. Signaling the start of the real lesson, All Might addressed the class with a booming yet steady voice, informing them that they would participate in a 2-on-2 hero versus villain exercise. The objective was to disarm the bomb, neutralize the threat, and rescue any hostages if possible. A hush fell over the students, filled with murmurs of excitement and nervous glances exchanged across the room. All Might paced slowly in front of the whiteboard, where a diagram of the training grounds was projected. He explained that the students would be paired in teams of 2, assigned roles to complement each other's quirks and abilities. His gaze swept the room, briefly locking with each student before settling on Hana. The pairings were announced, and when All Might declared that Midoriya Hana would be paired with Uraraka Achiko, Uraraka blinked in surprise but smiled warmly, expressing her eagerness to do their best together. Hana nodded curtly, feeling the weight of her thoughts but appreciating Uraraka's genuine enthusiasm. All Might explained that all teams would face off against simulated villains, other students equipped with special training gear that enhanced their offensive quirks. The villains would hold a bomb device, and the hero's task was to tag the villain with the bomb and disable it before time ran out. He continued, stating that they would have 15 minutes per round, and if they failed to disarm the bomb within the time limit or were all knocked out, their team would lose the round, resulting in a penalty of extra physical training. The students tensed, clearly understanding the stakes. Encouraging creativity, All Might reminded them that all hero quirks were allowed and that teamwork, communication, and quick thinking were essential. He emphasized the importance of adapting to their opponents and playing to their strengths, adding with a grin that reckless moves endangering themselves or their teammates were not permitted, as safety was paramount. Hana glanced at Uraraka, who was already bouncing on the ball of her feet, ready to float into action. Uraraka suggested they coordinate their quirks, and Hana nodded, her mind racing with possibilities. She considered how her momentum surge could amplify physical strikes if she maintained momentum, while Uraraka's zero gravity would allow them to manipulate the battlefield and create openings. Hana weighed the risks, reminding herself to be cautious about overheating, as a prolonged fight would not be advantageous. Around them, classmates whispered and strategized in pairs. Some appeared eager to rush into action, while others studied their opponents carefully. Aizawa, leaning against the wall with his usual disheveled look, gave a tired but approving nod, indicating that he was curious to see who could back up their quirks with strategy. As the final instructions were given, All Might announced that all teams should report to the training ground in 5 minutes, urging them to prepare their hero costumes and clear their minds. As the bell rang, Hana and Uraraka exchanged a brief smile before heading to the locker rooms to finalize their gear. The training facility loomed like a sleeping beast of steel and concrete, its darkened corridors and closed doors hiding countless variables. The simulated urban warfare scenario was designed to test every part of a hero's resolve: mental, emotional, and strategic. Today, it was Hana's turn to face the challenge. All Might's voice boomed through the comms, announcing the teams: Team Heroes, Hana Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka, versus Team Villains, Katsuki Bakugo and Minor Mineta. The objective was clear: neutralize the villains and secure the bomb within 15 minutes. A siren howled through the arena, echoing against the walls like the cry of a wounded creature. Uraraka gave Hana a quick thumbs up as the massive steel doors slid open. She planned to scout the upper floors floating in and out. Hana nodded, her voice quieter than usual. Without another word, they split. Uraraka zipped up a flight of stairs using her quirk, light as a feather, while Hana pressed forward through the ground floor, her boots echoing in the corridor. Inside the building, the atmosphere was cold not in temperature, but in feeling. The sterile, gray walls and harsh fluorescent lights created a lifeless environment filled with crates, barrels, and fake rubble, all designed for realism but only serving to remind Hana of her own emptiness. It struck her bitterly how even artificial cities felt more alive than she did at times. Her muscles were tense, her eyes sharp, and her every breath steady. Yet, a whisper in the back of her mind nagged at her, questioning her presence and purpose. Her gloved hand brushed along a pillar as she took cover, checking corners. Every step was practiced and efficient. She was built for motion, for action. But that same drive was becoming a cage. Her quirk hummed beneath her skin, the heat building like a low fever. Her calves twitched and her fingers curled. The longer she stayed still, the more uncomfortable it became. She reminded herself to keep moving, to avoid overthinking. But her thoughts raced ahead of her feet. What if she missed? What if she got caught in the blast? What if she let him hit her just once? Shaking her head, she slammed her fist into the wall, trying to snap out of it. This wasn't the time. She needed to focus and get through this. A sudden boom shook the floor, and Hana's instincts kicked in just as a wave of smoke erupted from a hallway ahead. Then she heard Bakugo's voice, loud and sharp, dripping with challenge. A second explosion rocked the hallway as he launched himself forward, a force of fury. Hana shot forward to meet him, the heat in her legs propelling her into a dash. Her quirk flared to life, building pressure in her joints and bones. Bakugo crashed down onto the hallway tiles, fists blazing with smoke. He taunted her, questioning her hero potential. Instead of answering, Hana struck. Her first punch met his braced forearm with a solid impact, fracturing the tile beneath them. Bakugo slid back slightly, smirking, and countered with an explosive right. Hana twisted just enough to let it slide past, her momentum spiraling into a knee aimed for his ribs. He blocked again, but her second strike hit harder than the first, amplifying her next hit. The rhythm of their battle built like a war drum, each strike echoing in the tension of the moment. Inside, however, she felt nothing but emptiness. Was this what it took to feel real? Hurting someone until they hit back? Maybe if he hit her hard enough, it would knock the emptiness out of her head. A punch slipped past her guard, grazing her cheek, and she welcomed it. Bakugo noticed her unusual dodging and questioned her focus. She didn't respond. Instead, he launched a series of small explosions at her legs, destabilizing her footing. She let one hit, deliberately buckling her knee for just a moment before charging at him again, fists glowing with kinetic energy. Her punch landed squarely in his gut, sending him crashing through a support pillar. As she stood amidst the rubble, steam rose from her shoulders, and her eyes widened but remained unfocused. She should feel proud, but it was just noise, always just noise. She didn't know who she was without the heat, without the pain. A voice crackled over her comm, asking if she was okay and mentioning a guard at the bomb. Hana blinked and responded calmly, but inside, something cracked just a little more. From the debris, Bakugo stirred, angry but grinning. He declared that the fight was far from over. Hana cracked her knuckles, steam rolling off her arms like smoke. She charged forward. The air was thick with smoke, the scent of scorched concrete and sweat lingering. The training facility's hallway was a chaotic scene of shattered tiles and buckled beams. Bakugo staggered to his feet, blood dripping from his lip, yet he grinned defiantly. He questioned whether she thought this was enough to stop him. Hana stood silently at the far end of the hall, her body steaming, her hair damp with sweat. The floor beneath her bore faint red footprints, a testament to her momentum. Her knuckles were raw, her arms throbbed, and inside, she felt nothing again, still, always. But her muscles remembered what her soul couldn't, driving her forward. Bakugo lunged with a howl, palms exploding in bursts of fury. Hana sidestepped effortlessly, the world slowing around her. She ducked low, swept his legs out, and pivoted to deliver a punch to his stomach, sending him crashing into the wall behind him. The amplification of her quirk had reached its peak, and now she struck like a freight train fueled by rage and silence. Bakugo slid down the wall with a grunt, hitting the ground on his side. His body twitched, but he didn't rise. The comm crackled, announcing that Bakugo was incapacitated and Hana had won her engagement. But she didn't smile or breathe in victory. She stood there, steam pouring off her like mist, staring at the crumpled figure of Bakugo with an unreadable expression. She should feel something: pride, victory, heroism, but all she felt was the pressure in her skull, like a scream that never found its way out. Mineta. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, the scene was very different. Uraraka crouched behind a stack of fake barrels, peeking at the comically oversized fake bomb in the center of the room. Behind that bomb was Mineta. The purple-headed troublemaker had fashioned a sad little fortress out of sticky purple ball and floor mats. He had somehow acquired a pair of plastic riot shields taped together and was hiding behind them, muttering anxiously. He believed she would come for him. She was cute, too cute. He was certain she would come and confront him. He tried to focus, reminding himself to stay calm. Uraraka blinked in disbelief. She stood up, walked toward him calmly, and greeted him. He screamed in panic, not wanting her to see him in his current state. In a flurry, he hurled a sticky ball in her direction, but it bounced off a wall and stuck to his own shield. In frustration, he exclaimed that he had been betrayed by his own weapon. Uraraka pinched the bridge of her nose and sighed, reminding him that this was a hero exam and not a dating simulation. Mineta protested, claiming it wasn't his fault she was attractive and strong. Another sticky ball flew from his hand, this time sticking to his hair. He winced in pain, and Uraraka's brow twitched in annoyance. She decided that her initial plan to be gentle was off the table. With determination, she prepared to take action. The comedic beatdown begins. What followed was later described by observers as a hilarious spectacle. Uraraka sprinted forward, dodging every half-hearted glue ball he launched with ease. Mineta wailed and threw up his shields like a turtle retreating into its shell, but Uraraka didn't stop. She vaulted over the bomb, landing on his shield with one foot, and executed a textbook flying dropkick that sent the shield crashing to the floor. Mineta cried out in alarm, feeling the impact. The riot shield shattered, and he scuttled back like a crab, pleading for mercy and yielding to her beauty and strength. Uraraka sighed, noting that they weren't finished yet. She lifted a chunk of fake rubble, floated it with her quirk, and launched it at him like a boulder. The impact sent him flying into a sticky wall, where he became stuck upside down, resembling a chubby purple chandelier. From her earpiece, the announcement confirmed that Uraraka had secured the bomb, declaring Team Heroes the winners. She exhaled, stretched her arms, and grinned, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Mineta groaned in discomfort, still feeling the effects of the encounter. Uraraka sighed again, deciding it was time to get him some help. Reunion. Back on the ground floor, Hana stood by the staircase, cooling off. Her hoodie was damp with sweat, and her muscles trembled from exertion. Uraraka jogged over with a massive grin, excitedly sharing that she had heard the whole floor shake from Hana's match with Bakugo. Hana nodded quietly, her eyes downcast, and complimented Uraraka on her performance. Uraraka smiled, but her gaze lingered on Hana's expression, sensing something was off. She asked if Hana was okay, but Hana simply replied that she was just tired. Uraraka wanted to press further, but Cementas's voice interrupted, instructing all students to return to the observation room for a debrief. Uraraka gently placed a hand on Hana's shoulder, encouraging her to join in the celebration. As they walked, Hana felt a heaviness in her steps, her body cooling, while an emptiness burned within her. Post-battle. Review begins. Inside the observation room, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Students clustered around the large monitors replaying the matches, still laughing at the sight of Mineta being launched into a wall. Kaminari expressed his amazement at how hard Uraraka had hit Bakugo, while Kirishima noted that Hana was intimidating when she went all out. Aizawa stood off to the side, arms crossed, observing the students. All Might stepped to the center, his booming voice radiating enthusiasm as he praised everyone for their teamwork and adaptability. The class applauded, and All Might began to analyze the matches, pointing out Midoriya's tactical approach to her fight with Bakugo. Bakugo sat silently in the corner, arms crossed, his pride still bruised. All Might commended Hana for her excellent control, and she offered a small, polite smile in response, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. Hana's thoughts drifted under the hum of fluorescent lights. Her knuckles still stung, but the pain felt distant, as if it belonged to someone else. Everyone around her was clapping, smiling, and laughing, and she managed to smile too. But inside, it was a different story. It was a small, dark place, silent and heavy. She didn't want to die, but there was something worse than that, not wanting to be present. Despite doing everything right, she felt as if she were falling apart. The praise felt hollow, bouncing off her like raindrops on glass. She forced herself to smile, nod, and appear normal. Uraraka's segment. The next screen replayed the chaotic match between Uraraka and Mineta, causing the class to erupt in laughter once more. Even Aizawa raised an eyebrow at the spectacle. All Might delicately suggested that Mineta needed some remedial training, while Jair muttered that he could also use therapy. Mineta, from the infirmary cot in the back, lamented that it had been worth it. All Might cleared his throat and praised Uraraka for her control, mobility, and decision-making during the match. She rubbed the back of her neck, grinning as she downplayed her performance. The MVP. All Might held up a tablet, announcing the MVP of the day's battle exercise. The class leaned forward in anticipation. Based on performance, quirk use, judgment under pressure, and control, he revealed the name, Midoriya Hana. Applause erupted, with Siro whistling in approval and Kirishima giving her a thumbs up, calling her performance manly. Uraraka cheered beside her, affirming that Hana had truly earned the recognition. Hana nodded, smiling again, grateful for the support. As the class turned back to chatter, All Might continued with general notes, but Aizawa's gaze remained fixed on Hana. Aizawa's perspective. Having been a homeroom teacher long enough, Aizawa noticed subtle patterns that others often overlooked. A top student with perfect battle instincts and no social missteps was usually a dream. However, Midoriya Hana was not typical. To him, it wasn't just her quirk or her silence that set her apart, or even her control. It was her smile. That perfect, practiced, empty smile. It resembled the one he used to wear himself, the one he still wore sometimes. He thought to himself that she was hurting, but from what? She had no disciplinary issues, no aggression problems, and her grades were top tier. She had friends, though not many close ones. Uraraka stuck by her side, which was something. But the weight behind her eyes? That wasn't something you saw in happy kids. That was burnout. Emotional collapse hiding behind a calm face. He didn't say anything. Not yet. He had seen students snap before. He had seen heroes fall because no one checked in. Not this one, he thought. Later that evening, the girls' locker room was mostly empty. Uraraka was still in the shower. Jairu and Yaoyorozu had left. Hana sat on the bench, holding her shirt in her lap, her gaze fixed on the floor. Her hands trembled slightly. Maybe if she kept smiling it would stop. Maybe if she acted happy, it would come true eventually. That's what they say, right? Fake it until you make it? But all she could think was that she was so tired. So incredibly tired. And no one saw it. She pulled her shirt on slowly, stood up, and stared at her reflection in the metal of the locker door. She whispered to herself to smile. Her lips curled upward, but it didn't reach her eyes. Later, Aizawa sat in the teacher's lounge, staring at his notes. He jotted down one in particular. Student, Midoriya Hana. Behavioral note, consistent signs of emotional detachment post-training. Masked expression, potential depressive signs. Monitor closely. Consider recommendation for counselor evaluation. Do not confront until more data is available. He closed the file and sighed. The dorm was quiet by the time Hana reached the common area. The sun was beginning to set, casting a soft orange glow through the tall windows. Laughter echoed from upstairs, students unwinding, celebrating their first battle exercise. The kind of joy that filled the room like warm air. Hana stepped into the room silently, her steps light and unnoticed. No one really looked at her. No one ever did unless she bled or triumphed. And she had done both today. She walked toward the hallway when she saw Jir coming down from the girl's wing, hair still slightly damp from a shower. Jairu stopped in front of her with a soft smile, complimenting her on her performance that day. Hana managed a smile in return, thanking her. Jairu leaned in and gave her a quick kiss on the lips, soft and warm, lingering for just a moment. She asked if Hana wanted to hang out in her room, hopeful. Hana paused, almost saying yes, but that warmth and kindness didn't reach the part of her that was burning inside. Instead, she softly explained that she was going to get a quick workout in to clear her head. Jairu blinked, her smile dimming just a bit, and offered to join, but Hana shook her head, insisting she would be quick. A lie. Jairu nodded and kissed her again, shorter this time, reminding her not to overdo it. Hana promised with a wink. 10 minutes later, Hana stepped out onto the rooftop of the dorm building. The door creaked as she opened it, letting in a wave of cool night air. The wind stirred her hair gently, and the stars began to pierce through the darkening sky. She locked the door behind her. No one ever came up here. No one cared to, which was perfect. She walked toward the far edge, where a cluster of HVAC vents hummed quietly. Nestled behind them, hidden from the edge and out of sight from the security cameras, was a small metal box. Old, dented and out of place. She pulled it open. 3 bottles clinked gently inside. One of vodka, one of rum, one of whiskey, all nearly half full. They weren't supposed to be here. Neither was she. But nobody ever checked. Nobody ever asked. Hana sat down with her back against the warm concrete wall, her legs pulled up beside her. She pulled out a bottle of vodka and took a slow drink. It burned. But it was supposed to. She fished her phone out of her jacket and opened her music app, knowing exactly what she needed. As the song played, Hana leaned her head back against the concrete, staring up at the stars. She kept drinking, not fast or sloppy, just steadily as if she had done this before. Because she had. Whiskey next, then a little rum. Just enough to numb it. Enough to press pause on her own brain. She whispered into the empty rooftop that she didn't care what she felt. A breeze carried her words away. She closed her eyes, her fingers trembling slightly against the cold glass. Her mind drifted back through the day moments of rage, the sound of impact, and the cheers that followed. She smiled like she was okay. But she wasn't. Not even close. Jair had kissed her that day. She meant it, and Hana knew she did. But every time she tried to reach for that feeling, it was like reaching through smoke. Nothing was there. Just numbness. Just that vast, horrible silence in her chest. She raised the vodka again, feeling the burn, knowing it was good. She thought back to All Might, to the class, to the cheers and praise. It all felt unreal. No matter how hard she punched, how perfect she moved, how controlled she was, it never filled the void. She was emotionally exhausted, carrying a boulder on her back for years without realizing it until she tried to rest. She didn't know how to rest. Didn't know how to be still without the weight. She reached for the whiskey again. They thought she was strong. But she wasn't. She was just tired of breaking in silence. Her phone buzzed with a message from Jairu, asking if she was okay. Hana stared at the message for a long time, not responding just yet. She pulled her hoodie tighter around herself, the bottle resting at her side. She gazed into the skyline and then, softly, a smile crept onto her face. Chapter End. Perspective, Kyokajair. The sky outside the dorms shifted from burnt orange to dusky purple, signaling the start of evening. Most of the class buzzed from the training exercise, laughing, gaming, and chatting in groups. It was the kind of joy that used to be contagious, but not for Jairu. Not tonight. Her thoughts lingered on Hana. She hadn't seen her since the MVP announcement, since that brief moment in the hallway, the kiss, the smile, the brush-off. Something about that smile felt off. It was too polished, too perfect. Hana always smiled like she was fine, but Jair began to wonder if that was just the act of someone used to being watched. Maybe I should have insisted on going with her. Leaning back against the armrest of the dorm couch, her guitar rested on her lap, unused. Her fingers idly plucked the strings in disjointed patterns, no melody, just tension. Her thoughts were interrupted by a low voice. Aizawa stood in the doorway of the dorm lounge, arms crossed, his tired eyes unreadable. Jairu straightened, acknowledging him. She set the guitar down gently and followed him out. Private meeting, staff room. The teacher's meeting room was quiet and dim, filled with papers, lesson plans, and the soft humming of electronics. Aizawa stood near the desk, arms still folded, while Jairu stood across from him, trying to suppress her nerves. Relax, Aizawa said, indicating this wasn't about disciplinary action. She let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. He continued, asking about her roommate. Jaira blinked, surprised. Hana. He nodded. Yes. I've noticed signs, nothing concrete, but subtle things. Body language, emotional flatness when no one's looking. I've seen it before in other students. Jaira frowned, concerned. You think something's wrong? I think something might be wrong, but she's very good at hiding it. Aizawa's eyes met hers. You're close to her. Living together, you'd notice things we wouldn't. Jaira hesitated, recalling the long showers, silent mornings, and the way Hana sometimes stared into space when she thought no one was watching. Her refusal to open up about anything deeper was troubling. Jaira began slowly, I don't know if there's anything serious. She's intense, focused. But lately, go on. She's been more distant. She always says she's fine, but it's like she never really rests, like something's constantly pulling her away inside her own head. And she won't talk about it. Aizawa nodded, thoughtful. Has she been eating regularly? Sleeping? Sheets? Not much, but enough. Sleep? Honestly, I don't know. She's usually up before me. He exhaled slowly. I'm not going to confront her without something solid. That would only push her further inward. Jaira frowned, feeling the weight of the situation. What should I do? Watch. Listen. If she opens up to you even a little, let me know. But don't press too hard. Sometimes the wrong kind of pressure makes people break. Jaira swallowed hard, understanding the gravity of the situation. Aizawa placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. You're not responsible for her mental health, Jaira. But if something's happening behind that smile, I need to know before it spirals. She nodded, feeling the weight of his words. Search begins, UA Gym. It was nearly nightfall when Jaira stepped back into the dorms, the hallway lights flickering on automatically. She walked past the common area, heading straight for the gym. If Hana was working out, she was taking her sweet time. Taking the elevator down to the lower floor, she entered the private gym. The hum of fluorescent lights buzzed faintly overhead. The door creaked as she stepped inside, finding it empty and utterly silent. The weight racks were untouched, and the punching bag swayed slightly from the last person who used it, not Hana. No scent of her usual peppermint sweat bomb, no towel, no water bottle. Jaira frowned, a sense of unease creeping in. Where could she be? She checked the locker room, finding nothing. Walking a few laps around the facility yielded the same result. The familiar cold feeling crept up her spine. Pulling out her phone, she sent a message. Hey, still working out? It was sent, read, but received no reply. Her worry turned into a hard, sick feeling in her stomach. Something was wrong. She could feel it. Leaving the gym, her heart pounded not with panic, but with a quiet dread born of intuition. Something was happening, and Hana was hiding it better than anyone else possibly could. Perspective, Hana. The stars above the rooftop blurred, twisting like smears of glowing white paint across a canvas soaked in shadow. Hana sat slouched against the short cement wall, one arm hanging over the edge of the railing, her eyes half-lidded and lips chapped. The bottle of vodka was somewhere near her boot, or maybe it rolled away, she couldn't remember. A low beat thumped from her earbuds, barely loud enough to mask the wind whispering around her. She listened to the music, feeling less alone in her pain. Her throat was raw, the burn of whiskey and rum still clinging to her chest. She had lost count of how many swigs she'd taken, enough to go numb, but never enough to forget. A low, bitter laugh escaped her, echoing over the rooftop like it didn't want to be heard. Leaning her head back against the wall, she reflected on her struggles. What even was there to deal with? Everything. Nothing. Herself. Rubbing her face, her hands shook, and the world swam when she blinked. The music continued, every line a confession she didn't have the courage to say out loud. She stared at her own hand, calloused, scarred, bruised knuckles. A fighter's hand. A survivor's hand. A liar's hand. Flexing her fingers, she mumbled to herself, expressing her frustration. But it wasn't her hand she was addressing. It was the weight inside her chest, the ache she couldn't explain, the hollow where love and light were supposed to be. She hadn't cried in weeks. The tears had dried up, leaving a cold, itchy numbness behind. Every smile she gave was just a reflex now, like muscle memory, like slipping on a mask even with Gyru. Especially with Gyru. Hana sighed, feeling the weight of her emotions. Why does she love me? She didn't deserve that love. Didn't deserve any of it. Hana pulled her hoodie tighter around her body. It smelled faintly like Gyru's shampoo, vanilla, and something floral. She almost cried but held back the tears. Her eyelids fluttered as sleep teased the edges of her vision, mixing with the burn of liquor and the soft fuzz of self-loathing. She could just drift, just for a bit. Her phone buzzed once, then twice. She didn't check it. Probably Gyru. She'd just lie to her again, say she went to the gym, lost track of time, anything. What was the point of telling the truth? It wouldn't fix the rot. Later, the world spun, then slowed, then spun again. Hana blinked herself awake or maybe half awake as something warm tugged at her hoodie. No, not the rooftop. She was in her room, their shared dorm. Her body was curled sideways on her bed, blankets thrown over her like a tarp. Her hoodie was still zipped up, her boots were off, and her throat tasted like regret and cheap alcohol. The music still played softly in her earbuds, now at the final verses of the remix. Her stomach churned as her mind lagged behind the realization. She didn't remember coming back here. She sat up slowly, the room tilting on its axis. Was someone here? A familiar voice called her name. Gyru? Hana turned her head and found Gyru standing just inside the room, the door slightly ajar behind her. Her expression wasn't angry, but it wasn't calm either. It was somewhere between fear, relief, and suspicion. Gyru asked softly if she was here, expressing her concern that she thought Hana was at the gym. Hana opened her mouth, paused, and then lied. She claimed she must have lost track of time, got tired, and came back. Her voice sounded hoarse, slurred. Gyru didn't move, studying Hana as if she were a crack in a glass window, trying to decide if it would shatter if touched. She pointed out that Hana hadn't answered her messages. Hana forced a sheepish grin, saying her phone must have died or something. Gyru's brow furrowed as she swept her gaze around the room. The faint stench of alcohol clung to the air, masked slightly by the open window Hana must have left open without remembering. Gyru asked if Hana had been drinking. Hana blinked, feigning ignorance. She admitted to having a drink, just one, nothing serious. Another lie. It tasted bitter on her tongue, but she swallowed it down like medicine. Gyru looked like she wanted to say more, but instead, she stepped forward slowly and sat on the edge of Hana's bed. She expressed her worry for Hana. Hana looked away, unable to meet her gaze. Gyru whispered that Hana didn't have to do this alone. Hana nodded, not meaning it, but it made Gyru smile, just a little. That was enough for now. As Gyru quietly got up to grab water from the dorm kitchen, Hana let her body fall back onto the mattress. She pulled the blanket up again, stared at the ceiling, and whispered to herself, quietly, so quietly it could have been a ghost's voice, "I'm sorry." She didn't know if it was meant for Gyru, for herself, or for the part of her that was slowly dying inside while the rest of her smiled to keep everyone else from seeing. The sun was too bright. Hana winced as it pierced through the glass panes of the classroom, a silent, searing needle in her skull. Her temples throbbed, and her stomach twisted with acid and regret, but her face remained perfectly composed. A yawn, a casual stretch, a small smile. Her mask was flawless. She slid into her seat near the middle row, dropped her backpack beside her desk, and leaned back with that signature lazy confidence everyone expected from her. The perfect storm of aloof, capable, and cool. Nobody noticed the way her hand shook slightly when she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Nobody noticed how her water bottle wasn't water, but a carefully measured blend of electrolytes, lemon, and salt to keep her from feeling ill. Nobody except Gyru. Seated beside her, Gyru gave her a steady look, anchoring her. Hana thought, "How do you love me like this?" Aizawa walked in 10 minutes late, looking like he hadn't slept in days. The sleeping bag was still tucked under his arm like a lifeline. He mumbled a greeting and instructed everyone to sit down and be quiet. The room fell silent immediately. Hana rubbed the bridge of her nose. The pounding behind her eyes had faded to a dull ache, but everything still felt like it was moving 2 frames too slow. She didn't dare meet Aizawa's eyes, not after last night. She wasn't sure if he knew, but he suspected. He was too observant, too quiet, and she knew what she looked like when she drank. Aizawa dropped a clipboard on the front desk and sighed. He announced that the day's agenda was for everyone to vote for a class president and vice president. A beat passed before Kaminari blinked in disbelief, asking if that was a joke. Aizawa confirmed it was not, explaining it was a learning experience in leadership and responsibility, and that it would count toward their recommendation profile. A collective groan rippled through the room. Bakugo snorted, suggesting that Aizawa should just make him king and get it over with. Jairu rolled her eyes, pointing out that was not how democracy worked. Kirishima added with a grin that Bakugo would blow up the student council office within a day. Hana leaned on one elbow, pretending to listen while her internal organs staged a rebellion. Her stomach did another queasy roll, but she sipped her water and kept the illusion alive. Someone tapped her shoulder. It was Ida, earnestly suggesting that Midoriya should nominate herself, claiming she was clearly the most capable leader among them after her incredible performance the day before. Others murmured agreement, praising her strength and calmness under pressure. Hana forced a sheepish grin, scratching the back of her head, appreciating the support but feeling the weight of her own struggles. But Hana didn't see herself as leadership material. It wasn't false modesty, it was self-preservation. Being in charge meant being watched, depended on, and vulnerable. She couldn't afford that right now. Leading a class felt impossible when some mornings she struggled to get out of bed, faking reasons to keep going. Ida, with his love for rules, looked disappointed. Hana simply shook her head, her voice light yet firm, stating that it wasn't going to happen. Aizawa passed around slips of paper, announcing that they had 60 seconds to vote anonymously without campaigning. Everyone scrambled to write. Hana stared at her paper for a moment before scribbling down her choices. President, Momo Yaoyorozu, Vice President, Tenya Ida. Both were responsible, stable, and most importantly not her. She slid her slip into the box and rested her chin on her hand, tuning out the background chatter. After tallying the votes, Aizawa announced the results. Yaoyorozu was president, and Ida was vice president. Applause erupted, accompanied by a few surprised gasps. Momo looked astonished, thanking everyone for their support, while Ida stood and saluted the room, declaring he would serve with honor and discipline. Hana clapped politely, her smile automatic, but inside, her mind was in turmoil. Every sound felt like a hammer on her brain, urging her to keep it together. As the class dispersed, Jairu lingered beside Hana as they exited the room. She asked softly if Hana was okay. Hana chuckled, brushing off the concern with a light-hearted remark about a hangover. Jairu gave her a side glance, suggesting she should take it easy. Hana muttered about her brain being on fire, and Jairu frowned, indicating that her coping mechanisms weren't healthy. They walked in silence for a while until Jairu linked their pinkies, offering a silent promise of support. Hana appreciated the gesture, even if she didn't voice it. From the faculty office window, Aizawa observed the two girls. He noticed the subtle sway in Hana's gait, the stiffness in her shoulders, and the slight tremble in her hand when she thought no one was watching. He tapped his pen against the desk slowly, sensing that something was wrong, but without proof, he could only wait and watch. Lunch was supposed to be peaceful, but it wasn't. Hana sat in the cafeteria, her boxed meal untouched, picking at rice with mechanical disinterest. The hangover still clung to her thoughts, and she masked her discomfort with subtle motions, sipping water, pretending to read her phone, and occasionally chuckling at Kaminari's antics to appear engaged. Jairu sat across from her, silently watching, not asking questions but simply being present, which felt overwhelming to Hana. Her headache pulsed behind her eyes, and the noise of Class 1A only intensified it. Then, a shrill alarm pierced the air, loud and mechanical, announcing a Level 3 security breach. Panic rippled through the cafeteria as students reacted. Ida stood, instructing everyone to stay calm and remain in their seats until further notice. The atmosphere turned tense, with nervous murmurs about potential villains. Suddenly, the doors slammed open, and a group of reporters flooded in, cameras flashing and questions flying. Hana felt a wave of dread wash over her. She hated this chaos, especially when her head felt like it was spinning. She buried her face in her arms, trying to block out the noise and keep her trembling hands hidden. All she wanted was a moment of peace, but instead, she was engulfed in turmoil. From a high balcony overlooking the front campus, Principal Nizu observed the scene with a cup of tea in hand. The broken remains of the UA front gate lay before him, disintegrated rather than broken. Aizawa stood beside him, grim and focused, noting the decay pattern that reminded him of past incidents. Nizu listened as Aizawa explained the structural damage, realizing that a quirk had caused it intentionally. They both understood the implications: a message to All Might, to UA, to the students. As the chaos continued below, Nizu noted the teachers trying to manage the students, while Aizawa remained vigilant. The press had claimed the front gate was open upon their arrival, but the surveillance feed had been interrupted just before the breach. They pondered the possibility of inside help or someone exceptionally skilled. Nizu felt the weight of the situation, knowing that something significant was beginning. Back in the cafeteria, the reporters were eventually escorted out. Thanks to Midnight and Present Mike, Vlad King appeared in combat gear, barking orders as if he wished for an actual threat to confront. Hana remained still, her head still pounding, lost in her thoughts amidst the lingering tension. Her mood had sunk even lower, weighed down by the lingering effects of alcohol, anxiety, and a sickening feeling of something impending. She didn't know what it was, but she could feel it like a pressure building in the bones of her fingers, like a fuse quietly burning under her skin. Jairu touched her arm gently, asking if she was okay. She simply wanted the day to end. That was the truth. And perhaps, a more dangerous thought stirred within her. What if she ended before it? The morning air was strangely warm for the season as Hana Midoriya walked alongside her classmates, her eyes half-lidded and her hood shadowing her face. Her body moved automatically, steps in rhythm, breaths measured. She felt a dull, throbbing fog behind her eyes. She had barely slept, maybe a couple of hours at best. It wasn't just the alcohol, though, that hadn't helped. It was the screaming silence that had filled the dorm room after Jairu had fallen asleep. That silence had claws, and it never stopped scratching. The bus ride to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ, was meant to be short and scenic, with forest roads cutting through the outskirts of Mizudafu. The bus itself was a small luxury charter, clean and modern, with rows of forward-facing seats and large windows that let in the morning sun. Hana took a seat in the back corner, next to the window, resting her chin against the cool glass. Her headphones hung around her neck, silent, and her hood remained up. Jairu sat beside her, quietly watching but not pushing. The others, however, were anything but quiet. Kaminari leaned over the seat behind Todoroki, grinning widely as he began a conversation about quirks and their appeal. Ida quickly reprimanded him for the inappropriate topic for an academic field trip, but Kaminari insisted he was only talking about the cool factor. Tsuyu dryly pointed out that Kaminari was implying both aspects, while Jairu smirked and commented on Kaminari's quirk. The banter continued, with Kirishima defending the usefulness of electric shocks in a fight, and Mina teasing him about his views on manliness. Hana listened to their laughter and chatter, feeling detached. She appreciated the noise but felt like an outsider, watching them experience joy and build bonds while she remained distant. She wondered why she couldn't feel that happiness, why everything felt so heavy. Rubbing her temples discreetly, she felt the pressure and guilt still lingering. The kiss with Jairu echoed in her chest, leaving her questioning her feelings. The bus rolled to a stop just past the outer ring of UA's disaster training zone, revealing a massive domed building that glinted in the morning sun. Uraraka gasped in awe, comparing it to a theme park, while Midoriya explained its purpose as a training facility for rescue scenarios. The students filed out, stretching and taking in the scenery, while Hana kept her hood up. Her hero costume, modified for better mobility, was sleek and practical. Jairu walked beside her in full gear, his earphone jacks twitching. As they entered the dome, the temperature dropped slightly. Inside, artificial landscapes stretched across the vast interior broken city blocks, a mountain zone, a landslide valley, an industrial plant replica, and even a shipwreck in a man-made lake. 13, UA's rescue training specialist, stood near the entrance in her full hero costume, welcoming the students and explaining the facility's purpose. Her tone shifted as she emphasized the responsibility that came with their quirks, reminding them that even the most harmless-seeming power could be dangerous if misused. The weight of her words struck Hana deeply, making her reflect on her own experiences. Just as 13 began to explain the day's group rescue simulations, a strange shimmer passed through the air at the center of the dome. Suddenly, a crackle and hiss erupted, and a ripple of darkness tore across the ground. From that unnatural shadow emerged a hand, a face, and a mist-like fog a portal. The crackling tear in space pulsed violently, exuding an instinctively wrong aura that smelled of smoke and rot. From that swirling distortion stepped monsters, villains, armed and twisted figures of madness and cruelty. Strange, mutated creatures with oversized limbs and thugs in crude armor emerged, their eyes burning with violence. At the front of it all was a man made of fog Kurogiri. His voice rumbled with calm precision as he declared their intent to kill the symbol of peace. If the students were to perish in the process, it would be unfortunate but deemed acceptable losses. A heavy silence enveloped the air, oppressive and thick. Then, a voice broke through the tension, urging others to take cover. Aizawa was already in motion. His goggles snapped into place, and in an instant he propelled himself from the stairs, diving into the chaos below like a missile. Students screamed as 13 lunged forward, arms outstretched, warning everyone to stay back and not engage. But Aizawa wasted no time. He collided with the first villain, a brute wielding a spiked bat, swiftly twisting and pivoting to incapacitate him with a broken arm and a crushed jaw. The bat clattered to the ground. 3 more villains charged at him, but with a flash of his eyes, their quirks were instantly neutralized. No fire, no lightning, just fists. Aizawa thrived in that kind of fight, moving with precision and purpose. Each strike was calculated, each movement deliberate. The sounds of impact echoed around him as he continued to stand his ground against the onslaught. From above, the students watched in horror as their teacher faced what seemed like a small army alone. Panic spread among them, with voices rising in disbelief. They questioned whether this was part of the exercise, but Jairu's trembling voice confirmed their worst fears. This was real. 13 turned back to the students, urging them to evacuate immediately, but Kurogiri had already made his move. His form expanded into a swirling mass of darkness, his voice calm yet menacing as he declared that he could not allow their escape. The shadows enveloped the platform, creating a vortex of cold and chaos. Suddenly, the world vanished into smoke. It wasn't just darkness, it was an overwhelming void, devoid of sound and sensation. Hana felt herself falling, disoriented and lost. She reached out for Jairu but missed, calling out his name into the silence, only to be met with an echo of her own voice. Then came the impact. Her body hit the concrete with a force that knocked the breath from her lungs. She skidded to a halt against what felt like rubble, dust filling her throat and ringing in her ears. Coughing, she sat up and surveyed her surroundings. The area was dimly lit and in ruins, resembling a simulated disaster zone with collapsed buildings, fires, and steam billowing from broken pipes. Hana rose to her feet, instinct taking over as she donned her gloves and regulated her breathing. She needed to assess the situation, scan for threats, and move quickly. Her thoughts raced, her heart pounded, but all she could focus on was finding Jairu. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the USJ, a small metal panel popped open on the control console, a red light pulsing in sync with the blaring Level 4 emergency alarm. Principal Nizu, observing from a surveillance feed, narrowed his eyes, sensing something was off. The gate appeared partially decayed rather than breached, leading him to suspect a deeper issue at play. Beside him, another pro-hero voiced concern about the possibility of an inside job. Nizu's expression remained unreadable as he focused on Kurogiri, recognizing that this fog was no ordinary villain. Back at the dome, one student had narrowly escaped the warp Tenya Ida. He had almost been pulled in, but a blast of wind from 13's quirk had freed him just in time. The dark mist tugged at his uniform as he sprinted away, determined to seek help for his classmates. He ran faster than he ever had, his engines roaring as he raced toward the main campus with a singular thought. He had to save everyone. In the ruined city zone, Hana felt the acrid smell of fire-burning plastic, singed concrete, and something metallic. She pulled herself up, bracing against a collapsed wall, her fingers trembling momentarily before she clenched them into a fist. Alone and disoriented, her head throbbed, but she pushed the pain aside, focusing on the task at hand. Ash swirled around her like dirty snow as she took cautious steps. Her hero costume was scuffed and torn, a shallow gash running up her side, but she ignored the pain. The eerie silence of the fake city was interrupted only by the distant wail of a siren, a remnant of the simulation. Then she heard them footsteps and cocky voices, two villains who seemed to think they were invincible. Hana ducked behind a wrecked sedan, observing the two thugs. One had oversized metal arms, while the other was wiry and twitchy, a jagged scar marking his nose. They were too preoccupied to notice her as she sprang into action. With a swift motion, her fist connected with the metal arm villain's ribs, sending him crashing into a crumbling wall. He didn't get back up. The second villain turned in surprise, reaching for a weapon, but Hana was quicker. She struck him in the throat, and he fell to the ground. Breathing heavily, she exhaled slowly, but her heart felt strangely empty. It wasn't adrenaline or rage, it was a profound exhaustion that went beyond physical fatigue. She glanced at her trembling fist, unsure if it was fear or something else. Tired of the chaos, she turned toward the central plaza and continued walking. Elsewhere, in the flood zone, Zero hit the water hard, splashing down and resurfacing with a sputter. The cold shocked him, and he called out in confusion, only to hear Tsuyu's voice from a nearby capsized boat, urging him to swim as a villain approached. Zero turned just in time to see a shark-toothed villain lunging at him, but Tsuyu's quick reflexes saved him as her tongue lashed out, striking the villain and sending him crashing into the boat hull. In the mountain zone, Kaminari grumbled about the day's events, lamenting his missed opportunity to enjoy curry and flirt with Yaoyorozu. Jairu, crouched beside him, reminded him to stay quiet and alert. Tokoyami stood watch, sensing the tension in the air, declaring that the silence felt like the calm before a storm. As they listened intently, Jair picked up on heavy footsteps nearby, suggesting that villains could be approaching. Tokoyami narrowed his eyes, ready for whatever was to come. Then they would strike first. Dark shadows surged forward with a hiss. In the shipwreck zone, Yaoyorozu and Minashido assessed their situation. Mina noted that the good news was they were alive, while Yaoyorozu pointed out the bad news. Two villains had just climbed aboard. Mina realized they would have to get creative, to which Yaoyorozu suggested that Mina should try not to melt her as she pulled a broken pipe from the floor. Meanwhile, closer to the plaza, the broken glass cracked under Hana's boots as she approached the edge of a mock office building. She took cover, her breath controlled and her gaze sharp. Three villains stood before her, more advanced and coordinated than the others. One had a projectile quirk, resembling a cannonball fist, while the other two were unknowns. Analyzing the field, she recognized she was alone, with no backup or partner. A familiar ache settled in her chest, a traitorous whisper urging her to give up. But the faces of her friends flickered in her mind, reminding her of why she fought. With determination, she opened her eyes and ran into the fray. In the central plaza, smoke curled from broken cement as flames danced on the edges of chaos. Shouts and cries echoed across the battlefield, where Momo and Mina skidded across the ground, bruised but still breathing. From the shadows, Tamura Shigaraki stepped forward, fingers twitching and eyes wide with cruel anticipation as he extended his hand toward Momo, who was desperately reaching for another weapon. Just then, a blue blur shot across the plaza, and Hana's fist collided with the side of Shigaraki's face, sending him flying into a pile of fake debris. Hana stood between her friends like a wall, warning Shigaraki not to touch them again. Her breath came in hard gulps as Momo and Mina stared at her in stunned silence. She urged them to get clear, sensing danger approaching. As if on cue, a low growl reverberated from the edge of the plaza. The dust parted to reveal Shigaraki, grinning despite his injuries, commanding a monstrous creature known as the Nomu to tear Hana apart. The Nomu emerged, a nightmarish creation with bulging muscles and a bird-like beak. It moved with terrifying speed, and Hana's heart raced as it disappeared from sight. Suddenly, it slammed into her ribs, sending her crashing through a fake wall. Pain exploded in her torso as she struggled to stand, her vision blurring but her resolve remaining sharp. The Nomu charged again, and this time, she met it head-on. Her strikes landed with increasing power, her quirk enhancing each blow. But the Nomu adapted, countering her attacks and refusing to slow down. Meanwhile, Momo and Mina hid behind a half-shattered support beam, debating whether to help Hana. Momo insisted they had to assist her, but Mina argued that they would only get in the way. A massive shockwave split the air as Hana was thrown back, trailing blood. Momo's heart sank, but then Hana staggered to her feet, glaring defiantly. Back in the fight, Hana's vision blurred, and her muscles screamed with every motion. She realized this was no longer just a fight, it was a struggle for survival. Deep down, a part of her acknowledged the truth. The Nomu was stronger and faster, and she didn't know how much longer she could endure. But despite the pain, she smiled, remembering the words of someone who had once told her that heroes don't win because they're the strongest. They win because they keep standing long after it stops making sense to. The Nomu roared, charging toward her once more. Hana braced herself, whispering to herself that it was time to dance. The air around Hana shimmered, heat waves rippling from her skin. Her muscles twitched involuntarily, and her legs threatened to give out with each faltering step. Steam poured from her body like smoke from a furnace on the verge of meltdown. Her uniform clung to her like a second skin, soaked through with sweat. Her hair stuck to her face, drenched and scorched, her breaths shallow and ragged. The Nomu loomed over her, still as monstrous, still as fast, still relentless. Another blow slammed into her ribs, and she couldn't block it in time. Her arms moved too slowly. She hit the ground face first, the impact jarring her bones. Her ears rang, and her lips split open. Her body trembled beneath the weight of the damage. From far away, a haunting melody echoed through her mind, a cry from deep within. Her fists curled into the dirt. Every inch of her felt like it was being torn apart. Her head pounded, and her vision blurred. Deep inside her, the worst part wasn't the pain or the Nomu. It was the whisper growing louder, questioning her resolve. What if she just didn't get up? What if the world would be better off without her? Her thoughts spiraled, filled with exhaustion and despair. No one knew who she really was or what she had endured. From the sidelines, Jairu screamed from behind the collapsed debris, her voice raw with desperation. She could barely see Hana now, just the silhouette of a girl shaking, hunched over, blood staining the ground beneath her. Momo, horrified, muttered that Hana was going to die. Jairu, however, pushed forward, determined that Hana wouldn't succumb. The Nomu's shadow fell over Hana again, its foot rising, ready to crush her. Hana felt the crackling inside her limbs, her own body trying to shut down. A voice urged her to let it happen, to end the struggle. But then she heard it, Jairu's voice, pleading and screaming for her to get up, to not die there. Time froze, and her breath caught in her throat. She couldn't die yet. She wasn't finished. Her fingers clawed at the dirt, refusing to give in. Not like this. Not when Jairu was still there. With a surge of determination, she pushed herself off the ground just as the Nomu's foot crashed down, shattering the concrete where she had been a heartbeat before. She moved faster than she had ever moved before, her fists striking the Nomu's chest with a flurry of blows. Each punch was faster and stronger, her quirk momentum surge roaring to life, doubling her power again and again. Her eyes burned, her body ached, but her heart was on fire. Her strikes blurred into a glowing haze, her hands bleeding, her arms going numb. But she didn't stop. She smashed her elbow into the Nomu's shoulder, feeling the impact resonate through her. A punch to the gut dented its ribcage, and a roundhouse kick twisted its neck. But the Nomu adapted. Even with damage, it moved faster than it should, more brutal and feral. It struck back, sending Hana tumbling, but she didn't fall this time. She planted her feet, her boots gouging into the concrete. With a roar, she declared that it wasn't over yet. Blood ran from her nose, mouth, and temple, but she kept standing. The Nomu charged again, and she met it in the middle, unleashing a flurry of strikes dozens in a second, her momentum surging beyond her expectations. The Nomu stumbled back, and she followed, screaming and pummeling without interruption. The power doubled again and again until she delivered one final strike, a full-body hook that collided with the Nomu's sternum. A shockwave rippled through the plaza, sending debris flying. The Nomu skidded backward, reeling for the first time. Hana dropped to one knee, steaming and shaking, but grinning, blood in her teeth. In the distance, sirens wailed, and blinding lights streaked across the artificial sky dome. Backup was coming, but the fight wasn't over yet. Not until one of them fell and stayed down. The air was burning, and concrete steamed where her boots touched. Hana could barely see anymore, one eye swollen shut, the other blurred from sweat and blood. Her limbs weren't responding correctly. Her muscles had torn under the strain of her own power. This is what dying feels like, she thought. And still she stood. Opposite her, the Nomu, still monstrous, still towering, snarled, its chest caved inward from her last assault. Purple ichor dripped from its cracked ribs, and one leg buckled with each step. But it refused to stay down, just as she did. With a single breath, she steadied herself, her legs shaking beneath her as she took a stance, low, angled, coiled like a spring compressed beyond its limits. Her knuckles bled freely now, and her whole body trembled from overuse. Her quirk momentum surge flared one final time, brighter than ever before. Then she moved. The world blurred around her, and she unleashed her fury with inhuman speed. Her fists became blurs, slicing the air with a determination born from pure will. Each strike hit the Nomu with relentless force, ribs cracking and shattering under the onslaught. Hana's vision swam, and she could barely feel her hands anymore, but she pressed on, fueled by the fire within her. Hana felt nothing. 500. The Nomu roared, but even that cry was drowned beneath the storm of her fists. 600. A final roar escaped Hana as her fist, charged with every ounce of remaining energy, slammed into the Nomu's battered chest. Time seemed to freeze. The Nomu's eyes widened in shock, stunned by the impact. Then, a shockwave erupted as the monster was launched, spinning through the sky and vanishing through the artificial dome like a dark blur SRNG across the heavens. Gone. The sound that followed was not cheering or screaming, only silence. It was broken by Hana's shallow, hitching breath. Her knees buckled, her body locking up midsway before she collapsed face-first onto the cracked stone floor, smoke rising from her skin. Her hands twitched, still clenched. Her jaws broken, her eye completely shut. Her breathing was faint, her body a ruin of injuries. But she was alive. Barely. Arrival of the symbol. The door exploded inward as All Might finally arrived, his voice echoing through the chaos. He froze, scanning the battlefield, the blood, the ruin, the collapsed dome, and the smoking trail leading skyward where the Nomu had vanished. In the center of it all lay Hana, sprawled out in a pool of red, steaming like a dying furnace. All Might whispered in disbelief, "My God." Behind him, backup heroes rushed in with emergency stretchers, medics, and fire suppression systems. But All Might could only walk forward, slow and stunned, reaching her side. Her chest rose and fell barely. Eraserhead, his voice raw from fighting, informed All Might that she was a student who had taken on the Nomu alone. From across the USC, Jiru sprinted toward them, her eyes wide with tears and panic in her throat. In the shadows, Shigaraki, kneeling near the upper rafters, trembled from the damage he had taken, hissing through grit teeth that she had ruined everything. Kurojiri urged him to retreat, but Shigaraki growled that next time he would kill her first. They vanished into a portal as the symbol of peace stared down at the broken body of a girl who refused to die. Final words. The sirens wailed. Blood stained the pavement, and the air still reeked of scorched concrete and ozone. The last flickers of smoke and chaos from the USJ attack were slowly fading, replaced by the overwhelming churn of emergency response. Hana lay limp on the stretcher as the paramedics worked with clinical precision, her body utterly destroyed by the toll of her fight. Even unconscious, she twitched occasionally, small involuntary spasms revealing how close to the edge she had pushed herself. "Her blood pressure is dropping again," one paramedic called out. "Punctured lung, broken ribs stabilize that jaw. Get the 4 in," another shouted. "She's overheating, strip the upper gear and vent the core body heat manually." Recovery girl wasn't enough this time. This wasn't a scrape, a sprain, or even a broken limb. This was a full systemic crash. Every second they delayed brought her closer to the brink. The paramedics spoke not like she was a student anymore, but as if she were a patient in critical condition. Everyone in Class 1A watched in silence. Classed. Jairu, still in her hero costume, caked with soot and blood, stood just out of the way as the medical team wheeled Hana through the reinforced halls of the UA emergency wing. She hadn't spoken or moved beyond walking. The memory of Hana's last cry echoed in her mind, the scent of burning flesh lingering in the air. When they finally disappeared into the operating theater, and the red light over the steel doors flicked on, Jairu stood there, unmoving. Her ear jacks trembled, her hands curled into fists, and then she broke. She collapsed against the wall, sliding down until her knees hit the floor, eyes overflowing with silent, hot tears. Elsewhere, Kaminari whispered from the dorm lounge, unable to believe that Hana had fought the Nomu alone. His voice was too quiet, as if speaking too loudly might make it real again. Yayorozu replied that she hadn't had a choice. It was either that or lose them. Todoroki sat with his arms crossed, eyes shadowed, noting that she had still won. Ashido buried her face in her arms, expressing disbelief that Hana had been literally burning up while still moving. Ida stood with his arms stiff at his sides, stating that she wasn't moving, she was dying on her feet. There was no laughter, no teasing, only guilt, confusion, fear, and a growing weight in all of them. Bakugo sat farthest from the others, jaw clenched, eyes hollow, and no one spoke to him. Nizu's office. Aizawa stood in front of Principal Nizu, clutching a thick folder containing Hana's training records, psychological reports, and quirk readings. None of it explained what he had witnessed. He stated that she had pushed herself past the critical threshold, something he had never seen a student do before. Nizu stirred his tea, serene yet grim, as Aizawa expressed that she had been fighting to die, not in self-sacrifice but something darker. Nizu folded his paws together, recalling how Hana had kept smiling. Aizawa admitted he was afraid. In the operating room, the lights overhead were blindingly white, and stainless steel gleamed. Blood pooled beneath Hana's side where a tube had been inserted to drain her punctured lung. The surgeons worked in complete silence, issuing clipped commands. They started with the thoracic cavity, sealing the puncture before addressing the broken ribs. One assistant winced, questioning how she was still alive. The lead surgeon replied that she didn't want to be, and that was why she was back at the dorms. Midnight and Present Mike had been stationed at the dorms to keep watch over the students. Midnight remarked that she had never seen Hana crack, while Mike noted that she had held it together even after the last hit, displaying a level of skill beyond that of a child. Midnight looked toward the stairwell, where Jairu had been sitting in the shadows for over an hour without speaking a word. The clock ticks. Back in the operating room, the last internal suture was sealed, and the broken jaw was reset. The ribs were stabilized. The surgeons took a breath as they completed the immediate emergency work. She wasn't out of danger, but she was stable. Barely. Several hours later, recovery wing, private room 03. The room was dimly lit, filled only with the soft rhythm of medical monitors, the low hum of a respirator, and the faintest whisper of wind slipping through the cracked window. Hana Midoriya lay motionless on the bed. She didn't look like a warrior anymore. Beneath the thick gauze, reinforced casts, and slowly rehydrating IVs, she resembled someone given one last chance at life. Her body was wrapped in compression garments to reduce swelling, her arms rested stiffly at her sides, encased in orthopedic molds from shoulder to fingertip. Tubes fed into her side and nose. Her face was bruised, her left eye covered in a protective pad. Dried blood rimmed her ears. Yet her hand, one of the few parts not completely immobilized, was loosely wrapped around Kyokajiru's. And even in her coma, she squeezed. Not much. Just a whisper of pressure. But it was enough. Jiru had barely moved in the last 4 hours. Her hero costume was stained and rumpled, her boots kicked off and shoved in a corner. Her head rested gently against the side of the bed, hair messy, eyes red-rimmed from silent tears. She didn't want anyone to see her like this. Not even Hana. But she refused to leave. Not until she could look her in the eye and express her anger. Not until she could hold her and say all the things she had no chance to say before the Nomu nearly turned Hana's body into a smear on the floor. When Hana's hand twitched, Jiru blinked. Then looked. Then whispered to herself, wondering if Hana was still there. The squeeze came again. Weaker this time. But it was there. Jiru didn't smile. She wanted to, but something inside her twisted too much for it. The quiet creak of the door broke the stillness like a thunderclap. Jiru turned sharply, heart racing only to relax when she saw who it was. Aizawa. The man looked exhausted. His usual scruffy, half-awake appearance had given way to something heavier, more guarded. His scarf hung loosely around his neck. His hair was tied back sloppily. The shadows under his eyes looked carved. He greeted Jiru softly, his voice a rasp. She told him he shouldn't be there, but he replied that Hana was his student, just like her. He walked in slowly, dragging a chair from the side of the wall with one hand and sitting beside her on the other side of the bed. There was a long silence between them. He finally said he needed to ask about what happened, his eyes not leaving Hana. Jiru flinched. He reminded her that he had been there. She murmured that she hadn't been there the whole time, but enough. He urged her to walk him through it, starting from when she entered the plaza. Jiru's voice was hollow, calm like a tape recording as she recalled the moment. She could hear the Nomu pounding Hana. Following the sound, her heart raced as she approached the scene. Hana was on her knees, arms down, bleeding. One of her eyes was swollen shut. She wasn't moving, not even trying to dodge. The image burned behind Jiru's eyelids as she thought Hana was already dead. She shouted, screaming Hana's name not through her earpieces, but out loud. She told Hana to get up, not even thinking she would hear her. But Hana did. Aizawa's eyes narrowed as he asked if Hana had reacted. Jiru nodded. Hana's head twitched, then her legs moved. And then she stood up. Something changed. It was like watching someone rise from the dead. Hana started hitting the Nomu faster than Jiru could process. Her whole body was steaming, and Jiru could hear the impact of her blows. Hana didn't care. She wasn't fighting to survive, she was fighting like she had nothing left to lose. Aizawa's expression remained stoic, but his hand balled into a fist as Jiru described how Hana landed the final hit, a powerful blow that launched the Nomu out of the building before collapsing. Jiru whispered that she ran to Hana, but Hana didn't even know she was there. The room fell quiet again, the only sounds being the machines, the steady beep of Hana's heart monitor and the low breath through the nasal cannula. Jiru quietly expressed her concern, noting that Hana had been struggling. She had tried to get Hana to talk about it, but Hana hid it well. Aizawa leaned back slightly, asking if Jiru had found anything. She nodded slowly, revealing that Hana drank occasionally, not often, but when she did, it was to forget. Hana would go to the rooftop alone, claiming to work out, but Jiru had found the bottles and heard what Hana listened to. Aizawa closed his eyes for a moment, taking a breath, and thanked Jiru. She whispered her fears for Hana, not just because of that day, but because Hana might not want to come back from this. Aizawa opened his eyes again, and for the first time, his voice held something deeper, a commitment. He declared they would make sure Hana returned. As Aizawa stood to leave, Jiru returned her hand to Hana's. The grip didn't return, but for a moment, she thought she saw Hana's right brow twitch. From the monitors, Hana's heart rate rose by just 1 beat. Location: UA High-E Principal Nizu's private study. The gentle whir of hard drives and fan-cooled processors hummed through the hidden study beneath the school. Principal Nizu sat alone, not out of necessity but preference. For what he was about to watch demanded silence. Data packets from over a dozen drone feeds and reinforced surveillance nodes had been recovered by the tech division. The villain attack had damaged or destroyed most of the USJ's camera systems, but Nizu had anticipated such a possibility long before it occurred. That was why he always planned redundancies. As multiple video feeds synced and hovered in neatly organized panes across his wide triple-monitor display, the diminutive yet brilliant creature poured himself a cup of tea, adjusted his seat, and clicked play. Timestamp, +09:24:38 location, Central Plaza, USJ. The battle was already underway. Smoke and scattered debris filled the footage. One feed caught glimpses of Shigaraki circling Momo and Mina like a vulture, while another captured a distant, flickering blur Hana charging forward. Nizu adjusted his glasses and commanded a frame-by-frame analysis. The playback slowed, and Hana's movements were isolated from each camera angle. Nizu observed with clinical precision. In the early exchanges, it was evident that Hana was fighting at a severe disadvantage. Observation 1. Residual damage. It was subtle at first: tight shoulders, slower footwork, uneven stance. Nizu cross-referenced footage from another sector. There it was, the conflagration zone. Hana had passed through it just minutes before engaging the Nomu. He zoomed in. Her skin was flushed, steam rising from her arms. Her movements were sharp but labored. She was already overheating before the real battle began. Nizu murmured to himself, noting the lack of a recovery window and the tactical disadvantage that compounded rapidly. Her quirk, momentum surge, thrived on sustained motion and uninterrupted strikes, but it also caused her body to overheat under stress. Nizu's eyes narrowed. She shouldn't have attempted a one-on-one fight in that condition. Yet she did. Observation 2. The fight's arc. Nizu isolated the fight against the Nomu, filtering the footage for high-motion events, flagging impact zones and projected velocities. Hana's strikes came faster than what human eyes could normally track. But the Nomu absorbed them all. Until it didn't. At the 4:36 mark, Hana took a punch to the temple, spinning and slamming into a pillar before crumpling. Nizu froze the frame. He could almost feel the concussion from the footage, the way her legs twitched but didn't stabilize, the dullness in her stance afterward, her left eye already swelling shut. Her momentum faltered and she began making mistakes. Nizu leaned forward, noting the blank expression on her face. She was not angry or scared, she appeared resigned. Nizu whispered to himself, pondering how long she had been planning to throw her life away. Observation 3. Her mindset. Frame by frame, Hana's body language shifted. The fire in her footwork faded. Her arms hung too low, her dodges became less urgent, and her hits less precise. At 5:17, the Nomu nearly tore her apart, slamming her through broken stone. Nizu could hear the audio distortion pick it up. Yet she got back up barely. Not because she thought she could win, but because she refused to stay down. Still, her eyes appeared empty, devoid of life. Nizu imagined her thoughts. Just one more punch, just one more strike before it ended. It was a slow, burning surrender through fists and fractured will. Observation 4. The voice that lit the fire. Then came the audio spike, faint but identifiable. A panicked scream echoed from the footage. At that moment, Hana staggered. Her head twitched and her dull eye blinked. Nizu zoomed in and froze the frame. That was when he saw it, the fire. Not steam or heat, but determination. From one frame to the next, Hana's demeanor shifted. Her back straightened, her lips curled slightly, her eyes sharpened, and her feet planted firmly. Her body should have been at its limit, yet something intangible surged within her. Nizu slowly played the next 10 seconds. Observation 5. The final barrage. At 6:11, she exploded not with speed or rage, but with purpose. Hana's hands bled as she struck, dozens, then hundreds. In 10 seconds, her strike count ballooned past 600, each one exponentially stronger than the last. Her quirk had evolved into something extraordinary, a pure feedback loop of momentum and pain. The Nomu never stood a chance, its body launching skyward like a distant star on a flight it would never return from. And then Hana collapsed, like a doll dropped from the heavens. Nizu leaned back as the footage stopped. Silence returned, and steam from his tea rose quietly in his cup. He removed his glasses, gently cleaning them as he sat in deep thought. He had his answer. Why Hana fought the way she did, why she fought alone. She wasn't trying to be a hero, she was trying to die with purpose. Nizu's quiet words echoed in his mind. She didn't care if she died because she already thought she was dead. The realization made his fur bristle. He had seen many students with trauma, pain, and scars both emotional and physical. But Hana Midoriya masked it with silence, strength, smiles, and a willingness to throw herself into fire without hesitation. That made her the most dangerous kind of wounded, the kind who never asks for help. Nizu opened a secure line, tapping a command into his keyboard. He requested a psychological intervention team to be assembled quietly, one that specialized in trauma retention, self-harm masking behavior, and burnout suppression. Aizawa hesitated, asking if this was about Hana. Nizu paused before answering that she had saved lives today and might save more tomorrow, but if they didn't help her now, they might lose her before she ever got the chance to recover. Location: UA Medical Wing, Private Recovery Room A. The world felt foggy, heavy and distant, as if cotton had wrapped itself around time and memory. Hana's senses returned slowly, like a malfunctioning machine booting up one painful component at a time. She heard a steady beep, the faint hum of an air conditioner, and the muted shifting of cloth. Her eyelids felt heavy, her lungs burned, and her mouth was dry. Her body felt weightless yet heavy, as though she had been sleeping in a void. But it was the pain that welcomed her back, a dull, distant throb lingering behind her bones, especially in her arms, chest, and head. Alive. She was alive. But the last thing she remembered was the Nomu and then a voice calling her name. The room. With a labored breath and a tremble that echoed down her spine, Hana's right eye, the only one not swollen shut, slowly opened. She saw white ceiling tiles, sterile walls, and the faint floral scent of antiseptic. She recognized it, UA College's medical wing. Sunlight filtered through partially drawn blinds, casting faint golden lines across the bed and floor. And 4 stands stood tall beside her, with monitors, sensors, bandages, and machines breathing life into her and taking stock of every heartbeat. She blinked once and saw her curled up in a chair beside the bed, slumped over the mattress and fast asleep. Kyoka Jiro held Hana's hand in both of hers, her earbuds unplugged, hair slightly messy, and eyes red from crying too much. Despite being asleep, her grip on Hana's hand was unrelenting. Tears without sound. Hana tried to speak, but nothing came out. Her throat was too dry, her vocal cords too unused. She couldn't even turn her head without pain slicing through her neck and jaw. So instead, she settled for the only thing she could do. She squeezed Jiro's hand, weakly, barely a twitch. But it was enough. Jiro's eyes fluttered open immediately, groggy at first, until they locked onto Hana's single open eye. Her voice cracked, filled with disbelief as she whispered Hana's name. Another faint squeeze was all Hana could give, but it was enough to bring tears to Jiro's eyes, which welled instantly. She choked on her breath, then broke into a storm of quiet sobs, her forehead pressing against Hana's hand as if she feared that if she let go, Hana would vanish again. Jiro whispered through tears that Hana wasn't supposed to actually try to die. Hana blinked slowly, wanting to explain that she hadn't meant to, that it just happened. She had been so sure she couldn't win, not until. Jiro's voice shook as she recalled the moment she saw Hana on the ground, not moving, bleeding. She had screamed Hana's name, and then Hana had gotten up, scaring her. Hana's eye glistened, not from pain, but from the memory of that moment when she thought she would die, and Jiro's voice sliced through the darkness like a thread of salvation. It wasn't adrenaline or courage. It was love, the kind that hit harder than any punch she had ever thrown. Everyone had been so worried. Aizawa-sensei was practically living off coffee and suspicion. Recovery Girl said Hana had been on the brink of death. Jiro wiped her eyes on her sleeve, noting that Nizu said Hana had bought them time and saved everyone in the plaza, especially Mina and Momo. A tear slipped down Jiro's cheek as she chuckled bitterly, acknowledging that Hana never did anything halfway. Hana gave a tiny shrug even though it hurt, and managed a crooked smile. Jiro leaned closer, resting her head lightly against Hana's shoulder, careful not to press too hard. She vowed not to let Hana out of her sight again, promising to ensure she received help not just for her body, but for everything. Hana's fingers shifted slowly, shakily, but they moved with intent as she intertwined them with Jiro's. For the first time in weeks, a bit of color returned to Hana's soul, a broken fighter, a grieving girl, two wounded hearts holding each other in silence. Outside the door, Aizawa stood quietly. He had seen the monitors go off and knew she was awake. Instead of walking in, he remained still, hands in his pockets, one brow furrowed. He exhaled softly, his eyes darkening as he turned away. Coming back was only the first step, and Hana Midoriya's battle for her future was just beginning. Aizawa Shoyuta didn't rush. He never did. But as he walked the sterile corridor leading away from Recovery Room A, his footsteps had a purpose, a steady tempo that matched the quiet storm brewing behind his half-lidded eyes. Hana Midoriya was awake. After 2 weeks of silence, following the USJ incident that left her broken and unconscious, she had woken up not just opening her eyes, but responding to Jiro's voice. He had seen the movement on the monitors from the nurse's station, watched the vitals spike subtly, not in alarm, but in affirmation. She was still with them, and that changed everything. He didn't knock when he entered the glass-walled central medical hub. Inside, Recovery Girl was leaning over a digital clipboard, reviewing rehabilitation schedules for the students injured during the USJ attack. Her expression was tired in a way that sleep alone could not fix. She looked up the moment she sensed his presence, her instincts sharpened by years of working with pro heroes. Aizawa informed her that Hana was awake. A deep silence fell over the room, and for a moment, even the humming of machines seemed to hush. Recovery Girl's tablet clattered onto the table as her hands moved to brace herself on the counter. She asked if he was sure, her voice trembling with hope. He nodded, explaining that Hana had opened her eye and squeezed Jiro's hand. She was conscious and responsive. Recovery Girl let out a shaky breath, part exhale, part prayer, grateful that Hana had danced on the edge of death more than once during surgery. Aizawa noted that Hana was still in bad shape, but mentally, she had responded to Jiro's presence immediately, which was a good sign. Recovery Girl reached for a medical tablet, planning to call in specialized trauma staff to manage Hana's recovery. She looked up, her lips curling into the faintest smile, relieved that Hana was still with them. Aizawa didn't smile, but something in his posture eased. By the time Aizawa entered the principal's sleek office, Nizu was already sitting at his minimalist desk, sipping from a cup of steaming green tea. He didn't look up when Aizawa stepped in, acknowledging that he had heard the news through the medical wing's vital notifications. Aizawa confirmed that Hana was awake, and Nizu noted that they would need to move carefully from there. Aizawa reminded Nizu that Hana was still a student, but they both knew she was more than that. Everyone had seen the footage of Hana's final exchange with the Nomu the moment before she landed the final strikes, her body glowing with steam, fists bloodied and cracked, her eye nearly swollen shut, yet she was smiling, or something close to it, a smile that didn't reach her soul, more like a farewell. Nizu expressed that Hana had been prepared to die, which should terrify them all. Aizawa didn't argue, acknowledging that Hana was emotionally compromised, yet she had fought with the precision and determination of a pro in her prime. Nizu stated that her resilience and will were not powered by self-preservation, but by Jiro. He had ordered psychological evaluations to be conducted discreetly during Hana's recovery, emphasizing that she would need time, space, and a recovery plan focusing on her mind as much as her body. Aizawa inquired if Hana would be pulled from the heroics course, but Nizu firmly stated that removing her would only increase her sense of isolation. They would begin rotating in mental health check-ins and scheduled sessions, ensuring she wouldn't even know most of them were evaluations. Aizawa acknowledged that Hana wouldn't like being coddled, but Nizu assured him that she wouldn't be. But they owed it to her to ensure she survived the path she had chosen, especially since she no longer believed she was allowed to live. A long silence followed until Aizawa finally spoke. He decided to stay with Class 1A longer than scheduled, as long as she was part of it. Nizu gave a small, grateful nod and mentioned he would inform the board. In a quieter tone, He added that she would need Aizawa and Jiro. Back in recovery room A, Jiro hadn't moved. She continued to hold Hana's hand, watching her breathe, each inhale shaky, but alive. The warm light from the window illuminated the room, and birds chirped faintly outside. For the first time in weeks, there was hope again. Small but real. 1 week later, sunlight streamed through the wide window of recovery room A, casting a soft, amber warmth across the sterile floor. It reflected faintly off the medical equipment still humming beside the bed. Hana Midoriya had been awake for just over a week. Her face bore bruises, though the swelling around her eye had subsided. Her left arm, wrapped in high-tension support braces, rested on a firm pillow, while her right, finally uncasted, was free but visibly weakened. Bandages traced around her ribs and collarbone, peeking out from under the loose, sleeveless shirt recovery girl had insisted on to avoid irritating her stitches. Hana had always been a force in the ring, but now she looked like the wreckage left behind. Still, there was progress. She was sitting up on her own. This had taken 3 days of pushing through migraines, dizziness, and unbearable nausea. Every movement still hurt deep in the muscle, behind the joints, under the skin. Her reflection in the mirror made her flinch every time. But she was alive, and today marked her first day of physical therapy. At 10 a.m., the door to recovery room A creaked open gently. Jiro stepped in first, her usual rebellious edge softened. With care. She wore a cropped hoodie over her tank top and black jeans, her hair pulled back into a loose ponytail. Slung over one arm was a small portable speaker and a tote bag labeled Distraction Kit No. 1. Behind her came Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, and Ida, all wearing careful smiles, hovering near the door as if they didn't want to intrude too much. Jiro approached the bed and greeted Hana gently, asking if she knew what day it was. Hana rasped a guess, but Jiro corrected her, declaring it Make Hana Walk Again Day. Hana groaned, expressing her dislike for that day. Recovery girl then entered, announcing that Hana was stable enough now, her ribs were healing, her lung had reinflated, and her muscle tissue had regenerated enough to handle basic activity. Hana muttered her sarcasm, exhausted, and expressed her anticipation of collapsing halfway to the hallway. Jiro promised to catch her, leaning in to kiss her temple, a gesture that anchored Hana better than anything else could. At 10:15 a.m., recovery girl wheeled over a lightweight walker. Hana stared at it as if it were a death sentence, muttering that she wasn't elderly. Recovery girl, with narrowed eyes, reminded her of the battle she had fought and urged her to humor her. Jiro gently nudged the walker closer, encouraging Hana to try. Hana nodded, her jaw tight. It took a full minute to swing her legs over the side of the bed, and another 2 to breathe through the pain of sitting upright without back support. Her knees shook as she forced herself to her feet, weight shifting unsteadily into the walker, her palms pale with effort. Every nerve screamed, sweat beaded on her forehead, and her vision blurred, but she didn't fall. Jiro stayed close, one arm wrapped protectively around Hana's back, steadying her. With great effort, Hana took her first step, moving her right foot an inch forward, then the left. Her legs felt like splintered wood, but they held. Kaminari whispered from the doorway, and Yaoyorozu clapped softly, holding back tears. Hana panted in astonishment, realizing she was walking. Recovery girl smiled genuinely, telling her she was healing. At 10:30 a.m., it took almost 20 minutes to reach the hallway. Hana's breathing was shallow, her muscles shaking from strain, but she hadn't collapsed. The walker trembled under her grip. Jiro wiped the sweat from her brow with a towel and handed her a bottle of water, teasing her about their pride in her walking 10 feet. Hana admitted she hadn't thought she'd survive the first 3, feeling as if it were a miracle. Ida stepped forward, solemn and awkward, expressing gratitude for Hana's fight, which had saved their lives. Hana bitterly reminded them it had nearly cost her own. Yaoyorozu stepped in, stating that Hana had reminded them what a hero looked like, even if she wasn't officially one. This hit harder than expected, and Hana looked down, admitting she hadn't done it to be a hero. Jiro whispered that Hana had acted because she couldn't stand watching anyone else get hurt. After a long silence, Hana looked up, her eye tired but filled with determination. She asked what was next. Later that day, After a grueling walk back and a checkup, Hana was finally allowed to rest. Jiro tucked the blankets around her and sat on the edge of the bed, threading her fingers through Hana's slowly healing hand. She whispered that Hana would be okay. Hana, distant, replied she didn't know if she believed that yet. Jiro urged her to believe in her, promising to believe in Hana in return. For the first time since she opened her eyes, Hana smiled, tired but real. In the afternoon, the sunlight had mellowed into a soft amber, painting the sterile walls with warmth. The light filtered gently across Hana Midoriya's bed, where she lay reclined against an incline of pillows, the force still dripping steadily into her arm. A monitor quietly beeped to track her heart rate, a soft rhythm barely noticeable to anyone but the most observant. Aizawa Shoyuta stood in the doorway for a long moment, watching her quietly with his eyes trained and face unreadable. His capture scarf hung loosely around his neck, and he held a clipboard and a plain, black pen. Hana hadn't noticed him yet. Her head was tilted toward the open window, her eyes half-lidded and unfocused. She looked still, not tense, not emotionally flat, just present. A rare expression for someone who had danced with death and crawled back. He stepped in and called her name, causing her gaze to shift slowly. Aizawa entered the room and approached Hana, who was resting in bed. He took a moment to observe her, noting the slight tremors in her fingers and the calmness of her breathing. It was a relief to see her settled, even if not entirely at ease. After a moment, he retrieved a folded piece of paper from his pocket. It contained notes from Hound Dog, specifically tailored for Hana. Aizawa had requested these after reviewing her fight footage multiple times, particularly after witnessing her willingness to risk everything for the sake of others. The paper outlined suggested approaches for conversation. It advised against direct questions like, "Are you depressed?" and emphasized that Hana was more likely to respond honestly when spoken to casually or through context. She was self-aware yet deeply private. Aizawa was already skilled at subtlety, so he didn't need the instructions. He began the conversation by stating that she had faced worse days. Hana responded with a light chuckle, acknowledging that this day didn't rank among her top 3 worst experiences. He noted her response. When he inquired about her pain, she described it as a dull roar but manageable. He continued taking notes, then commented on her performance against the Nomu. She tensed at the mention of the battle, questioning whether she had truly handled herself well. Aizawa reassured her that she had survived, protected her classmates, and incapacitated a creature designed to kill pro-heroes. Hana reflected on her near-death experience, admitting that she had been okay with the possibility of dying. Aizawa paused, recognizing the honesty in her words. He then asked how she felt now, to which she confessed uncertainty. While she was glad to be alive, she felt as though she had failed. She explained that she had nearly lost, cracked under pressure, and allowed the creature to break her guard. If Jiro hadn't called out to her, she might not have found the strength to continue. Aizawa noted her emotional dependency rooted in feelings of inadequacy but found no direct signs of suicidal. Thus, when he quietly asked if she still wanted to die, she responded with a narrowed gaze, acknowledging the bluntness of the question. After a moment, she admitted that she was too tired to want anything. Later that evening, Aizawa found Jiro on the hospital rooftop, leaning against the railing. She wore her hoodie up, hiding the tear stains on her cheeks, with her hands tucked into her pockets. Without looking at him, she informed Aizawa that Hana was sleeping. They stood in silence, gazing at the training grounds below as the sunset painted the sky orange. Jiro expressed her desire to help Hana but felt useless. Aizawa reassured her that she was not useless. Hana listened to her, which was more than most received. Jiro shared her concern that Hana had been hurting for a long time. Aizawa acknowledged this, and Jiro noted that while Hana was better than she had been 2 months ago, she still wasn't okay. She kept her feelings bottled up, trying to laugh off her struggles, but the reality of nearly dying weighed heavily on her. Jiro recalled that Hana's first thought upon waking had been to apologize. Aizawa nodded, understanding the depth of Hana's situation. Jiro suggested that Hana was waiting for someone to tell her it was okay not to be strong all the time. Aizawa pointed out that Hana wouldn't believe that yet, but she would believe Jiro. Jiro wiped her eyes, grateful for Aizawa's concern for Hana. As Aizawa began to walk away, he turned back to tell her that Hana was lucky to have her. Jiro smiled through her tears, feeling fortunate to have Hana in her life. In the hospital room, the atmosphere was unusually cold. Recovery Girl stood at the foot of Hana's bed, her hands clasped behind her back, while two prograde support robots stood ready with medical tools. Jiro sat beside Hana, gently holding her bandaged hand. Hana knew what was coming and muttered through clenched teeth about the necessity of being awake during the procedure. Recovery Girl explained that full anesthesia would suppress muscle response, and she needed Hana to engage her core for a total realignment of her spinal support rods, which had been placed in an emergency. Hana braced herself for the pain, and Jiro squeezed her hand, promising to stay by her side. With a smirk, Hana warned Recovery Girl that she might use some colorful language during the procedure. As the robots moved into position, Hana was lowered onto a specialized orthopedic platform. The cold metal made her muscles tense despite her enhanced durability. Recovery Girl instructed her to take a deep breath, and when the first compression hit her lower back, Hana reacted explosively, exclaiming in shock. Recovery Girl remained unfazed, indicating that one vertebra was back in place, with more to go. Hana protested loudly, expressing her disbelief at the number of adjustments needed. As the procedure continued, the robots shifted their focus, and Hana felt another pop in her spine, causing her to scream and then stifle the sound. She gripped Jiro's hand tightly, her pain evident as she humorously remarked about seeing Jesus. Recovery Girl encouraged her to breathe through the discomfort, reminding her that she would be grateful once she could walk without assistance. Hana's frustration boiled over as she threatened Recovery Girl, who remained focused on the task at hand. Finally, as the last phase approached, Recovery Girl warned Hana about a brief electrical sensation during the realignment of her CRVCL vertebrae. Hana, trying to lighten the mood, asked if it would feel like a taser or a lightning bolt. Recovery Girl didn't respond, and as the table tilted, a sharp crack echoed through the room. Hana's pain intensified, and tears streamed down her face, not from emotion but from sheer agony. Jiro, maintaining her composure, reassured Hana that she was almost done. Hana, through her pain, expressed her gratitude for Jiro's presence, acknowledging that it was her affection that kept her grounded. The last realignment came with a deep rolling clunk as internal pressure eased along Hana's hip and sacrum. She gasped and then slumped, her breathing ragged and her body slick with sweat. Steam curled from her skin as her body instinctively tried to cool itself despite the lack of combat. Jiro leaned forward, wiping Hana's brow. Recovery Girl stepped back and announced that it was done, advising that Hana should have 2 hours of total bed rest before beginning short movement drills the following day. Hana groaned in response, expressing her frustration, to which Recovery Girl replied that it was a good sign she was alive. After Recovery Girl left, the room fell into calm silence as the machines powered down. Jiro rested her head against Hana's shoulder, careful of her injuries, and praised her for doing amazing. Hana joked about cursing in multiple languages, and Jiro mentioned recording it, prompting Hana to threaten to delete the recording. Jiro giggled, calling it the most romantic thing Hana had said all day. Hana smiled weakly, admitting her exhaustion. Jiro kissed her temple and urged her to sleep, and for once, Hana did. The sun had barely risen when Recovery Girl entered Hana's room, her demeanor serious yet determined. She wore her white coat slightly tighter, as if preparing for a long task. Hana, seated upright in bed, had a nervous glint in her eye. Her arms were healing well, but the lingering ache in her back still clung to her spine. Today was the day she had dreaded, spinal realignment. After her battle with the Nomu, Hana's spine had been temporarily stabilized during emergency surgery, but it wasn't permanent. Recovery Girl had to break and reset the central segment. Recovery Girl set her tool tray beside the bed and honestly informed Hana that the procedure would hurt, even with numbing. She explained that Hana's quirk-enhanced muscle density made it difficult to fully anesthetize the deeper layers. Hana gritted her teeth, preparing for the pain, and Jiro, standing beside her, looked worried. Hana tried to lighten the mood, joking about Jiro's expression, and asked if she would hold her hand. Jiro assured her that she wouldn't let go. Recovery Girl placed small numbing patches along Hana's back, muttering about muscle resistance and scar tissue. She informed Hana that she had numbed the nerve clusters as much as possible but warned her that it would still be painful. Jiro offered her hand, and Hana took it. The first crack echoed in the room as Recovery Girl's quirks surged through Hana, breaking the improperly fused